touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna sound it, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang. So that wanna bang bang, everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna sound it, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that one that bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked. Everybody bang bang, sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
told the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat, I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I'm torn. Tolerate wasted time. Take us down. Keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Challenge Group Stage. We're in for the long ride. Still a couple more teams to go, but by the end of this week, we're going to be down to our top 4. My name is Husky, and for this evening, I'm accompanied by Terrence to bring you guys the rest of the story.
Yo, it's been a while. You know, last week has been a little bit interesting here. I wasn't here for last week, but this week I'm going to bring you guys all the action alongside with co-caster here, Husky. But a little bit of a fun fact here for today's game so far is that 5 Indonesian teams are still surviving in the brackets and only 3 Philippine teams remain. So this is going to be a little bit of an interesting story here because as of yet, statistically wise, Indonesia is leading. But of course, when it comes to the championship title, it doesn't matter how the numbers, right? It comes down to which team comes up on top. But here is a little bit of a video recap for you guys to recap what happened in last week's games. And that is where things get a little bit spicy as well because all things considered, there are just so many things to talk about and all these pro players coming in so far. But now we're going to be jumping into a short video right here, right now.
Pulling back Yamikaze, he's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation, it's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this board. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Also getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fonda shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch Yukizi? Fonda certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Kadita. Mid tier 1 getting pressured, also going straight for the kill, finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes to the teammates on Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her force follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dortmund is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
only has BBN playing on their knees.
Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. All trying to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill.
There you have it, a quick recap of last week's action. And just like you said, Terrence, 5 Indonesian teams, all of them still remain in the tournament. Only 3 Filipino teams are still standing. We saw the elimination of the Malaysian and Singaporean representative. Laos and Cambodia also have been knocked out. But it's interesting when we discuss about the world stage, Philippines evidently stronger than Indonesia, but at least in this tournament, we're seeing a bit of that redemption arc.
Exactly, and of course, anything can happen in this stage of the game so far, and today's games is going to be a little bit interesting here because there is a lot of rivalry between the two regions. So for those of you guys watching at home, whether is it for Indonesia as well as Philippines, we'd like to make sure that keep the chat as clean as possible. We don't want to provoke too much toxicity. There is a little bit friendly rivalry, it's great and all, but most importantly, support the team that you are supporting without, you know, too much toxicity, of course. You know, we like a little bit of salt, but not too much.
I always like it how lively the chat is, right? When you have these two the powerhouse regions really trying to prove that they are stronger in terms of fan base, in terms of the team performance. Even last week we saw the elimination of Sway Esports, which I think is one of the more shocking ones because they performed so well in the Open Finals, but they couldn't really make it through kind of the week number 3. But just to give you guys a quick recap on how this bracket is right now, we are left with just 8 teams trying to fight for the top 4 spots. In the upper bracket, we have GPX, Euphoria, Esports, ALVA 8, and GameLab.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit spicy because both of this 4 teams so far in the upper brackets has pretty much had an undefeated stretch, except for Euphoria Esports, who struggled a little bit during their match against Tiger Wong Esports, knocking them down into the lower brackets. Meanwhile, so far in terms of game styles on the bottom side, Tiger Wong Esports on their redemption arc, almost narrowly losing a game against the Cambodian team's Aero 404. They are able to crawl their way up. However, will their luck continue to roll off steam, or will they be able to continue their journey up to the next spot? Because their opponents is going to be MHRLK Esports. Meanwhile, on the final series for the bottom side, we have PBN Strike and as well as A8 Esports. These are the 4 teams that are going to be fighting for their tournament lives. And for today's match, we have MHRLK starting things off against Tiger Wong Esports.
And by the end of today, we will see 2 more teams getting knocked out. And like you said, the 2 series that we gotta watch out for is MHRLK against Tiger Wong, A8 against PBN Strike. GPX and Euphoria will be our only upper bracket series today. It's safe to say that when we saw GPX take on MHRLK, that we expected it to go the distance, but GPX just crushed MHRLK 2-0 and sending them down to lower bracket. And it's fair to say that against Tiger Wong, we can expect a series heavily favored towards MHRLK, but Tiger Wong has shown us that throughout all the series, they've gone all 3 games and they've come out on top.
Yeah, that is where things get a little bit spicy. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more for the prize pool of what they are on the line here as they need to compete for this prize pool. First place, of course, championship title. Could be walking away with $20,000. Second place, $10,000. Third place, $7,500. Fourth place, $5,000. Fifth place, $2,500. Sixth place, $2,500. 7 and 8 is going to be $1,250. The 8 teams that are on the screen, the brackets, are pretty much guaranteed a minimum of $1,250 as of yet. However, the fight for the top is going to be a long one because 20,000 and 1,000 is a very, very big gap.
Yeah, and all these teams need to remember that they not only have guaranteed themselves a bit of a prize pool, some of them qualified from the regional qualifiers, so they also have already bagged $2,000 beforehand. But most importantly is to get into top 4 by the end of tomorrow, and that's where they will be fighting for the biggest slice of the pie. We also got to take a look at the top hero picks, some statistics up to last week. We still have Fredrin leading the chart, Glue coming in second, and instead of Valentina being third, now we have Kaja.
Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because Fredrin undeniably in every single region on MPL, and even here as well, is the top contender when it comes to pick rates or even ban rate. However, here in SBS, a little bit interesting here. Win rate, Not so much. Apparently, there are teams that are already adapt to the current meta of the Fredrin, and it's interesting to see, even though it is a top pick, 39% win rate on an S-tier meta hero is pretty disappointing, not gonna lie.
It is pretty abysmal, right? Because we saw Fredrin all the way from the Open Qualifiers up till now, and even then, by the end of the Open Finals, he only has a 50% win rate, and last week was the new patch. They nerfed the Fredrin ultimate damage, and that affected his durability as well, and we're just seeing Fredrin going on a downward slope. And I want to get your thoughts on this. How will we continue to see Fredrin, or do you think that he's starting to fall off?
To be honest, I am a big fan of Fredrin. Even though now there has been nerfs on his damage, I feel like his usefulness as a tanky hero, as a jungler, is just so much more effective compared to any other heroes. There are just not enough heroes or way to deal with it. But in case you missed out on the previous match here, this is a recap where Tiger WONG Esports, it was a definite close match against the instinctual beast Error 404. Tiger WONG Esports pretty much won most of their games and also played the most amount of games here in the SPS compared to any other team out there.
Yeah, that's what we kind of talked about a bit prior to this, right? They played almost all of the games, went the full distance, whether it's a win or a loss, and that means that they could be a bit more prepared. They've been going through kind of the gauntlet, but that also means that Tiger WONG Esports are not unbeatable. We've seen them drop games to teams like Arrow 404 that we were expecting a 2-0 sweep. That means that MHRLK have a good chance of exploiting Tiger WONG.
Yep, then on paper itself, it indicates that they're pretty much vulnerable to losses, right? They didn't exactly get the most clean 2-0s all the way through. The question is, based on their experience, can we see them using their knowledge against MHRLK Esports today? That is where things get a little bit more feisty, considering more to prove and so much more to learn, and hopefully their experience from last week is able to give them a little bit better and cleaner game for today's match, especially when their tournament life is at stake here.
Yeah, we have 2 Indo against Philippine series today, so a lot of that pride is on the line. But I want to say Tiger WONG is a very flashy team. They just were not they just feel very comfortable when they are in the lead, but when they are put on the back foot, you start to see those kind of cracks. And against a team like MHRLK, you have to be very, very cautious and not let MHRLK start to run away with an advantage, because they will push that advantage.
Yeah, MHRLK is also a team that we didn't exactly see too much as well. They were able to get a very, very convincing victory against the Drift, which was something that a lot of us were expecting real, because the Drift, they put out some surprises during the previous weeks as well, and for them to actually step up and actually take them down means that there is a lot on the line, considering that devastating loss from the MHRLK was able to represent Philippines to actually defeat one of these Indonesian titans here, considering that it is 5 Indonesian teams to 3 Philippine teams here. So there is going to be a lot of bragging rights and pride on the line. However, most importantly, who gets the championship title?
And I just want to say there is a chance for them to narrow down the numbers of Indonesian teams if they start winning these series. And for MHRLK, right, they did drop 0-2 to GPX, which is a big surprise because MHRLK, big fan base, a lot of expectations. Let's take a look at the roster of MHRLK. If you guys are not familiar with them yet, with CJ1234, Kelvin, Daiso, CY, and NAS.
Yep, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a complete roster here coming from MHRLK Esports. We are going to be curious to see whether or not are they going to be able to get those clean, decisive plays coming from them. Because based on their highlights here, you can see when they faced off against the Drift, it was a little bit of a cheesy play coming from the Drift. But however, based on their strategy, based on their position here, CY has been completely dominant as a gold laner, and this is oftentimes we don't really see a gold laner being extremely aggressive in their playstyles, and it's rare to see gold laners do things like that and be able to get away with it.
We have just a very small sample size, right? If you want to look for one, I think Arrow 4 Secret, that is one of the examples of an hyper-aggressive gold laner, but most of the times we see junglers taking a lot of the spotlight. We see mid laners stealing the limelight, but in this case, I think for MHRLK, to bounce off your point, CY has been phenomenal in that gold laner. The Beatrix being one of the signatures that we've been seeing throughout the tournament, maybe it's going to be the key to take down Tiger WONG.
Yeah, but it's all about those setups, right? Beatrix is always without chipping them down low and then going for those kind of finishes here. Early to mid-game rotation, it is just one of the strongest. However, their opponents representing from Indonesia, we have Tiger WONG Esports, we have Rex Lee, Gugun Seishiro, Rince, Safru, and Dadi Dudedo.
Always loving this team when they show up on the field. I mean, Daddy Dudedo has been one of the biggest Kaja pickers in the entire tournament. We've seen Tiger Wong coming in with incredibly flashy plays, especially when they're in the front, in the driver's seat. They never let go of the accelerator. But again, we've seen teams take them the full distance, and that means that this team, as flashy as they look, they are beatable.
You know, I swear to God, you know, production's got to be hating me a little bit here. Every single time they put me at a slot where I have to cast a Tiger Wong Esports, it's pronounced Daddy Dudedo, and every single time he gives me a different name here.
Yeah,
sometimes I wonder, are they going to change his name, or is he going to decide to change his name or not?
I mean, it makes him memorable, right? I actually have this internal counter every time we hear a different variation of Daddy Dudedo, but you know,
so
overall,
far I'm guessing around 6, right?
Actually, yeah, I think we're getting pretty close to that. It's 6 around there, 6, 7. I don't know how many variations you can get out of it.
I don't know, man. You know, that's the thing about high-pitched notes. You know, you can go in octave, you can go in low tone, you can go in deep, you can go in deafened. No, not really deafened. That's some music codes. I'm just making stuff up, but yeah.
Deafened is not one of them.
Obviously, that's the Discord button when you muted everything.
Are you a low bass? Well, are you a high bass or low tenor?
I think I'm a deep voice.
Okay, definitely not a bass.
Low deep voice.
Definitely
and
not
you
a
go
bass.
like, Daddy Dudado.
That's version number 7. Right, I mean, Tiger Wong, honestly, I'm very looking forward to how they take on MHRLK because so far the teams that they have went up against, I would say that they've been able to find more opportunities to punish their opponents, but against MHRLK, it's a completely different beast.
Yeah, and now the players matchup here is going to be Kelvin going up against Gugun Seishiro in the jungle lane. And so far, MHRLK, we haven't seen too much of his gameplay in terms of prioritizing with Fredrin, right? It's either going to be banned here or... But Kelvin does lean on the Mortis plays to actually open a map and take advantage of those Ashura Wrath, or in this case, those anti-CC movements to kind of bait spell. So there is going to be a little bit of difference in approach, whereas Gugun Shishiro is going to be prioritizing the Fredrin to try and zone for his teammate to secure objectives. So we have two very, very different perspectives of junglers when it comes to their playstyle, right? Gugun zoning, Kelvin is going to be more on baiting out fights or forcing fights. So it's going to be two different approaches, but it all comes down to whether or not teams can they find those executions or even capitalize on pickoffs.
And I want to hear what you guys think in the Twitch chat as well. Drop your predictions down below. Let us know who is going to survive this lower bracket gauntlet, because at the end of this best of 3, it's either going to be Tiger Wong or MHRLK that makes it towards the next leg of this lower bracket run. And just to add on to your point, I think, you know, we've been seeing a lot of that response jungle pick. Every time you see Martis on one side, it's always Fredrin on the other. And so far, Martis has been finding a lot of success against Fredrin.
Yeah, it's just so good, right? And when it comes to those kind of plays here, it's all about execution. In this case, decimation is the best way to execute a player. But of course, now, instead of you guys' prediction, both of us has pretty much dropped down our predictions for their match as well. I'm looking forward to see how it is, because right now up on screen, we are going to be seeing here who are we predicting come out of the match, and seems like it is, once again, always 24/7 a split vote between me and Husky, where he is going to be siding on Tiger Wong for 2-0, and I am going to go for MHRLK for 2-0. Haha.
Production, I'm pretty sure that's not what I said. But overall, I think this is the first
no, actually,
time.
You went for MHRLK.
I went for
Tiger Wong, actually.
Yeah. Either way, I'm excited to see how this plays out. This is the first time in the challenge stage that we get to pit our predictions against each other. You know, in open finals.
Okay, we gotta switch this, right? We gotta switch this. Okay, for you guys' information, ours is Tiger Wong, mine is Tiger Wong, here is MHRLK.
In the open finals, I went 8-0 in all the wrong predictions. Well, I went 7-0 against you, because one of it was I think it was with someone else. So this is the first time we come in with a fresh slate. I was excited to see if I started off with a win. Overall, I think that this is going to be a series that is, I wouldn't say top heavy, but definitely favoring MHRLK a bit more based on the previous performance. But if there's anything we know about Tiger Wong, we might go 3 games.
You know, all things considered, it might actually happen as well. But so far, you know, in case you guys wondering here, all this production that you see up on screen, it's all courtesy of our amazing partner here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. In this case, winning truly matters for me, because like he said as well, prediction-wise, I am 100% correct when we are on the same dance. The only time I've lost is when my cast with Mikos, and guess what? He was 100% that day as well. I was like, damn.
sample size is a bit too small though.
I know. It's
I
a
know.
little bit
So
small.
you're 7-0 up. We'll see if that winning streak keeps on going.
Of course. What about you guys? You guys at home. How about you guys with a prediction? Who do you guys is gonna think is gonna come on top? Because so far we all split right down in the middle, and with your help, your support, and your energy, you gotta give energy to the players that is gonna be competing today's games, because this is going to be a very, very important match between both of these teams. One of this team is going to be eliminated, and it will be their final time appearing up on screen for the entire Snapdragon Pro Series. So, with your support, hopefully, in the future, we will see them again, and hopefully they will be able to come on top. But as of yet, it is a full best of 3 series. I'm predicting 2-0, he's predicting 2-0, but I agree with what you said as well. There is a possibility that it is going to go down to 2-1, because when your backs are against the walls, the tiger will be forced to fight back.
What do they call it again? An injured animal is the most dangerous the most dangerous animals. I think it's also a good time to really dive into Tiger Wong's jungler, right? Gugun Seishiro, one of his top picks is that Fredrin, and Fredrin has now taken a hit thanks to the latest patch. I wonder how is it going to affect Tiger Wong in this first phase draft?
I think when it comes to preference between the junglers, right? We did the head-to-head between Kelvin as well as Gugun Seishiro. Gugun Seishiro is more about the zoning factor, and zoning characters require tankability, or in this case durability. You don't really need a lot of damage here. Fredrin still has the tankability, but in terms of damage output wise, it is a little bit weak. So I don't think it's a big problem for Gugun to actually adapt in the current meta with the Fredrin. But for MHRLK, for them to play it, I don't think the Fredrin suits them, just because of how Kelvin likes to play a little bit more nimble to bait out spells and force fights. And Fredrin not necessarily does that really well compared to any other heroes. And you can see even his comfort heroes as well, it is going to be Kakai, it is also going to be sorry, it's not the Akai. It is going to be, I think, Hayabusa as well, if I'm not mistaken.
The Martis Link, I think. Karina.
Yeah, it was a Link Karina.
Karina.
Yeah, so it's all about baiting and all mechanical skills. So MHRLK leans on their mechanical powers, whereas Tiger Wong leans on a safer play.
I think this first phase ban is going to be very, very interesting, because we've seen Joy getting let through last week, and I am looking forward to see if teams are more comfortable letting that through. But Tiger Wong, we've seen them play a lot of that Kaja for Daddy Durido. Sometimes he pivots towards the Kufra if needed. So there are choices for Romans for Tiger Wong Esports. But for MHRLK, they decide to just get rid of the glue first. It's one of the most picked heroes in the tournament so far, and they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, Tiger Wong Esports, they're banning the Eve is pretty much a standard play for them, right? And at the same time, one of the biggest counters that we have seen in SPS is that Eve is used to kind of slow and put Fredrin in a very, very awkward position, slowing them down, not allowing Fredrin to do its own thing. So Eve is a way that they don't really want to deal with, so they are definitely going to be leaning on the Fredrin pickup. However, I'm curious here, will MHRLK prioritize that? Because that's something that I think they're not really comfortable playing too much, especially for Kelvin.
Yeah, and at the same time, if they have the first pick, Martis has been a very good first pick material for some of these teams. So I think MHRLK would feel fine giving that Fredrin away. But that also gives Tiger Wong Esports a bit more of the breathing room, right? You get that 2 picks as a response. MHRLK banning out the Kadita as well. So if anything, this could tell us that they want to go with what we've seen so far, the comfortable picks of having Kelvin in the front line and allowing CY to be uninterrupted when these fights break out.
Now, question here is, Kaja, is it going to be banned from the side Tiger Wong Esports, or will they even let off the potential 1-1, even though it has been nerfed, forcing 1-1 to be in a state where it's forced to play shoes instead of non-shoe builds back in the days. I feel like 1-1 is still extremely annoying to deal with, but seems like they are not going to take a risk. They are going to ban the R-Lot, leaving the Kaja up for grabs. So MHRLK, do they prioritize that Kaja pickup, or are they going to prioritize denying the Fredrin pickup, which is something that I think either or Tiger Wong Esports are going to be okay with either the Martis or even the Fredrin.
Yeah, and I guess if you take the Martis, even if you give away Fredrin and Kaja, you are fine, because Martis is so hard to control, and you also make Tiger Wong review kind of both Daddy Duedo and Gugun's pick, right? I honestly am looking forward to see if MHRLK would just stick to that Martis, or if they take that Fredrin away, you do open up more options for Tiger Wong also.
Yeah.
I don't know, I do prefer the Martis pick overall.
Yeah, Fanny is also going to be out for grabs as well, which is something that a lot of people don't really know. But MHRLK going to be prioritizing on Faramis. Interesting fun fact for you guys as well. In this current patch, Faramis is actually a good counter against Mark type heroes. So any type of heroes with marking abilities such as Arlos' skill is not going to connect. That's a little bit of a bug that has been announced as well. That's why it has been banned in certain tournaments after this recent patch. So I think MHRLK, they're going to take advantage of the Faramis pickup, and Tiger Wings was, thankfully enough, not having the Arlot means they don't need to worry about that too much, I guess.
Yeah, they have the Melissa as the opener. We don't see this often from most teams, getting that gold lane picked up, and they even revealed that Farsa. So this is a very different approach from Tiger Wong.
Yeah, I guess Tiger Wong is what they need a way to actually deal with Faramis, right? So opening up with these two heroes is just a little bit better, considering that once the card altar drops, we have solutions on dealing with it as well. Yuzhong is also a type of hero that can actually deal a lot of damage when it comes to shredding the card altar, right? So Tiger Wong Esports might be using that for the XP laner, but they still need some sort of strong frontliners. I like that MHRLK Esports, they're bringing in the Lancelot. This is where things get a little bit interesting. They are going to go for this kind of execution playstyle. Tanks a lot from MHRLK. Not many teams are very comfortable with that, but they do show the Kaja, so there is a lot of pickup potential, push and pull effect coming from MHRLK Esports.
And that is right after a Lancelot pick, so you lock out Tiger Wong Esports from having that kidnap potential with the Kaja as well. We've discussed about the interaction between having a Faramis and having an assassin that wants to dive the backline. It feels counterintuitive, but in this case, when you have a Kaja to use the Divine Judgment on a target, it does give it does take away the concern of whether the Faramis has to dive deep. And finally, we see the Fredrin getting picked up by Tiger Wong.
I was hoping that Tiger Wong would be opening up the Fanny later on, but playing in the Fredrin here is going to be a safe pick coming from them. Both pretty much mirrored their hand. MHRLK showed their Roma so far, and Tiger Wong was still keeping it open for themselves. But the question is, do they have what it takes to actually shut them down? Or do they double down on just completely shutting down the Cloud Altar? Because right now, Farsa Melissa is great at dealing with it into the early game and the late game, but what about the mid game? Mid-game is something that I think only Farsa is available, but you don't necessarily want to just pop all your Feather Dash right just to clear the Cloud Altar and not get any value of it. And while that is actually happening, you have a Lancelot where you don't really have a lot of locking capabilities to shut him down. Like, Melissa can protect himself, but you need something to actually catch him off guard. So that is where I think Yuzhong is great for double downing for the Cloud Altar, but they still need an answer to deal with this Lancelot.
Yeah, and the Yuzhong is still up on the table for Tiger Wong. And even to a certain extent, you can say that there is a flex potential for this Fredrin. I was actually looking at the Kufra for Daddy Do, but MHRLK did their homework, so the Kufra ban comes out instantly. You remove another threat to stop this Lancelot. I guess if Tiger Wong still wants to go for a lockdown, then maybe you're looking at something like a Franco to do the job.
Yeah, it might be the case as well. Ruby also going to be banned. Two very great heroes to actually mirror what MHRLK is trying to do in terms of the catch potential. Yuzhong also being nerfed means that Tiger Wong is in a very particular slot. However, Edith completely ignored by both sides in the XP lane matchup. But Tiger Wong, instead of going for Yuzhong, they are going to bring the Lapu to double down to deal with the Cloud Altar. But the question still remains, how will they deal with a Tank-a-lot?
Beatrix comes through for MHRLK. I've seen this so many times in the matches that they played. So it's no surprise that CY is just going to be given a Beatrix, and we get the Grok as the final pick for MHRLK as well. Very common, just front to back comp. MHRLK very comfortable with, and the Franco that we wanted to see from Tiger Wong comes out.
You called it as well, coming from the Franco. I was expecting maybe Daddy Do is going to go for the Grok pickup for Tiger Wong Esports, but MHRLK just completely denying it. So this is going to be an XP Grok coming from MHRLK. They have a balance of damage and magical prowess coming from MHRLK, and I'm liking this, to be honest, coming from MHRLK's draft, but my faith is on Daddy Do to actually get those clean hooks here. So overall, two very unique drafts, two very clear win conditions, both looking for pickoffs, isolation, and wombo combos, but Tiger Wong looking to play the late game.
There's definitely going to be a lot of that burden on Rexley with this Lapu. How do you get behind, get to CY, and not having to deal with a Cloud Altar? There's a lot of layers that Tiger Wong Esports needs to peel through when dealing with MHRLK. But as it stands, they've always played a full best of 3. This is the one they really want to pull to that full series. In game number 1 in this lower bracket, Again, Indo against Philippines. So far, Indonesia is in the lead. All 5 teams still remaining.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one to see how things go down. This is game 1 between both of these teams, and so far the head-to-head here, both the junglers are going to be doing pretty okay as well, and we are going to be expecting potentially a tank slot coming in from MHRLK Esports, and as of yet, he is going to be getting a little bit of slow in terms of farm here. We don't see a lot of aggression to try and punish this, but they are going to try and contest the first little Wanderer. It is going to be in the hands of MHRLK Esports, and Rexley now in trouble.
And the wall just clips him right on the edge. And that is definitely sad news for Rexley. You don't want to kind of give that first bullet away. And that one goes to his lane opponent as well, right? Grok getting that extra cash in. NIS showing down bot, really trying to put a bit of pressure onto Saffril. Give CY some more room to breathe. They bring in Daiso as well, and Tiger Wong just could not respond.
Yeah, this is tough considering that Tiger Wong, they had a little bit of upper hand, but they overzealots their aggression to try and contest, maybe trade a couple of kills, but at that expense they lose Rexley, which is pretty much one of very, very important XP laners, especially against a Grok who arguably early game isn't strong enough to fight against a Grok, but as soon as he said it, he trades a kill up top. What?
Wait, Rexley is full health.
What?
What happened?
Oh no.
Yeah, I think CJ just ran it into the turret, so I guess we found that neutralizing factor. All things considered, CJ went down under the turret, still leading in terms of XP. But hey, I mean, it's it's one of those starts.
It's one of those days where we make a prediction, right? And like I know Tiger Wong was losing a little bit, but
right
up there, they just want me to see me win a
right
prediction against you and
right,
give
right
a little bit of hope for Rexley, even though Rexley should not have gotten that 1v1 on top, and he's still full health. So
I mean, it's a neutralizer.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it, especially when we saw, the Grok getting that lead, first blood cashing in also. Either way, at least it is that kind of early game phase, right? So worst case scenario, we're back to square one. Both teams having no net worth differential, but we can see the focus from MHRLK really trying to put prioritization on CY.
Yeah, there is a lot of focus on towards the bottom gold lane, right? So the problem here is now we've come to a stage where there are some teams that prioritize on playing the side lanes more compared to mid control, especially pre-4 first objective, right? Just because of how if you get a kill on side lanes, you pretty much guarantee yourself an early pre-4 during the first engagement in total. And sometimes there are teams that play, I think recently there has been an analysis for Blacklist International where they actually played the mage starting lane matchup for the XP lane, try to zone out the XP lane or maybe even get a kill, and when that time happens, and if they get an early 4 before their opponent's XP lane, they are going to get the first jump to engage and possibly chip away and get a couple of kills for the first turtle fight. So it's the same to be said on gold laner as well. Gold laner necessarily, like, they don't really do a lot as a marksman.
Right.
But for a Beatrix, like you said as well, is where if you shut down the Beatrix earlier, before the first engagement, no Nipuri's Passion, no Renner, nothing, you're not going to be able to dish out that wombo combo to actually finish off players in that team fight. So that's the reason why a lot of teams has to be prioritizing on the gold laner compared to XP lane.
And I think it's even more important for Tiger Wong to do so, seeing how efficient CY has been over MHRLK, right? And we saw that early rotation, both teams bring in those mid laners. I think at the end of the day, CY just feels so much more comfortable. You see him walk up challenging Saffro at one point as well. And I think a lot of this impact prop, we might have to look at that XP lane, right? The fact that both XP laners have gotten a kill and a death so far. Grog hitting that level 4 early is not going to matter too much because Lapu Lapu was able to get a counter kill. So when that 4 minute rolls around, I think maybe those the XP laners would be the ones that bring in the initial impact.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be something they have to actually worry about as well, because now they are at a stage where they have to salvage the situation and replan how they want to take the first pre-4 fight. Are we going to play a little bit stalling here? But knowing MHRLK Esports, they tentatively want to secure that purple buff first before going for the fight, especially when Lancelot is just so good in early stage of the game, right? Before you go for attack slot. before the first item power spike, you are still dishing out damage as an assassin compared to the usual tank build playstyle. So first engagement is going to be very, very crucial for MHRLK to snowball their way through, because over time this landslide is going to be rendered kind of useless in terms of overall damage output. It's all about baiting spells, and this is where MHRLK Esports, they have to play around this landslide pickup instead of the XP lane for a Grok, which is, I think, arguably the most amount of damage, but at the same time, it's a one-hit wonder.
And then when we go to the late game, it's all down to CY, right? We all funnel towards that Beatrix eventually. I remember seeing something, I believe from the Philippines region, where, you know, to bounce off the point and talking about the roam towards XP lane, you brought up, we are seeing roaming mages to a certain degree. And I think that really emphasizes how important hitting that early 4 is in the XP lane. We are not seeing that in this game, but judging how we have that first 2 kills happen, I think we already have it established.
That's the thing about double mages composition, right? You are going to completely segmentally control. You don't necessarily need to zone people. You just need to clear the minions fast enough and then directly rotate either or gold on XP lane. Like you said as well, pre-4 is going to be very important. Double mages, they need to get up those early kills to kind of build out the snowball. If that doesn't happen, it completely destroys the composition. And time again, we have teams seen to adapt to this kind of playstyle. For me, very simple. Double mage composition is a high risk, high reward playstyle, and not many teams can actually adapt to the fallout of what if the first pre-4 or maybe even the second turtle engagements doesn't really work in their favor.
Yeah, I think having the farmers does almost the same thing, but it makes it safer, right? You have a farmers that can clear the way, but he also doesn't mind not having that mid lane control. At the end of the day, as long as he hits that 4, he sticks with the team, you are guaranteed kind of a second life in those team fights. This is something that MHRLK has planned through and throughout, and that's why we see that first pick farmers. They completely abandon, sack the thought of having that Martis, which is something that I find very surprising, considering that it has been their favorite pick.
Yeah, it's interesting enough as well, because I was expecting maybe, just maybe, that was going to happen. But without further ado, we are going to resolve this issue as we continue the game. But as we have MHRLK, despite the loss of the Grok up top, they are still in a slight lead with 200 gold. And Tiger WONG Esports already in position for this turtle fight. As you can see, Kelvin already in position to contest as well.
We're actually finally hitting that level 4. It's going to be Retribution going over to Tiger WONG, getting the turtle for himself. Kelvin just able to dodge all of the spell away with the dashes. Rexley dropping low, forced to pop that out to get away, but in the meantime, CY actually falls down bot thanks to the rotation from Ritz.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? From Tiger WONG Esports, they're so smart in going for this kind of opportunities. And if you send any mage down towards a gold laner, pretty much if he is out of position, you are going to get killed. But at the same time, props towards Tiger WONG Esports taking advantage of the situation, right? Like, you know for a fact Freddy is extremely hard to kill. Rexy is also very difficult to kill. You've got 3 very, very beefy compositions where MHRLK didn't exactly full hit on dive into the fight. They're not going to be able to get a kill here.
Definitely a blessing in disguise that Rexley hits that level 4, because that shouldn't have been the case. We see the gold crab stolen away by CY, Kelvin and Daizo sticking together more often. So far, you don't really have a solution for Rince, right? Normally, you would want Kelvin to do the deed, but with Rince getting the early kill, Gugun just walks into the jungle, and again with the Retribution, stealing away these camps, building up that lead. Tiger WONG basically getting control of that gold lane.
Oh, you can see the confidence coming from Tiger WONG Esports, right? They've got 3 very, very VP heroes. They're opening up the maps, and they know for a fact that MHRLK doesn't have kill threat potential except for Kelvin. And now, slowly but surely, Kelvin not having those Fury Hammers, not having those damage items, he's not going to be able to jeopardize a chip away at the tankiness coming from Tiger WONG Esports. But now, with the fight coming in,
Iron Hook, call Alter use. Completely broken, but they drag Rince back, forcing the flicker out of the far side. End of the day, MHRLK still survives, which is a blessing in disguise.
This is what I'm talking about. MHRLK just doesn't have the kill threat to threaten Tiger WONG's Esports composition as of yet. The only one with that kind of capabilities is pretty much the Divine Judgment setup into a snipe coming from CY. And as of yet, InnoYX, he's going to get hooked instead. And oh my goodness, mistakes were made.
That is really though, just so patient. I think MHRLK is dropping the ball a little bit. They did see the Franco early on, and that has been a death rush in favor of Tiger WONG. Now they will go on to the turtle. Not much contest. Rexy going in, trying to zone Kelvin away, and once more is Google Station winning the Retribution fight. Rexy even getting a kill, now taunt on to CJ. Tiger WONG looking for 2, and they will find it.
This is why it's so frustrating to play against their composition here. You've got a Farsa you got to worry about. You've got a Hook anywhere. And MHRLK, they can't seem to actually group up as far, considering how much pressure Tiger Wong Esports is pressuring the bottom lane. They need CY in this fight, and CY not being able to rotate into this fight is actually hurting MHRLK's overall damage output.
And you said early on that MHRLK needs to be snowballing. They need to be able to grab a lead, and so far that has not been the case. 3,000 goal advantage over to Tiger Wong Esports. I mean, Riz is having a fantastic time. And this Franco working out better than we expected. The amount of pressure that he's giving in that bottom side alone is giving Safro so much more space. And with Riz around, I don't think MHRLK wants to fight this. Calvin's gonna try, but this is find no avenue.
Oh, you can see MHRLK, they're trying to make some sort of plays. They're finally grouping up, but Tiger Wong Esports, they know for a fact that they need 2 cores to actually kill any players. In this case, who are the cores coming from MHRLK? It's going to be the Faramis and the Beatrix. And the Grok is not going to be anywhere in this position in this fight because he's going to be on the other side of the map. But CY, as long as CY dies, they pretty much lose all damage output against the Faramis.
Looking for a dive, Tiger Wong, better airstrike, getting rid of NIX. And that is all they could afford, but it's good enough. Again, pressure on that bot side.
Again, Tiger Wong Esports so smart with all these pickoffs, and it's just so frustrating to deal with. And every single time they take a fight, they make sure they're not grouped up to allow this Faramis to do his own thing. But now, without anything to do,
Kelvin locked down, dashed away. They even used the call Ulta to keep him alive. Tiger Wong very happy with the result. Safro feels so much comfortable walking out forward. Conceal is used, instantly broken by Rinse. The presence of mind is there. Iron Hook almost connects to the NIX, but MHRLK has spent so much time down bot that they've lost all sort of control. They need the turtle, which means Safro gets free lane.
Oh, this is smart from MHRLK. They just completely ignore the bottom side, but at the same time, they prioritize turtle and also hoping to get a kill. However, bottom turret is pretty much gone from Tiger Wong Esports. Meanwhile, Beatrix is nowhere to be found in this fight, and the turtle is gone in the hands of MHRLK this time.
Kelvin steals it. I don't think Tiger Wong have enough to catch up. Forcing the flicker out of CJ. So at least MHRLK gets something in return, but they need that ball in control. Safro getting sniped from afar. NIX and Kelvin, they're both there. Safro using their ultimate. He took the man by Kelvin. Kelvin can beat him. And Danny Dorado locks down CY. Safro grabs 1 kill, and Kelvin suddenly finds himself all alone in the mercy of Tiger Wong. This is a disaster for MHRLK. Kelvin should be able to get out of this. Google Seishiro coming in for the pincer. Not getting the knock-up at least, but Tiger Wong still walks away with 2.
Oh, it's so unfortunate coming from Kelvin, considering that things went the way it went, because this is where the Lancelot is going to fall out in terms of overall damage. And on top of it all, Safro, he just got his DHS with his Inspire, allowing him to lifesteal his way around that fight. So it's just so unlucky. And once again, MHRLK has just in a situation where they need to group up, but Tiger Wong just choosing not to fight this at all every single time. And now with the hook coming in, oh my goodness.
NIX barely getting away. But Tiger Wong, they are very healthy to fight this with Googlen showing up. This guy got a very early Sky Garden helmet also. So I don't think MHRLK have enough damage to even chip through him. And Tiger Wong has so much control on this top side. Dowdy Dorado controlling that 1 brush means that if he gets this Iron Hook, it's going to be an instant execution. Call Alta, barely keeping CJ alive, but Safro is going in. Don't even need the Inspire, already on a killing spree. And he is just having the time of his life, getting a double kill up top. Tiger Wong will get this tier 2.
Oh my goodness, again, where's the damage? Tiger Wong Esports with a 5k net worth lead. They're just going to pop off. And as soon as I say this, 8 minutes in the game, Safro, he just got his 3rd item, a golden staff, corruptions and DHS. Perfect dream game for this gold laner. And now with the blade armor as well as the lightning trunket up on Rins, MHRLK, they are in for some serious burst pain coming from Tiger Wong Esports. And this is quite troublesome as well, because if you see, based on items as well, they are just so lacking in overall in all this fight. And this now, first Lord, gonna be in the hands of Tiger Wong. MHRLK, they're forcing a fight.
Again, another Iron Hook, now going for it in an accident, actually finds him. Can they at least steal the Lord away? Yes, they can! Kelvin saving his team for a while. Now they need to get out. Kelvin is the target, completely locked down. He is out of here, and Rexy continuing to zone out CY. Daiso pops the call Alta, but at least MHRLK gets the Lord.
Oh, they needed a way to cut their losses, and this is so smart of MHRLK Esports. Even though Tiger Wong Esports, they had the upper hand, Kelvin clutched it at the last moment. And this is going to buy them a little bit of breathing room. But for how long? Because now...
Daiso dragged back in, and Saffro is on a monster kill streak. Honestly,
my God.
Honestly, man, coming into this series, I did not expect Tiger Wong to come out the gate swinging with such a lead.
Oh my goodness, it's all about buying time. But in this case, with Dati those hooks, it's not happening anytime soon. Kelvin, he's trying his best to stall, but he's gonna get caught up.
A taunt onto Kelvin.
No!
Dati almost predicting that one. Tiger Wong won't able to do too much damage, but even without the Lord, they still get to break the last tier 2s. Overall, MHRLK, yeah, they buy a bit of time, but now it's back to square one.
I guess this is the best situation coming from MHRLK, right? But let's take a look at the predictions so far. For those of you guys voting at home, 87% MHRLK Esports. But considering how this game is going, Tiger Wong has the biggest margin lead representing from Indonesia. And it is going to be scary, my friend.
And Kelvin, he just lost his purple buff as well.
No.
Gugun's, his retribution happened on point this entire game. With like, what, 13 to 1, another iron hook! And look at Saffro. He's not inspired just yet. I don't think he needs it though. Feather airstrike out. Daiso, he's gonna get caught by the stun on the edge of Rexley. And he is out of here. Tiger Wong finding another kill. Almost an 8,000 goal advantage, 11 minutes in.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. MHRLK, they needed to set up a choke spot for that fight. Even with that, Tiger Wong Esports just understanding that they have the network lead. They know they have the damage output, and there's absolutely nothing that Faramis can do unless they're all separated. And so far, we haven't seen any of the Divine Judgment catches at all. And Tiger Wong, they will continue to take advantage of the Iron Hook. And that is exactly the game plan for Tiger Wong Esports. Pick them apart bit by bit, one by one, dissect them slowly but surely, eventually killing them is going to be the way to go for Tiger Wong Esports.
And Tiger Wong Esports have controlled the jungle so well. MHRLK can't even walk into their own jungle. Just now when we saw the net worth, Saffron is almost 3,000 gold ahead of CY, and he got his Winds of Nature. So if MHRLK wants to have any chance of taking out Saffron, I think it's going to be a tough call. Lord coming up in 10 seconds also, and MHRLK have no access to this side of the map.
Oh, they've learned their lesson. They're zoning off Kelvin. They know for a fact that Kelvin is going to try and steal this again, but this time, with a little bit of harassment coming from Saffrio, no more Lord steals, and Tiger Wong feeling a little bit more comfortable considering that the lanes are shoved into the base of MHRLK. So most likely this is pretty much a guaranteed Lord enhanced Tiger Wong Esports, and that is going to be the case coming in for them.
Whew, the cleanest game we've seen so far from Tiger Wong.
What?
And Kelvin just got completely sniped by Rins. They take the bot tier 1, but Tiger Wong, they're going to be able to grab an easy inhibitor as MHRLK struggles just trying to get that recall back. CY is going to be late to the party as well. Tiger Wong finding that initial crack in that MHRLK base.
My goodness, Dadi Dudedo's positioning has been spot on every single time. Every single time Kelvin tries to get a little bit angsty here, he is going to be there to zone him out. That's exactly what he's been doing. And so far, MHRLK making no attempt for the Divine Judgment plays at all to punish this. And this is quite worrisome. But with the Lord coming in, this might be it for MHRLK.
All the lanes are synchronized as well. Tiger Wong systematically working on the base. Mid inhibitor go down. Bottom is the last one to go. Tiger Wong looking for that final blow. Feather airstrike started off. CY force right back. Kelvin in the front line. But it's a tank lot, so it doesn't do much damage. Gugun station with a big taunt. Tiger Wong now with Saffril still pumping on the damage. Finally shut down by CY as Frizz gets one back, but MHRLK might be able to hold on as Gugun take out Daiso. Kelvin in the back line still alive, but he has no damage. Trying to buy time, actually finds Rins, and MHRLK hold on.
Oh, this is exactly what they want the entirety of the game, but this time it's not gonna happen. And finally, with a little bit of hope for MHRLK, they finally found an opportunity to do so. Because as of yet, Tiger Wong Esports, they understand that if they group up like this again, MHRLK is gonna get those kind of punishes. But as of yet, MHRLK, they are happy that they are still holding on. But the lead's still too far to actually continue here, because based on items here, you can see Tiger Wong Esports just so far ahead in terms of itemizations, whereas MHRLK Esports is just so far behind. They've only got 2 item power spikes on this Grok. And we need that big wall charge wombo combo to actually chunk through the armors of Tiger Wong Esports and allowing this V-Trix to completely shred through the tanks. But at what stage can they do that? Because as of yet, Tiger Wong still in a very, very big lead. Third lot is going to be the most important one for the MHRLK, and they need to be able to snipe it or get a couple of crucial kills. In this case, Saffron needs to go down once again if they want to win this fight.
At least MHRLK now knows that Tiger Wong not invincible, right? We talked about them needing to get rid of Saffron when he was so far ahead, and they were able to do it. NIX finally committing to that Flicker Divine Judgment that you've been looking for. They need to do it again. Flicker coming back up, NIX will have another opportunity to save his team. But Tiger Wong, this time, are not going to be sticking together. You have Saffron in one lane, and Daddy Durido is going to be protecting him. Any Iron Hook will result in a kill, but that one misses. Lord now has spawned.
Yeah, we've reached to a stage where they can't necessarily go for this dual combo pick-off compensation from Tiger Wong Esports. They need to force a 5-man fight, and that's exactly what MHRLK Esports is doing. But with the minions shoved up bottom as well, the Lord is going to be taken down from side of Tiger Wong Esports. They are going to try and bait this situation, but MHRLK, they're starting off with conceal plays.
Very important, Daddy Durido with that ultimate instantly disintegrate thanks to CY. Google Station 4-man taunt! And Riz now goes to work. They've gotten rid of Saffron once more. MHRLK once more finding the right place, but this time they lost CY. Kelvin is the next one to put his name on the board. Rexley Canovan blocked up by the wall, and this is just a fantastic comeback for MHRLK. Google Station, the messenger of Tiger Wong, revives with the immortality only to go down once more. MHRLK holding on to this game.
Beautiful, beautiful catch coming from MHRLK Esports. A very, very desperate attempt, but it worked out in their favor. And once again, Tiger Wong Esports, they need to realize they cannot challenge a 5v5 fight, because that's exactly what MHRLK Esports wants. And now, with this play coming in, MHRLK, they finally got the Lord, and this is going to give them a little bit of hope to come back in this game. But speaking of comebacks, this is by far one of the biggest comebacks we've seen so far in SPS. With a 8k deficit, they're able to turn the tides, and now Tiger Wong Esports, they cannot afford to make any more mistakes. And as of yet, CY is taught of the net worth charge right after this engagement.
2 minutes earlier. And in both fights, Saffron didn't even get his Inspire off, because MHRLK was able to grab him and really take advantage of the fact that he is pretty vulnerable without that flicker. Now they just gotta do it one more time. And Tiger Wong, whatever lead that they built up, that has slipped away. We are now on an even ground for both teams.
Yeah, they cannot afford to make more mistakes here. Tiger Wong, they've been doing so well in the early stage game. It's all about pickoffs, and now MHRLK finally getting the opportunity to group up. And that's exactly going to help them as well. But as you can see, they're just taunting Tiger Wong. But they know that they can see them, but the conceal plays once again. They're looking for the catch on Saffron, but seems like they will give up.
Yeah, NIX just finally finding his own pressure on the map. Bottom inhibitor protected, top tier 2 lost to MHRLK. Silver lining for Tiger Wong, all the inhibitors are still standing. They can still mount that defense, but it does give way to CJ to push in the bottom lane again. Tiger Wong, gotta be really careful as Saffron gets sniped from afar. That's half of his health bar gone as well.
Oh, the big hook coming from Daddy Durido is what is going to save the day. In this case, he needs to catch on Daiso before he pops the Count Altar. In that case, it is going to be very, very difficult to do so. But as of yet, MHRLK, they will respect this. They will be satisfied with one inhibitor, but this time, they need to play this safe once again. Tiger Wong Esports needs to find an opportunity to go for this 1v1 pickoffs, whereas MHRLK, they need to group up as 5, but to what stage? Because as of yet, the biggest damage dealer is still going to be CJ and CY. CJ being the debuffer from the team, and CY being the finisher coming in from this composition. So in terms of overall damage, you can see Saffron is going to be top of the charts coming from Tiger Wong Esports, but Daiso keeping a fair chance of damage as well, even though Farm is arguably one of the most difficult to dish out damage. But if you're grouped up as 5, his first kill is going to spec a lot of damage, and that's exactly what MHRLK is hoping for against Tiger Wong Esports.
Yeah, Tiger Wong needs to be very, very cautious. You can't let Saffron get caught like that again. And the fact that this Kaja now has an immortality, diving to the backline is merely an option for MHRLK. They are not worried at all. Losing NIX, they have so many ways to do so. And I think Tiger Wong's esports, their time slowly running out. This last Lord will decide everything for them.
Oh boy, good. Now, gonna be baiting out a little bit more. MHRLK, they haven't had any information where Sephiroth is. Lord is gonna be on the bottom side in control of Tiger Wong Esports. But top side, there is a lane shoved up by Kelvin, potentially looking for the backdoor potential. But seems like it's not gonna be the case. Tiger Wong Esports, they are gonna quickly start things off with the Lord. Conceal gonna be ready for now, and it is gonna happen.
And MHRLK looking for that final blow. Guggen able to get out with the dash. They do stop the Lord attempt from Tiger Wong Esports. The dance now begins. Daddy Duedo missing the Iron Hook. A bit more room for MHRLK. Kelvin, he is confident enough to stand in front of Tiger Wong.
It's all about the waiting game. Tiger Wong Esports, they know they have the individual advantage, so they don't really need to clear the lanes. All they gotta do is just wait out the lanes and hope MHRLK goes back for the defense. And as of yet, they're still waiting for the right moment. Half HP on the Lord, and MHRLK, they don't really want to give up too much of the Lord control, but they eventually have to just because of the minute shoving in. But little they know, they are sending up CY up top. As soon as CY shows his face up top, Tiger Wong is going to immediately dive in this fight, but seems like the recall comes in. It's got to be a close match.
And they need CY. The Lord still aggro. Kelvin making sure it doesn't reset. Tiger Wong ready to pounce. The Lord dropping incredibly low. The Iron Hook misses. This is an opening for MHRLK. Rexy straight to the back line. Gets a stun on CY. They've broken the battle lines on MHRLK, but the Lord still very low. Kelvin's doing the fight. Can Kelvin get it? No, he does not. Guggen gets the Lord, but MHRLK finds 2 kills. Rins and Rexley both are gone. Sephiroth is still standing for Tiger Wong though. They still have that gold laner alive and they have the Lord in their favor.
Oh, what a risky gamble coming from Tiger Wong Esports. You see, Rexley was almost able to threaten CY all by himself, but the rest of MHRLK, they had to pick their poison. Protect CY or lose the Lord. In this case, they lost the Lord and protected CY. And that's going to be a difficult one because as of yet, they have the numbers of advantage. 21 minutes in the game means on the sidelines, minimum of 40 seconds. This is going to be the potential come around. But do they have the minutes here? Because as of yet, Tiger Wong Esports, they do have to wait for you to challenge this. And they are going to try and throw bodies for this defense.
MHRLK will get them an inhibitor, no problem. And they're not gonna push it too far. They have a base to defend. But we're getting to a stage where all teams will have a bare base. And Tiger Wong, they only have that top inhibitor standing, and that one isn't healthy either. First match of the day, Terrence. We get 22 minutes in. 4th Lord inbound. And no end in sight. MHRLK in the lead this time.
Oh, it's going to be so very close as well. Everyone from Tiger Wong is pretty much max items as well. A little bit of graphic interface issues right there, but it's all good because right now we've come to the stage where items don't really matter. It all comes down to those immortalities, those winter trunking swaps coming from both sides. And so far, from the side of Tiger Wong Esports, they do have those immortalities, but it's all being chipped away. And MHRLK again waiting for the right moment to strike. And Tiger Wong Esports, they can't necessarily dive the back lines like this. The idea of Rexy zoning the back lines is smart, but the Franco can't necessarily do what it's needed to do. Whereas NIX has so much more coming from MHRLK to threaten the backlines with the divine judgment. So as of yet, it is going to be a little bit difficult for Tiger Wong Esports to do exactly what MHRLK is doing. And MHRLK is just a little bit safer now, especially now when those late game end game scenarios where everyone's just full items. So they do have more room to work with a very simple clear direction. Cut the backlines, pull one, get a kill.
And we also reached a stage where the call altar brings so much value to MHRLK. And in these long fights, I don't think Tiger Wong can outlast MHRLK. Just look at the jungle matchup, right? You have Kelvin on this land slot. He's always going to be able to dish out more damage in the long run. Tiger Wong playing the guessing game right now. They're expecting MHRLK to shove their top wave, but MHRLK, they're all at the bottom side of the map. So Tiger Wong guessing wrong means that they gave away control of the Lord.
Yeah, it's all about those rat strategies, and MHRLK is looking to potentially do that. Likewise can be said for Tiger Wong Esports. But I like how both teams just playing this extremely slow, extremely patient as well. 23 minutes again, the Luminous Lord even difficult to kill here. 67,000 HP. But at this stage of the game, it is going to be a long while. It all comes down to a potential fight where Tiger Wong needs to get a clear kill before they actually dive the Lord. And as you can see, they're making an attempt with Daddy Duedo, getting a lot of control, but they don't see any movements coming from MHRLK. But the concealed plays coming from MHRLK. Look at this. Behind, NIX.
Sephiroth Okay, be careful. They're gonna cancel the attempt on the Lord. Gugun already chipped out so low. Rexley once more to the back line. And now this is where Saffron needs to go huge. The wall charge stops him. Saffron needs to attack. The Inspire damage coming right through. Dalido will lose their immortality. But look at MHRLK. They are also healthy. They just got rinsed. 1 minute in the grave for this Farsa. Rexley and Gugun, they are not healthy. Dalido as well. Only Saffron is full health, but his teammates cannot help him. And MHRLK, they might as well have secured this Lord.
Oh, what a clutch play coming from Daiso as well. They knew for the fact that Gugun is trying to set up for the Appraiser's wrap. As soon as he makes the play, boom, drops the counter altar, saves and negates most of the damage. And as of yet, Tiger Wong, they have no choice but to force the fight. And the Lord, whoa, it be in the hands of MHRLK. They play it safe.
For the Iron Hook onto NIS. Can they get him now? Yes, they can. Saffron getting the job done. And now Rexy back in the fight with that ultimate. Kelvin trying to keep his team alive and able to get everyone out. Lord in favor of MHRLK. Tiger Wong now needs to defend their base.
Oh, what a risky play coming from Tiger Wong Esports, but still, MHRLK, I was expecting them to go completely ham on Tiger Wong Esports, but considering that they don't really have the secondary count altar for that fight, they just played it extremely safe. So Tiger Wong, beautiful defense for now. It is going to be another stalemate, but slowly but surely, this Lord, even more difficult to play against, as you can see how long it takes for Tiger Wong Esports to even clear the Lord, if you think about it.
This is what? Lord number 6 of the game? Or the next one? I think it's the 6th one?
It is the 6th one.
Yeah, the 6th Lord. Goodness me. We have come a long, long way in this game. 26 minutes. And we still haven't seen the end. This is quality. This is definitely worthy of a lower bracket. And of all teams, you know, to have MHRLK against Tiger Wong and we get a game like this to kick off the evening, it is impressive to say the least. But Saffron, again, we need to see more of him. Kelvin playing a dangerous game. The rest of MHRLK are around. They use the conceal as well. Tiger Wong, they are split up. Dalido, you gotta keep Saffron alive. They found him. Saffron dragged back by NIX. Right into the jaws of MHRLK. He comes back second life. He is popped, and MHRLK looking to complete one of the most amazing comebacks we've seen in Mobile Legends. Bang, bang, and I think they have just done it. Riz completely zoned up by Kelvin, tries to fly away. The rest of his team cannot help him. MHRLK with 3 kills and are ready to storm the base.
Oh, well done coming from MHRLK Esports here. Patience finally pays off. But at this stage of the game, with 50 seconds on the sidelines for Gugun as well as Saffron, MHRLK is pretty much it. But at the same time, Riz doing his job here. Feather Astra clears the minutes, drops Kelvin low enough. And they don't have the range to defend. They don't have the range to attack the base, and see why. Being the only range damage dealer to poke at the turret, MHRLK, they can't even jeopardize this at all. And it is going to be the reset once again from Tiger Wong Esports.
No minion wave for MHRLK to continue the push. And that means that we are looking at the 6th Lord fight.
Oh my
to potentially
God.
conclude this game. And every time we get to that juncture, Terrence, we get the reset again. Everyone is max items. That has been the reality a couple minutes ago. 28 minutes in. The longest game we had so far, I believe.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the longest as well, as Tiger Wong Esports gave away one of the hugest lead. And currently, MHRLK, biggest full swing with 10k lead. But at this stage of the game, it's all about those swaps. It's all about those rock potions, power potions that turns the tide of view. In this case, Tiger Wong Esports, they have been swapping items here, guaranteeing for this immortality. And this time, this Lord is going to be 78,000 HP. It's even thicker than before, and whoever gets it is going to have the biggest lead of their life. And as of yet, MHRLK already in position to contest this. The minions waves are shoved off 50-50s. Tiger Wong, they need to threaten this to a stalemate for the minions to help them. And as of yet, down to the final 3 bars. Gugun in a very awkward position to fight this. They are looking for this conceal plays, and pay attention to Dalido. Looking for this hook. Who's he gotta be? He's gotta hook Kelvin, but it's gonna be tough.
They're keeping the Lord aggro. Saffron needs to be careful. He has no immortality, and there's Flicker on NIX, and Rexley, the first one to get dragged back. Suppressed once more with the Trunket to buy time. Kelvin to the back line. Saffron needs to go big. Another wall charge from CJ. He has found Saffron. And a swing on the totem is all that he needs. MHRLK with absolute patience in this game 1. have definitely found that window to come right back. No one from Tiger Wong is able to stop them. Daddy Duredo is the 4th to go, and CJ slams that godlike streak in his face. MHRLK have gotten this in the bag.
What a clutch coming from CJ as soon as they grouped up 4-man wall charge with the amount of damage on this Grok. Tiger Wong just couldn't sustain it at all. And this is exactly what they needed to make a comeback. And just like that, MHRLK, they're closing up the base. Gugun is there. It's over. It's going to be done. And MHRLK pulls one of the biggest comeback in the history of SBS. And this is going to be game 1 potentially, but it is not over yet. But yes, it is going to be game, and Tiger Wong can do absolutely nothing about this.
Game that will leave you absolutely speechless by the end of it. 28 minutes, 6 Lords, and one of the most amazing comebacks ever witnessed in the Mobile Legends history. And we get to witness it. We get to commentate this in this lower bracket round 4. MHRLK, the favorites, but definitely we didn't expect it to pan out this way. Definitely not a comeback against a team like Tiger Wong.
My goodness, the amount of damage that's going to be dishing out in this game, and MHRLK just coming out on top big time. But in case you missed out on the highlights on how things actually break down, Tiger Wong Esports, they were dominating in the early stage of the game and playing a lot of macro decisions where they go for pickoffs after pickoffs, isolating fights against MHRLK, which is pretty much what is the strength of MHRLK. Grouping up as 5, united, they will dominate. In this case, MHRLK was able to finally group up, and this is where Tiger Wong Esports starts to fumble and fall apart in terms of their overall damage output. Arguably, Safri was pretty much the biggest core coming in from Tiger Wong Esports, but eventually MHRLK just said that, you know what, as long as we shut down Safri, there's no damage going to be dished out from MHRLK. And even here in the final moments as well, where Tiger Wong Esports, when they grouped up, one big wall charge comes in, and every single one from MHRLK is pretty much scrambling to go for pickoffs, and there was nothing really Tiger Wong Esports could have done.
Yeah, this is just a fantastic display of MHRLK, the teamfight prowess, the target prioritizations. You know, you were looking for NIX to get a good divine judgment. Can they get to Safri? And they pulled off one of the most impressive base defense, one of the most impressive comebacks, one of the most impressive Lord steals, and CJ showing up big time in the final fight of this game. 28 minutes in, 2 consecutive flicker wall charge in 2 big fights that really made Safri's life miserable. Didn't get to use his Inspire at all, didn't get to put that immortality into good use, and despite all the procedures put in by Tiger Wong to keep this Melissa safe, he was never safe.
My goodness, I'm curious to see how many lords here. Okay, it was a total of 5 lords in total here. Tiger Wong getting 2, MHRLK getting 3. Meanwhile, the goal here is going to be favoring on towards MHRLK side, obviously here, but at the same time, this is a huge lead. If you think about it here, Tiger Wong Esports, they were leading by about 8,000 gold at the start of the game from minute 1 all the way to 12-minute mark. Once we hit the late game potential where MHRLK was able to make a comeback, they were taking the lead, they're slowly edging away, and even in this stage of the game, it was a 14k network beat. It doesn't really matter when you're all full slotted, but it matters when you are looking for those immortality winter trunket swaps or consistency of rock potions. And this is where every single time Tiger Wong Esports tries to contest, they are going to lose out in those overall damage output. This is where I think Grok shines the most with those power potions, right? But in terms of overall damage here, Safri definitely still hitting the most amount of damage. The most amount of damage taken is going to be Gugun, but the most highest gold per minute is going to be Kelvin, which is surprising if you think about it.
Honestly, this is also a game where, you know, we came into this looking at both the gold laners. We were looking at Safri and CY to be the highlights, but at the end of the day, I would say it's a battle between the Roamers. It was a battle between CJ, well, it was not CJ, but it was a battle between, I believe, the Kaja and the Grok.
Yep.
NIX against Daddy Duredo. I think NIX just really came online when they needed him the most and got those crucial picks, those daring flicker divine judgments, always catching Safri and allowing his team to get that advantage.
You know, it's funny how NIX was, he died pretty much 4 to 5 times before the first 10-minute mark, and after that, he pretty much never died again.
Oh, yes.
And every single time he goes for a fight, he goes for a pull, and ever since he actually got this fleeting time, this is where Kaja shines the most. And interesting enough, there was a fix on towards fleeting time being a small bug, recently buffed back reworked into the previous patch's fleeting time. So it is going to be all good on the Kaja pickup if you're going for it. But the MVP of the match from MHRLK Esports, it is going to be none other than Daiso on those Faramis with a kill participation of 100%. His count outer has been spot on time and time again. And for him to dish out 120,000 damage overall, this is a force to be reckoned with.
The fact that they were able to bring it so late into that late game, Daiso finally being able to put that call ultimate to good use. It was a bit concerning early on when he was preemptively using the ultimate to keep his team alive, but when it pays off big time when you see how Tiger Wong just did not have enough output to deal with Daiso, to deal with the rest of MHRLK Esports team. It's just a fantastic game one to start on this lower bracket series, and you wouldn't have been able to witness this. We wouldn't be able to commentate this without our amazing partner over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they gave us an amazing platform, they gave the players an amazing stage to showcase what they're made of, and we just witnessed one of the best games in Mobile Legends history.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, predictions are on the line. In this case, tournament lives from both sides are at jeopardy. In this case, MHRLK 1 game ahead, whereas Tiger Wong Esports 1 game from getting eliminated from a chance for that $20,000. So as of yet, there is a lot of rethinking and redrafting and maybe even re-strategizing coming from them. But as of yet, we also like to shout out our amazing sponsor, Samsung, where you can actually take a very, very good opportunity to share your epic moments and level up your gameplay with the Galaxy S23 Ultra, where it matters most, because in this case, it's all about executing those amazing gameplays.
Yeah. We talk about having the best device, the best microchip to power out your gameplay, but if you want to power up yourself before you jump into the game, check out Monster Energy and unleash the beast within you at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. But if you feel like that isn't enough, you want to power up your characters, your cosmetics, you want to get the best deals for your diamond top-ups in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, well, we have just the pit stop for you at www.kachishop.com with great deals and game top-ups.
Yep, now's the best time to actually top up as well, especially when you're looking for those collector skins. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? As also preparing yourself for the brand new Rafaela skin as well, even though it's going to be free, but it's never too late to actually start stocking up those diamonds, especially when those sweet deals to get you through for the next skins. In this case, I'm looking forward for the brand new collector skins, baby.
Yeah, we have an amazing collaboration coming up. I'm
How'd you know?
How do I know? It was announced publicly. Well,
okay.
Even how did I know? It was all over the internet.
I'm looking
very exciting. So I was able to check out. I recently got into kind of the fandom, and I find it very, very, something that I anticipate a lot. And I was also able to check out the S23 Ultra last week, put my hands on it. I can say that it's also one of the most amazing devices I've ever laid my hands on.
Damn. But at the same time, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break is where things are going to be down and dirty. Will Tiger Wong Esports actually going to be making a comeback? But before this break, there are things that I actually want to talk about for MHRLK Esports, because, it's funny enough considering that at the start of the game, Tiger Wong Esports, they were closing out the game.
Oh yeah,
but because of you guys watching at home, giving those energy to predict down in the comment section, it came out a prediction segment, 80% MHRLK was going to win, even though they were losing racks, they were losing inhibitors, they were just losing in every single front. But with you guys voting and supporting, giving the energy to your team, MHRLK was able to rise back, man. This feels like with the power of love and unity, anything can happen kind of situation.
Oh yeah, and it really shows like how experienced MHRLK is as a team, right? We came into this series, we talked about Tiger Wong Esports. If we give them the lead, they are going to push it as far as possible, but they cannot let their foot off the gas, and they did it. MHRLK keeping their cool, performing 2 base defenses in a row, and here they are in game number 2's drafting phase, 1 game away from knocking Tiger Wong Esports out of the tournament.
You know what's really funny as well? We are going to be pranking you guys. We are not taking a break. We're going into game 2's draft,
You can't take
baby.
a break after a game like game 1.
It's got to be heated. It's got to be close. It's got to be pummeled. And generally, I feel bad for Tiger Wong Esports, bro. Woo. No break to think. No break to figure out the strategy. You've got to go into the game. I hope their mental health, their morale are pretty much intact, because as of yet, after taking a beating like that from MHRLK Esports, bro, that's
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you out here, right? Since your prediction is Tiger Wong, they have been in this position before. You know, they have played full series.
You know, they are pretty much the only team has played the most amount of games out of every single team because of how many 2-1s they have.
Yeah, exactly. So
But
they have been here before. They have been here before.
Considering this game,
I don't
I don't think it's gonna be a 2-1 game for Tiger Wong Esports anymore because, like, logically speaking, I've never seen anyone come back from a tilt like that.
We'll find out. I mean,
Like, I've never seen anyone come back from a tilt after one game.
I have seen that example before.
Okay, if you're talking about a professional grand finals game where a best of 5 series, you're ahead for 2-0. Not gonna mention which game. You roughly know what it is.
Yeah.
I'll give you the team names. Fnatic, right? You're ahead 2-0, lost 2 games in a row. Game 5, oh no, almost lose the first half. Second half, make a comeback. Yeah, you need to have like a long period to actually bounce back. But this is where I just lost one game. It's rare to see people bounce back after taking a huge lead like this. And even though I'm hoping, and I mean I'm hoping Tiger Wong Esports comes back with this win, but it's really hard after that kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, 15 minutes lead, completely overcame by MHRLK.
One team fight.
But we did see, you know, a difference, a shift in the advance. Tiger Wong Esports, this time they take out the farmers. Not gonna give Daiso another chance to run this hero, which when we get to the late game was a big menace. I would say for Tiger Wong, they had a great game 1. They just were not able to close it out. Maybe to them the problem was the farmers.
I definitely agree as well. There is a little bit of interface where Faramis has problems for other heroes to target Faramis in terms of marking heroes, right? So I guess that's the reason why they don't really want to deal with it as well. And if you considering that Tiger Wong Esports, they had multiple instances where they have a melee composition. When they grouped up, they tried to disengage. The Shadow Stampede was able to pull them back, and it's not exactly easy to actually dodge that, you know. If you're right in the face, Faramis is just going to time it accordingly. And that was one of the biggest disruption that Tiger Wong Esports was facing in a 5v5. Individual fights, Tiger Wong Esports, they're okay. But as soon as when the fights start to shape into a 5v5 where they're all grouped up, that is where MHRLK was able to excel, and that's a big problem for them. But now, it was this bans here. Final ban coming in from Tiger Wong Esports. Do they ban the R-Lot and secure the Fredrin again?
I think in this case, banning the R-Lot isn't too bad of a choice for Tiger Wong, right? Because they are on that red side again. So no side swaps for both teams. Tiger Wong more comfortable having being the team that responds to MHRLK. And the opening in game 1 was also something that we don't see often, right? They instantly pick up both the Melissa and the Farsa in game 1. But like you call it out, the R-Lot gets banned.
It is going to be the case. But I generally feel bad for Tiger Wong Esports because based on game 1's draft, the integration here was that they actually banned the Yves instead of Faramis.
Oh, yes.
And if that game, let's say their final pick was a mage, right? Let's say they didn't pick the Farsa. Yves would have been a big contribution to deal with the Cloud Altar instead of the Farsa. But if you go for that composition, you're not necessarily going to get the early lead that we kind of saw being played by Rins coming from Tiger Wong Esports. So I guess, and I just guess, that now maybe with the Yves up and open as well, MHRLK Esports might consider taking it. Maybe even first picking the Fredrin to deny it from Google. But so far, I think they're pulling something new. The 1-1, even though it was not bad in game 1, it wasn't necessarily picked as well. This time, they're going to open things up with a 1-1.
Yeah, and it's a hero that you said that has received some of that nerf.
Very, very
now
huge
you
nerf
have
too.
to go for the boots.
Yeah.
We'll see what MHRLK has in store, because I genuinely have always been wanting to see 1-1. We don't get to see her often because she was perma-banned, and now you get to kind of see her in a better spot, I guess.
It's broken considering that last time, 1-1's movement speed was pretty much a multiplier of your like a big, huge movement speed boost, rather than the total movement speed percentage plus 100%, right?
Yeah.
But recently we had a little bit of a talk, I think, shout out to Hororo-chan, who was making a content about this as well, that if you don't go for shoes, you're not going to get that additional 100% increase of movement speed buff. And even if you go for the 100% movement speed buff with shoes, based on the calculation in the game itself, it doesn't translate to a full 100%. It was pretty much like 90-ish% rather than the full 100%. So without those shoes, you're not going to be able to that crazy crossbow tanks that gives you that mobility to catch up with players. And with the reduced range on it, I'm generally worried for MHRLK Esports now.
they're gonna grab the Farsa and the Lancelot at the same time. I guess you do give Tiger Wong Esports some targets to go with the Kaja, but here we go, the Phobius. One of the most direct answers to a 1-1. We've seen this before, honestly, in the Open Finals, but that was a game where Phobius was not able to do too much. Surprisingly, see if this time it's going to be different.
You know, I genuinely feel bad. Like, imagine if Daddy Doodoo had a Kufra pickup against the Lancelot. Maybe, and just maybe, it would have been a little bit better. But as of now, they are going to try and deny comfort picks coming from MHRLK Esports, and I like that they're respect banning all the heroes coming from MHRLK Esports, and it is a fact how annoying CJ was with his Grok. He was able to threaten the backlines, he was able to zone out properly, even though he's not the frontline tank with those guardian barriers, and I like this pick adaptation coming from Tiger Wong Esports. But the problem here is, can MHRLK Esports execute the same composition? Because considering how early game was in Tiger Wong Esports territory from game number 1, game number 2, it feels like Tiger Wong Esports is banging on the fact that we are going to dominate the early game. We don't want you to track this in the later stage of the game, and that's exactly where MHRLK will shine the most with this Lancelot.
And MHRLK, they are starting to get rid of the goal laner, right? Ending out the Melissa, thinking maybe a Beatrix or Carry to come next, shut down a Saphriel. They are also still looking for that XP laner for themselves, and without the Grok, I think we're going to see a more standard XP matchup. We saw the Lapu in the previous game for Tiger Wong, but in this game, a part of me feels like Yuzong isn't too bad of a choice for MHRLK.
Yeah, it feels like it is a pretty okay draft as well. Most likely this Phobia is going to be on the XP lane for Tiger Wong Esports, right? So there are not a lot of good heroes. Sorry, there are actually a lot of good matchups against Phobias, right? Like, I think, what was it called again? What's Gideon's favorite hero again? Oh my goodness. Terisla.
Terisla,
yeah. Terisla being played on XP lane is a pretty decent one to actually match against it as well. But Esmeralda, with the recent patch updates as well, it allows Esmeralda to play a little bit more auto attack, which also benefits from the shields coming from Phobias. So I like that MHRLK was able to adapt this, but this forces Tiger Wong Esports to be in an awkward position. You want the Phobias to counter 1-1, but at the same time, he's being countered by the Esmeralda. So Tiger Wong has a composition where it's all in or nothing situation.
And for Tiger Wong, you have those direct counters per se, but you look at the bigger picture. Who do you grab as a Kaja, right? It is, I think, so much more difficult compared to last game, where you have a clear target to go for. 1-1 does have the tools to get rid of that Divine Judgment, and on top of that, now you have multiple targets leaping towards that backline. Eve isn't necessarily safe from MHRLK.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit difficult as well, because it feels like Tiger Wong Esports, they are forcing desperation plays, and now with the Ling on this final pick, this is where it allows Tiger Wong Esports to get a little bit more split push potential. But all in all, once again, I am liking MHRLK Esports a little bit better, even though Tiger Wong Esports has a very, very difficult task, because as of yet, they have a very, very risky composition. And hopefully, based on game 1, they're able to isolate fights again. It is going to be swinging in their favor.
Yeah, in game number 1, they had the tools to really get that big lead that allowed them to even keep MHRLK in the base. But I think at the start of this draft, you did mention that Tiger Wong, with this iteration, it's going to be harder for them to have that lead, especially when we talk about the lack of a Farsa and then pivoting towards the Eve. The win condition feels a bit more different for Tiger Wong.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very different as well, and hopefully they were able to find back their tournament lives, because as of yet, this is their elimination match. 1 game away from being eliminated from the tournament, and MHRLK 1 game from advancing to the lower brackets. And without further ado, this is MHRLK Esports going up against Tiger Wong Esports, game number 2, Philippines versus Indonesia.
Talk about Philippines having a great opportunity to thin down the numbers of Indonesian teams in the tournament. And I mean, game 1 is going to go into the history books for sure. And if MHRLK can close this out, we can confidently say that we got to commentate one of the best series in this entire tournament. And it's not even the grand finals yet. We are still at top 8.
Oh, this is tough. This is indeed tough here. But as of yet, MHRLK Esports, they only have 1 game plan, which is pretty much early game. If they can slow down Gugun's farm, deny some of this purple buff, it's all good, because a Link without a purple buff is just a useless flying squirrel. In this case, Tiger Wong Esports, It's not going to be playing the squirrel much. It is going to be the flying tiger. In this case, it is going to be grounded later soon. But in this case, MHRLK already in position to try and protect the gold lane. And so far, we don't see a lot of engagements as well. But bottom side, we do see a couple skirmishes. But Gugun, he might be actually losing his jungle objectives. Kelvin is looking to threaten this.
Oh, Gugun. Barely surviving that. Kelvin just putting immense pressure. And this is a game where we also kind of see that lane swap, right? Both the gold laners are on the top side as well. So both MHRLK and Tiger Wong making that necessary adjustment. And those early rotations so far not really putting too much pressure on the gold laners. And I guess if you're Saffron and you're running the sprint, you're not too worried about this CY11 in the early stage. Saffron's gonna have a very comfortable laning phase.
It's all about those wombo combos. If Saffron is able to pop off the back lines, and that's exactly these, right? Blazing duel against CY and Daiso is going to be the winning factor. In this case, MHRLK already in position to start things off with this turtle, and Tiger Wong not in position as well. They're waiting for the purple buff for the link to come in. Gugun needs to join the fight, but they are going to burn it down.
And the turtle goes over thanks to Kelvin. MHRLK, can they get NAX out? It's Gugun on top of him. That's first blood for the Phobius. Tiger Wong at least getting something in return.
Oh boy, they waited too long, but that's the thing about Ling. Ling without purple buff can't exactly get hit too early in towards the turtle. And MHRLK, they understand those timings, start things early, get the advantage, and then try and challenge the fight. And because of this, they get one kill. But with the turtle buff denied from Gugun, he's not going to be able to snowball or get potential kills, taking advantage of those true damage and buffs from this turtle buff. And this is going to give a little bit more space and room for MHRLK to drag this out even longer for this 1-1.
All things considered, Tiger Wong Esports does have a composition which, despite having different win conditions, they do have amazing AoE control. Real-world manipulation, you have Blazing Duet, you have the Ling Ultimate. Oh, Gugun wants to go for the purple buff. Actually, I think found it. Use the Tempest of Blade, trying to find a way out. The better airstrike clips it on the edge. Doesn't matter if he gets the purple buff, he still goes down.
Oh, greedy plays coming from him. You can see the desperation coming in for him to make a play. And with this being said, MHRLK was able to capitalize on this. And with that play coming in, it's going to completely slow down the entire momentum that Tiger Wong Esports needs to bring to the table. And MHRLK, they're happy with this because right now, they are going to force a fight.
And do they though, getting pulled back as well. CY trying to put some pressure on the turret, but it's going to be a tough task. Bit outranged by Saffro. MHRLK not able to find that kill.
A little bit of salvaging point, right? Coming down to he throws his body for you here, making sure that they don't have the tools to actually punish Saffro. Because as of yet, the saving grace from Tiger Wong Esports is Saffro eventually coming back into the game. Right now, you can see that across the map, Gugun is trying to play a little bit of across map plays, but at the same time, MHRLK, they're not taking advantage of all this momentum here. Second turtle up for grabs, and I don't think Tiger Wong wants this, but at the same time, they're throwing bodies for this. And MHRLK, they're all grouping up as 5.
Prince forced the flicker out also. Rexy getting a good timing for the Clock of Destiny. Turtle dropping low. Gugun waiting for the opportunity to go in for the steal. It's a try, but Kelvin once more. Good on the retribution. Gugun pops that ultimate. Real Woman Collision is dead. A lot of control. Rexy in the front line. 93. No flickers for the drag. Tries to kidnap Daiso. Gets him to flicker away. And CJ now in the midst of things. But it's Gugun winning that fight. Taking out Esmeralda. Tiger Wong winning these skirmishes. And again walks away with a kill.
Oh, that should not have happened. Tiger Wong Esports, they knew for a fact that they shouldn't be taking this fight, but at the same time, as soon as MHRLK set up CY up top, they chose to dive a 4v4, and because of this, MHRLK could have won the fight, but without the 1-1 in play, they were pretty much completely in shambles, zoned out by a Phobius. And now Tiger Wong Esports has a little bit of breathing room for this Link to actually make a play. And as you can see, based on the items as well, he's close to his next Berserker Fury. In this case, once that is up, this is where he's going to try and threaten the Farsa's life a little bit more. Daiso needs to be a little bit more careful with his position for MHRLK.
Yeah, and unlike game number 1, Tiger Wong Esports, they didn't get the initial 2 turtles. So MHRLK, they do feel a bit of that relief. Saffron once more getting one of the best possible games in this gold lane, just uncontested from the beginning.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need as well for Tiger Wong Esports. Despite the blunders coming from Gugun, he was able to salvage it a little bit more. But as of yet, he's level 9, and Kelvin is also mirrored to level 9. And I was expecting a little bit more. But as of yet, let's take a look at the gold earned so far. CY is top of the net worth alongside with Safrio. And CY topping up a little bit in the upper edge. And as of yet, he's not going for shoes once again. This is a big problem for MHRLK Esports if you think about it. The recent change comes in stating that without shoes, 1-1's crossbow tanks won't be able to play catch-up as we expect from before. So this will eventually bite him in the butt if he doesn't buy those shoes.
I think it is. Do you feel like it is just MHRLK feeling very comfortable that they're going to run the same kind of draft front to back so there's no need for one to play matchup?
I don't know, but with this fight coming in, Tiger Wong.
Try again, better airstrike use. Rexley just trying to reset that ultimate front, back, and center, having a shield to keep him alive. They're gonna flicker in, Daiso trying to go for the kidnap. Actually drags Daiso as he's trying to fly away mid-air. They swat him out of the skies. Daiso! Are you kidding me? They're still alive. Kelvin even gets the turtle in the meantime. And Vince goes down to CY. Rexley in no man's land. Google Station dropping low, executed by Kelvin. MHRLK somehow wins that fight, and Rexley, he is not getting out of this for sure. And Calvin will get a free kill.
Oh my goodness, the sacrificial play coming in from Rexley. He knows he was out of position, doesn't want to give the kill to Kelvin, rather give it to the roamer, and that is gonna be a good comeback coming from MHRLK Esports. Great outplay coming from Daiso, but Tiger Wong Esports, they overextended and did not sync up with Daddy Do at all, and because of this, CJ was able to completely shack through all those shields, and eventually CJ is going to be once again a big problem for Tiger Wong Esports to deal with this Esmeralda. They've got solutions for CY, they've got solutions for Kelvin, but where's the solution for CJ?
I mean, CY, he solo killed the Eve off screen as well. So we were starting to see that bit of that build up for MHRLK. 3 turtles, all in their favor. And Daiso, he even committed a flicker for the far side, and Daiso somehow was able to fly away. MHRLK now turning their attention onto Safrio. They need back up quickly. Better airstrike to start it off. Safrio with the blazing duet, buying a bit of space. They get the kidnap. This time Daiso will not make it out alive. Rexley is there with that ultimate. The 4-bit going for the reset. NIX the next on the list. But Rexley is just going to commit for it. What an absolute madland, Rexley. You cannot do it. Finally taken down by CY. And Daddy Dudedo, next target for this 1-1. Force the flicker.
What were you thinking, Rexley? He could have gotten out, but the tier 1 was standing, and now Safrio, he might be dying to this as well. And oh my goodness, Kelvin, what an outplay, Riz. You've got to redeem it for your boy. They trade 1 for 1. But eventually, CY is still coming up on top with this gold lane for MHRLK. But Tiger Wong Esports making a lot of sloppy mistakes now. And this is going to bite them. And now Daddy Dudedo, he gets pulled back from the I'm Offended. And MHRLK just, oh my goodness, complete decimation.
A lack of, just it feels, Tiger Wong feels that they're disconnected, right? And Rexy, he fully commits, but his team, they were not ready to follow up. CJ and NAX trying to contest the purple buff. Don't want to give it over to Gugun. He's going to finally join his team. This should be secured by Tiger Wong Esports, but all things considered, just a 2,000 gold lead for MHRLK. But CY is having a fantastic game so far. G&O on this 1-1.
Yeah, man, as of yet, CY, despite not having the shoes, he's still very confident of movement speed here. And this Lord coming in, it is going to be very, very slow, and it is going to be secured by MHRLK, guaranteed for them. But Tiger Wong, let's take a look at this as well. They're trying to trade off on the top side. Safrio dropping pretty low, but as of yet, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's thinking of killing off this Esmeralda. He does have the damage. They're going to go for the threaten, but at the same time, he's dropped out pretty low. It is going to be good. It saves the day, kills him off, but eventually, the rest of the team from MHRLK is here to stop the retreat. Can they get out? The crossbow attacks from CY. Gets one, sprays it over to Gugun, and gets a double for CY. And just like that, Tiger Wong, they lose the Lord trade. They lose members for this, and CY left out of control.
And MHRLK is just so much more dominant in this game too. Mid-game 1, we saw this amazing comeback. You can only imagine how much scarier they would be if they're in the lead. But Tiger Wong, it feels like they're running out of time.
Yep, CY now level 14, and compared to Safrio's only level 12, he's got 9.6k net worth gold ahead of Safrio by at least 2k gold, and this is going to be a problem. I was talking about he doesn't have movement speed, but as long as Tiger WONG is right in your face, who needs movement speed when I'm getting free auto attacks across bodies after bodies? And because of this, MHRLK, they're going to get completely swamped in, and Tiger WONG, he is going to be full defense for them.
Only the top tier 2 left alive. MHRLK slowly whittling down the base of Tiger WONG Esports. This time the choco is so much tighter compared to game 1. And I don't think Tiger WONG Esports have the tools to get a full 5v5. Kelvin is just playing absolute disrespect in front of Tiger WONG Esports. Trying to buy time for Gugun, who's cutting the waves, getting resources in MHRLK's jungle. But I don't think he can do it on his own. The rest of Tiger WONG needs to be able to find space.
Oh, it's tough. Gugun now forced to play cross-map plays, and he is going to create a couple of objectives, but tier 1s doesn't really matter at this stage of the game. MHRLK, however, they need to secure those slots here, and as of yet, getting a kill on Link is going to completely pull pressure here. But let's take a look at the damage output as well. Esmeralda, 37,000, already almost full slotted as well. Looking for the dominant size, but the plane comes in. Yadi-do-da-do. Gets completely shredded. Oh my goodness. MHRLK, just complete decimation as of yet.
Yeah, almost 6,000 goal advantage.
Yeah,
Lord coming in 40 seconds. The Tiger WONG can't even move out at base this time.
Yeah, it's crazy how things are happening here. But considering how Tiger WONG is getting a little bit difficult to actually force a fight, they've got the Phobias. The idea is great. But so far, CY left completely untouched at all. It is going to be a big, big problem. But as we look at Gugun, from the back lines, he's thinking about going for Daiso, but he's going to get scouted out by Inayex. So very, very unlucky.
Should be able to get the level 15 off of that wave. But MHRLK with so much control. Or has just spawned. They're going to go straight for it. Tiger WONG might feel compelled to take a fight there.
It's crazy. With no purple buff up on Gugun, this is going to be a very risky one as well. He doesn't have the energy. CY already starting things off with the Lord, but Tiger WONG, they have to make the play. I don't think they can. They just don't have the damage, and it is going to be Lord secured for MHRLK just like that. Gugun nowhere to be found as well as they go for cross-map plays. Bottom tier 2 getting threatened a little bit, but CJ is there to defend against this.
The Lord's going to start pushing in that top side as well. MHRLK synchronizing the wave just in time, so they will have all 3 lanes crashing in, and Tiger WONG, just the threat of this Ruby around the map makes it so much harder for them to try and push out a single wave. And MHRLK, they're just gonna stick together, try to take control of the Tiger WONG jungle. They force Daddy do away. This bottom side is gone.
Oh my goodness, Gugun getting completely threatened by CJ. Wow, this is actually happening here. You hate to see moments like this, and with the Lord pushing on the top side, this might be it. MHRLK, they're gonna try and get the 2-0, and Tiger WONG, they have to throw bodies to defend against this. But the question is, can they pull the miracle comeback? But like I said as well, after game 1's loss, it is gonna be very, very difficult to do so.
This might be the final stand. There we go. Gonna be fed an airstrike onto Rexy, forcing him to flicker away. Able to bring Kelvin down low. Real world manipulation even used by Prince. Just to zone out the members of MHRLK, but CJ, he is just having the time of his life. NIX also right in their face. CY, straight forward. They're able to get the drag back with the I'm offended, and MHRLK completely destroying Tiger WONG Esports. Safrio playing a bit of that magic trick, keeping that base alive, but MHRLK have broken the entire base open.
Oh, it's tough. CY now going to be in jeopardy. Could play this as well. Gugun also going to be backing off. He's trying to cut the back lines. Unfortunately, Gugun is trying his best to do so, but now with Gugun forced to go back into the base, once again, MHRLK tried to extend the lead, but with this greedy play, it feels like it's going to be a little bit risky because as of yet, the biggest threat from the side Tiger WONG Esports is going to be Safrio. And you can see with one blazing duet coming in, everyone on the backlines from MHRLK just cannot out-sustain the burst coming in. But based on this goal earned as well, CY topping charts alongside with Kelvin, Safrio and Gugun barely hanging on. But based on the itemizations real quick as well, you can see that most of the tanks are starting to scale to actually adapt to both CY's damage output and Kelvin. And CJ is still the biggest threat from the side of MHRLK.
Absolutely. This Esmeralda has been completely untouched. And there's no way for Tiger WONG to control him. We know game 1 we looked at Safrio, him being the most important member of the team, and now he has to do it again. All the weight is on his shoulders. Less than 30 seconds until the next Lord spawn. CJ already spotted where Gugun is, and that's why you see MHRLK walking forward on that bot side, making sure that they get control of that Lord pit.
Interesting. I was expecting CJ to actually go for the full ice queen one. He showed his hands as well. He was almost already going for it, but it seems like he sold it to actually swap out for an immortality. So they are going to be expecting a potential late game from MHRLK. I was expecting that once he gets to the ice queen one, Tiger Wong's Esports' mobility is going to help CY do his thing, but Saffron, he's going to get caught out and he's going to die!
He just walks right into the brush! Cannot make these kind of mistakes, not at this stage of the game. MHRLK, they're gonna get a free Lord.
You hate to see moments like this, and MHRLK, they find the biggest pick and they get the Lord. Tiger Wong, they're sending Gugu to threaten the top side with the tier 2 still standing. It's gonna be hard. Saffron now 20 seconds on the sidelines. Tiger Wong, they've got to go full defense. Kelvin doing a job to zone off the heat as of yet, and it's gonna be hard. Brandon Aspect already being expended.
Just gonna instantly get disintegrated and see why. Oh, he has done enough, more than enough. Daddy Dorito revives. Gets the Dragon to Kelvin. Gugun is back. Do they have enough damage to push back MHRLK? MHRLK go straight for the crystal with the 2-0 sweep. And just sigh of relief, and that's player number 6 of the team as well, and that maybe is the boost that MHRLK has, but this 2-0 is going to go down in history as one of the best series, the Snapdragon Pro Series, knocking out Tiger Wong Esports in this lower bracket run.
Oh boy, MHRLK, what a journey as well. It's time to go to sleep. As you can see, Tiger Wong Esports will be eliminated for now, but with the celebrations coming in from MHRLK Esports, GG. Well played, because as of yet, they will continue their journey, but Tiger Wong Esports will be eliminated. But in case you missed out on the highlights as well, this is the highlights coming from MHRLK Esports. From start to head, you can see MHRLK Esports, they were able to get a couple outplays against Gugun, and Daiso prolonging his life, forcing Gugun in multiple awkward positions to try and punish this Link. And Link, without those energies, it is gonna hurt them so much in this engagement. And with that being said, MHRLK gets a clean 2-0.
After watching game 1, honestly, you said that, you know, Tiger Wong Esports is going to find it harder to recover. Well, never really gotten a chance, but that final moment is definitely a bit of a heartbreak. Saffron has been playing probably one of his best series, and up to that final moment where he face-checked that brush, it's definitely a crushing defeat. MHRLK, just off of that one mistake, rode it into the sunset, taking this 2-0 and keeping themselves in this tournament.
You hate to see it as well, but I was actually worried for CY, considering that, hey, you know what, maybe CY is not going to be able to do what he's needed to do. He's not going to be able to chase Tiger Wong Esports time and time again, but it doesn't matter if they're always right in your face. And you can see the the players are all extremely excited coming from MHRLK Esports, and for them to pull a W for Philippines, eliminating one of the Indonesian teams so far, they will continue their journey through the lower brackets. From 5 Indonesian teams, we're down to 4 Indonesian teams versus 3 Philippine teams.
And I'll tell you what's the craziest part. One Indonesian team is guaranteed to be eliminated by the end of the day, because we have AA against PB and Strike. So Philippines getting this dub, very important. We still have one more coming up, GPX against Euphoria. It's fair to say that GPX is the spearhead of the ID region. When you look at this game number 2, it is just dominance through and throughout for MHRLK. Credits to Tiger Wong though, like all praises to them. They've made it this far to top 8. One very impressive run for a team that we weren't really sure where they stand at the start of the Open Finals.
Yeah, it was a very risky play coming from them bringing in the Link, but all in all, Daddy Doodoo did the best as he can here with his Kaja play, but this time he will bow out in this tournament. Meanwhile, CY completely topping the charts here, and from the 1-1, highest goal per minute, highest damage by the end of the game, even though we were expecting a little bit more from the Esmeralda, but CY was the true core from the team with this 1-1. First pick 1-1, and Tiger Wong Esports, they were adapting to it, but eventually still didn't have enough tools to shut him down. CY definitely the better goal laner in this matchup.
0 deaths in game 2 as well. Just a clean game, flawless, and NIX once more on the Ruby in this roam roll, just taking initiatives. But I mean, we've already highlighted him multiple times, and finally we get to see the jungler Kelvin, the jungle matchup that we saw at the start of the series. Now Kelvin being able to show up 2 games. He played the tanks a lot. Game number 1 just had a rough early game, but when that late game rolled around, he was kind of the biggest threat of MHRLK. In game 2, he got the lead, never looked back.
Yeah, it was so difficult for that game, especially for Tiger One Esports. But MHRLK, GG well played. Defense's energy gave them enough to make a comeback from game 1. Steamroll their way through into game number 2 with the power of love, with the power of unity, with the power of the fans. They were able to get those energy to come up alive. And as of yet, with that being said, they pretty much secured the victory with 2-0. And of course, we'll be talking about as well the upcoming match. A glimpse into the upper brackets. We have GPX going up against Euphoria Esports, another Indonesia versus Philippine matchup. And this is where things are gonna get a little bit interesting because we have a match where one of these teams will be our first grand finalists for the upper bracket finals. Not grand finals, but the upper bracket finals.
We're looking at a top 3 finish guaranteed for one of these teams. So we're gonna take a longer break, 20 minutes for those of us celebrating Raya to break fast. But after that 20 minutes, and when we come back, it's gonna be one of the most anticipated series in the upper bracket. GPX against Euphoria Esports. We'll see you guys then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
The rest of the members of Euphoria are just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no, Superior gets the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Turtle getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminous Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce your PD, doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takinaga is unstoppable. They get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See You Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley create out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the Count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. One second forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That's the meeting!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can See You Soon. Hold on, they do! Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, See You Soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, See You Soon will be able to bring it to a game 3.
They still want to continue. They're not too strong about this. But Creamo! He goes for the flicker. He pulls CY. CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back, and that's going to be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daizo is kiting the Lancelot as long as he can, and Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this Lancelot. The immortality comes in. The Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive, and Ray! Esports, BB and Strike, waiting for the moment to strike. Doing the August, going for a Newman on blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for Calamity, going for the pull. They find Judgment cancels your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Offer trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see, Yuji he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esports, they somehow manages to defend. Forward to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the play goes in for the jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The flame extends with the flicker, but the juggler still stands. Rookie as well. Trauma now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Unsight will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the money, the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Blood Unsight gets assassinated.
Oh, they're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fonda shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just going to commit fully. Can anyone catch Yukizi? Fonda certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Kadita. Mid-tier 1 getting pressured. Also going straight for the kill. Finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make a decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her boss follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dortmund is the next on the list. Cass is sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has BBN playing on their knees.
Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. All start to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the back, gets the triple kill.
Chocolate flavored food. Both, because they are both cool.
Poop flavored chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavored fruit, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat that texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month. I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah. So like I think no internet would be good.
I better no shower for a month better than no internet for a month.
I go to no shower for a month. Break my legs so I can still play ML.
Breaks my legs better than my arms because I have to have my arm to play the MLBB.
Break legs I can walk. I can walk using my arms, but we can play using our legs.
Play with English teammates because if the internet is lag, you will be English.
I'd rather be playing with other teammates because I will be getting more angry if I will play with laggy internet.
Of course, play with angry teammates because I can mute them.
Pizza with spiders. It's more healthy than cockroaches.
Oh, in Cambodia, the spider is very famous, so I would choose pizza with spider.
Pizza with cockroaches. I don't scared to cockroaches.
What the? Pizza with spider? Because I hate cockroach.
Pizza with spiders. Idol is Spider-Man.
Pulling back Yamikaze, he's done for it! Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation, it's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this board. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Also getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa, her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Bondage shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch Yukizi? Bondage certainly does, but look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega Q streak, and GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Khadija. Mid tier 1 getting pressured, also going straight for the kill, finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates on Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her boss follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dokman is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has BBN play on their knee. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already caught by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped with the manipulation. He'll all start to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero. Favorite hero. Meta hero.
Favorite hero?
Five miss.
Five mage.
I make in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill doesn't really matter now, and it's discipline that wins the game.
No kill but win 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 the game.
Of course, we will pick no kill but win the game.
Get carry to mythic rank. Get carry to mythic.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
Play rank with 4 warriors because in low tier the game is more fun.
Play with 4 warrior rank.
get carried to Mythic rank.
Get carried to Mythic rank.
Playing with 40 players.
The rest of the members of Euphoria just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no, Superior gets the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetto's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Shadow getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminous Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce you. Easy doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takinaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See You Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley create out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the Count Ultra, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the moment! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That's just amazing! Woo!
Stop it! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can See You Soon. Hold on, they do! Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, See You Soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, See You Soon will be able to bring it to a Game 3.
They still want to continue. They're not too strong about this. But Grimo! He goes for the flicker. He pulls CY. CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back, and that's going to be MHRLK. GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daizo is kiting the Landslot as long as he can, and Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this Landslot. The Immortality comes in. The Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive, and Ray! Esports, PBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike during the August, going for a Numenon blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for Calamity, going for the pull! They find Judges, cancels your name, Count Alter keeps them alive, Offer trying to keep them in check, he goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see Yuji Chenko, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esport, they somehow manages to defend. Over to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the play goes in for the jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The flame extends with the flicker, but the jungler still stands. Rookie as well. Trabot now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next Lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Unsight was slowly picking by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as Nanami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the money and the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Bloods Unsight gets assassinated.
Oh, they're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger Wong Esports hold that lead.
Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Havos in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fondia shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just going to commit fully. Can anyone catch Yukizi? Fondia certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Kadita. Mid tier 1 getting pressured. Also going straight for the kill. Finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be also picking up a killing spree. Havos follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dortmund is the next on the list. Cass is sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Havos sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has GPX laying on their knee. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already caught by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. Call Altar to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the back, gets the triple.
We are back for more Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage Season 1. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Terrence IC Baby 1-2. We have an exciting upper bracket series coming up. GPX against Euphoria Esports.
Yep, and interesting enough, surprise, surprise, my predictions with Husky has finally been broken. The curse of him losing every single prediction, and finally MHRLK coming up on top, eliminating Tiger Wong Esports from this entire tournament. Feels a little bit bad, but all things considered, there is even Stevens. All is fair when it comes to tournaments. But as of yet, in case you missed out here, this is going to be the recap for you for what happened in previous week and the previous games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have these two teams. They have come a long, long way in the upper bracket, and eventually they will have to meet against each other. And you know, when we talk about both GPX and Euphoria Esports, we have to kind of look at how these two teams got to this spot. And you can see that, yeah, Euphoria Esports, they had good 2-0 wins, but for GPX, they have been smashing every single team, and this is probably going to be the most exciting series today because whoever wins the upper bracket goes to the Challenge Finals.
Exactly, and when it comes to the Challenge Finals, this is where you are pretty much guaranteed a minimum of top 3 placements once you are in the upper bracket finals. But at the same time, when it comes to fighting for that spot, you know, who can actually make it? Because these two teams here between both GPX and Euphoria Esports are arguably one of the strongest teams out here. Euphoria Esports did lose a game in the series against Tiger Wong Esports in week number 2, but GPX has been consistently smashing every single team they meet in the upper brackets. We would like to see who qualifies into the Will the Philippine teams prove they are the strongest region, or will Indonesia team take the crown from them? Because as of yet, Indonesia, they lost a game in the previous game, and this time in the upper brackets here, who will be the one that continues the lead? Because based on the numbers here, Indonesia seems to have the number advantage compared to the Philippines.
And remember, Tiger Wong Esports was the team that we witnessed just now have a massive lead against MHRLK and ended up losing that lead and losing the series, getting knocked out. So the fact that we're looking at Euphoria Esports, who did lose against the Tiger Wong, means that GPX kind of feels like they're in a decent state. Although when you look at the replay, Euphoria Esports won that series 2-1, and the both games that they won, they completely crushed Tiger WONG Esports overall. GPX throughout the entire challenge group stage is the cleanest team so far.
Whew, that is where things are gonna get a little bit spicy, because all things considered, there is just so much to talk about between these teams. Both these teams, both #1 from their qualifying stages here, didn't need to play the Open Finals, didn't need to do anything. They were just smashing every single team out there. And currently, they're going to face off against each other for the first time. And things are going to get extremely, extremely exciting. Because right now, up on screen, introducing the top team from Indonesia. We have GPX with Ziri, Ray, Kribu, Watt, and Fredo QT to start the rosters for Indonesia.
And one of the most impressive teams that we have so far coming into this tournament, I believe an MDL team as well. GPX with a wealth of experience in just complete dominance throughout the entirety of the challenge group stage. You can see on your screen right now, MHRLK is nothing in the face of GPX. They came right to the regional qualifiers without breaking a single sweat, and no teams have been able to put a dent in them.
Yeah, and this matches as well was the match when ALVA was just first introduced as well. Everyone was trying to adapt to the ALVA meta, and after this hot fix recently, there are a lot of heroes also being changed in this upcoming batch. So in this coming week, especially for the top 8 teams, in this case, the final 7 teams left competing here is going to have a lot to prove, especially with this recent upcoming patch. Hopefully GPX will be able to adapt, and hopefully their opponents are going to be able to do so, because as of yet, GPX, they are one of those very few teams to bring the tank slot along with this hero pool, and so far they have been pulling wonders with it.
And at the same time, it is a team that has been so consistent that you wonder if MHRLK could not even leave a mark, how much can Euphoria do? And Euphoria also had a pretty good track record coming into this, right? I believe they qualified from the 2nd regional qualifier of the Philippines. They knocked out GameLab to become the 2nd team to qualify. So we have to take a look at Euphoria as well, because this is a team that will now be tasked with one of the hardest missions in this entire challenge group stage, which is to take out GPX.
Yeah, but before that, we're going to be jumping into an interview with the boys coming from GPX, because right now on screen we're going to give you guys a little sneak peek on how they sing.
Hello, my name is Ray. I'm jungler and I'm from GPX. We are really 100% confident to fight Euphoria. We have a lot of preparation to fight them. We feel excited for the patch because there will be many heroes to use in tournament, like Joy and Freya will be in our draft. I feel Minchitar is very strong for now because the skill is getting buffed. The second skill is very annoying in the team fight. I think the top 4 team will qualify to challenge final is GPX, Tiger WONG, Euphoria, and then GameLab. For Euphoria Esports, let's have fun together, and good luck and have fun.
You just realized that Tiger WONG is on that list, but unfortunately that will not come true, not after the first series. But we still have Euphoria and GameLab that was mentioned by Ray to make it. Euphoria, at least after the series, whoever loses still has a lower bracket fallback, right? You're not getting eliminated after this. All these considered, for GPX, if they win this, they are in top 4.
Yep, and as of yet as well, there has been adaptations being made by Joy, but so far Joy, even before the patch as well, has been in a hot streak where it has been banned or priority picked to a certain degree. But I like he brought up a very interesting point. Freya,
oh yes,
has been buffed as well, and so far, not even in the MPL region, a lot of coaches and a lot of behind the scenes have been talking about Freya, but haven't seen it on screen yet. Meanwhile, introducing the Filipino teams in the upper brackets, we have Euphoria Esports with Hits God, Vedo God, Ryujin God, Shizo God, and Yoshi God, the gods of Philippines for this tournament. Will they be able to rise up to the challenge? Because as of yet, the answers has been called. There has been talks from GPX. And what do you think Euphoria is going to be responding here?
Well, if they call themselves gods, they better be able to bring that divine judgment against GPX. Because if GPX beats them, this is going to be basically God Slayers in a nutshell. And again, we talk about Euphoria and how clean they have. They were the ones who knocked out GameLab to qualify from the 2nd seed from the Philippines. but they did drop a game against Tiger Wong, and it's a very scary proposition if you think about it. With how GPX has such a clean track record coming in and how confident they are, I would say the onus is on Euphoria to prove that they can draw blood against GPX.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, coming from Tiger for Euphoria Esports, right? Even though they were able to win a couple of matches as well, they were one of the very few teams that brought in a Harif gold laner, which resulted in a win. And so far, people have been underestimating the Harif here to deal with the Faramis, and maybe, just maybe, if and only if the opponent goes for Faramis, they are going to be bringing it again coming from Euphoria Esports. And so far, that is something that Euphoria Esports is just so good at. They're just very, very good at being adaptable. And so far, their Grok plays also going to be something that we have to take note of as well, coming from Euphoria Esports. Yeah. And based on this current trend for today's draft here, we are expecting to see a lot of Grok picks and pans potentially coming from both Euphoria or maybe even GPX.
I think the scariest thing when we look at a team like GPX is the fact that they are so dominant that you don't know how good they actually are. Like we saw them play heroes like Fanny, we see them play heroes like Leslie, and that is just a sign of its confidence and how comfortable GPX are against the opponents that they're playing against. Against Euphoria, can they bring out the best in GPS? And I think that is something that they need to answer. But before that, we do have a small interview video with Euphoria, so check it out.
Hello guys, I'm Benogod from Euphoria Esports, core jungler, and these are my teammates: Heads, Explainer, Ryujin God, Phosphor, Paul God, Explainer, and Yoshi God, Tank Roam. We are definitely satisfied that we defeated Tiger Wong, and we are prepared for our next match, which is GPX. We are confident in every game we go, and our next match, GPX, we know that they are strong in their own strengths, and we wish to give them a good fight. What I think about the new patch is just give us more power because we changed our draft, and we wish to show our new draft to our next match, GPX. Right now, we don't know what can Minsitar do in the game, but I feel confident that when we face against Minsitar, that we will defeat that hero. The top 4 teams that I think is gonna qualify into Challenge Finals are us, Euphoria Esports, GPX, GameLab, and MHRLK Esports. Shout out to GPX. We know you are strong on your own, but we are more confident that we can defeat you.
Well, they definitely won't see Minsitar. The system has beaten a hero. We still won't be able to see Minsitar for this week, so don't worry about that. But it's great to see that for Euphoria Esports, they also feel like this new patch changed the draft, which means that maybe for both teams, we are seeing completely different compositions going into the series.
Well, in this case, united we stand, divided we fall. That's what Euphoria is going to be bringing to the table. They are going to try and beat GPX together as a team. In this case, bringing in that Filipino Ube strategy into play. It's something that I'm looking forward to see as well. Are they gonna actually bring the Ube strategy, who is known to terrorize everyone in the world from Blacklist International? But can they replicate it in this match? It's gonna be a complete different story, because as of yet, the head-to-head is gonna be the gold laners from each team. We have Shizo God from Euphoria and Watt from GPX. Based on the KDA as well, 11.2 for Shizo, 8.9 for Watt. KO participation 64.5% for GPX, and the DPM is going to be favoring a little bit more for the Shizo God. GPM also favoring Shizo God, and DTPM also Shizo God. It seems like based on stats here, Shizo God is the definitely the better gold laner.
Yeah, and you know, you also pointed out he is one of the few gold laners that brought the Harif gold lane, right? We've seen a couple of examples of that. There has been a couple of wins and losses. Shizo God, one of the few remaining players, honestly, that is able to bring out that hero. But we talk about GPX running that Leslie at one point, and what was the guy who played that Leslie? So if we get to see that again, I think we're in for a very, very interesting series.
Interesting enough, Leslie has been buffed up in the recent patch as well, considering that now the machine gun strategy for marksman has been a little bit overwhelming here. So buffing out Leslie to kind of keep up with this kind of attack speed playstyles is going to put a little bit of a advantage for Watt. But the question here is, will adaptations be made? Because I am excited to see what kind of new draft that both Euphoria and GPX are going to be bringing to the table, right? Euphoria, they talked about they have come up with something new. GPX saying that we might be, and just might be, bringing in the Freya. And I actually want to see a potential Freya, because as of yet, XP laners has been tank roles. Freya, not necessarily the strongest tank players, but is a jungler, completely different story.
And I mean, we also the bit more variation that XP lane also makes it so much more interesting, right? We're seeing some more Terizla and all of that. But I want to hear your guys' thoughts and what do you feel like is going to be the outcome of this series? GPX or Euphoria Esports? Let us know in the Twitch chat and we'll put out the poll afterwards. Just now the polls didn't work out. MHRLK got 83% and they won against Tiger Wong. This time we'll see if that power of your votes will work out.
Exactly, with the friendship and power of unity and the energy given from you guys and with your predictions, if the teams were feeling it, if the teams were looking at it, they will be a little bit more happy to give you guys one of the most best Mobile Legends Bang game ever. Because Game 1, it's the first series for today, was exactly what happened. With your energy, with your vote, even though MHRLK was losing, the moment we popped out the Twitch chat, boom, they made one of the biggest comebacks in the history of SPS as of now. And I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But all things considered, you guys voting in the Twitch chat now. As casters, I'm gonna face off right now with our predictions. I've lost for the first time in the first series. This time, let's see what our predictions is. Me, looking forward to Euphoria with a 2-0 and Husky with a 2-0 for GPX.
And honestly speaking, I do want this to go a full series. I think it deserves a full 3-game series, but you know, judging by the numbers that GPX has put up and just how dominant they were, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 2-0, but those are all pre-patched. And that makes it so much more exciting.
Oh boy, you know, we gotta give a little bit of credit as well, because we had a little bit chat with our BM casters as well as casting a different language as well. They were expecting that this match, considering that these are the top 1 teams from the finals, the qualifiers from each region, Euphoria as well as GPX. So we are kind of expecting maybe a potential full 3 games coming from Euphoria and GPX. And to be honest, with good players, good teams like this, I am excited to see if it actually goes for a full 3 game. But before that, let us shout out our amazing partners here, Monster Energy, for giving you guys all the best experience as well as you unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to get yourself hydrated and energized for this upcoming game, especially for these guys practicing fasting here for the past month of Ramadan.
Yeah, just get yourself juiced up and ready to rumble, because this is going to be a long but entertaining night, especially when we're looking at 2 of the best teams from both Philippines and Indonesia vying for the top 4 spot. It's kind of a bit heartbreaking to know that one of these teams will have to go down a longer path, but overall, if you know that's the nature of competition, and judging by how they've been progressing throughout that bracket, it is inevitable that they will meet at this stage.
Well, all things considered here, I'm extremely excited to see how this first game is gonna go between the 2 top dogs in the upper brackets. A glimpse on how the upper brackets is gonna be looking like here, where the best of the best are gathered to compete for the fight of this best placements here. The fight for the $20,000 first place is going on its way. But all things considered, new patch comes in, it all comes down to adaptation. Who's the fastest to adapt? Who's the fastest to make changes? And Euphoria Esports, they already called out. They have already made changes.
Yeah.
But did GPX do the same?
I think, you know, with what GPX has said, they also have made adjustments, right? We've seen what the new patch brought. We saw a lot more Kaja. We saw the Franco getting picked. We see Fredrin kind of falling off a bit. And it's just great to see teams kind of changing up that draft a bit. We're seeing a lot more of that fire miss, heroes that we generally get perma-banned in the open finals falling through. But just like you, I want to see if GPX are daring enough to bring out that Freya. We've already been seeing a lot more assassins, which is something that has been a luxury in that open finals.
Speaking of another hero that I'm looking forward to see come back in towards the game, the most iconic, most legendary marksman of all Mobile Legends Bang history since its debut 4 years ago, Layla, recently had a little bit of buffed multiple times, has not been taken into its competitive play, except for Todak, Season 7. But at the same time, has it been an S-tier meta hero? Don't exactly know. But interesting enough, Gosu General on YouTube saying that, hey, Layla is pretty broken. I mean, but so far I've tried it. Yeah, pre-4, pretty broken. But late game wise, it is still one of the strongest marksmen here. But I'm curious to see, is it really that broken? I really want to see either a Layla or a potential Freya being brought out of this game.
I feel like the chances of seeing a Freya is probably higher. Way higher than a Layla. Honestly, I mean, when you call back to that Toda game, it's one of those games which is like, yeah, sure, you know. I don't know. I think that it's just a hero that if we see it, it means that this team is significantly stronger, or they just don't mind dropping a game. I don't have much faith.
It's either that or they're just trolling, maybe. They're just trolling.
It's a good idea though. It's a good thought to have. You know, I sometimes you want to spice things up a bit. You know, for the we've seen like what we've seen Leslie already. I think that makes it interesting. But I do like the confidence coming in from both teams. Euphoria just rocking that.
Damn.
What is that? Is that a?
That looks like a panda.
It looks like a panda. Yes, it does.
It kind of reminds me of the panda I beat you with. Oh no, wait.
Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Different game. Just now, earlier before the cast here. But at the same time, the power of blue is gonna be the way to go for the upper brackets here, because Euphoria rocking the blue hoodies, while GPX rocking the blue blankets.
That is true. That is actually very true. Euphoria on that blue side, we see Arlot, Joy, Farmis getting taken out. Nothing out of the ordinary. And it just
look at this. Who's the true blue?
Who is the true blue? So you
know who's the true blue?
Who?
Boom bang da da dee da 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 da
yes. I had a feeling we would go down that path. A classic.
Yo, dude, it's so old, man.
It is.
It's sad to be old. It's
you know,
bro.
So I went through the internet yesterday, and I was looking for like old songs that I used to listen to, and then you look at the dates. It dates back to more than a decade ago.
You're old.
I am old. I am at a stage where I need to start admitting that I'm old. I passed the halfway point of the 20s. I'm getting there. Okay, I'm feeling a lot more backache. I'm getting more tired. I'm getting
it sucks to be old, isn't it? You know what's not old? Look at that panda! Oh my god, it's so damn cute! Oh, Euphoria, you gotta give me one of those, man. Like, why do they all have matching neck pillows with those cute panda? Ooh.
I'll let you know what's the greatest part. One of the players didn't even remove the tags on the neck pillows.
Okay.
It's fresh, okay? It's fresh drip. Not much of deviation from the bans that we saw in Game 1 though. 1-1 ban on GPX. We see the Kaja taken out. That is definitely something that I think is a difference. We saw Kaja in both games in the first series. GPX, I wonder if we will still see kind of that XP mid lane ban. So far, no mid laners except for Farmers has been banned now.
Yeah, I think that's something that they need to consider what they need to do, right? Like so far, Valentina and Eve is also something they have to respect. Fredrin has one of the highest pick rate or ban rate. Sorry, highest pick rate, but a ridiculously low win rate, which is kind of surprising. But Euphoria,
there it is.
Immediately with the response, Fanny, first pick, is gonna put GPX in a very awkward position where do they pick the Kufra right here, right now? Or maybe even an Arkai to deal with this? Because as of yet, showing the Fanny right from the get-go from Euphoria Esports is going to put him in a very, very awkward situation if you think about it.
That is just pure confidence from Euphoria. Just pure confidence. Maybe a bit of disrespect to go with it. We have like what? So no Kaja, no Fredrin. We're looking at something like you said, like an Arkai, maybe a Kufra, maybe a Franco. Not much option left for GPX, but it's those situations where if I instantly pick up a Kufra or Franco right now, Euphoria can just draft around it, right? So GPX going for just a more standard approach. They get that Valentina, they get the glue.
Yeah, maybe even going for the Cho as well in this regards, but Euphoria Esports, they're not denying the Kufra at all. They're straight up going to be picking up the Ruby as well as the Kadita, with they have a little bit more setup to work with. So these are very, very scary compositions coming from Euphoria Esports. A lot of burst potential, whereas GPX, now, here comes the question here. Do they play this safe by going for a Digi to counter the Ocean's Breath coming in from the Kadita? Or do they go for the Kufra to deal with this Fanny? Either or, it is going to be pick your poison time, because if they don't pick it now, I'm pretty sure Euphoria is going to be banning those off, because as of yet, GPX, they don't go for it. They go for the Martis jungle instead. Okay.
Not bothered at all. I like when both teams just having a show of strength.
Okay.
In the first phase.
I was expecting maybe they would double down on the Paquito for GPX. They have recently buffed out the Paquito. So jungle Paquito is pretty much a very okay, ideal way to deal with the Fanny, which is about 2 seasons ago, which is about last year's meta, right? So I'm surprised they're not going for this coming from GPX. So they are still doubling down on Martis. That means that as of yet, GPX, they have to find a way to actually deal with both the Fanny and the Kadita without the help of the Kufra nor the Digi, because I'm pretty sure Euphoria is going to be banning either of those heroes.
Yeah, both while GPX starting to really target that goal lane instantly with the Harvest ban as well. A lot of respect given over the Shizo God. Euphoria, replying with the Melissa. We're looking at gold lanes right now.
Okay. Yeah, I was expecting them to ban the Kufra right from the get-go and save up their gold laners, but it seems like they're not that worried about that Kufra pickup coming from GPX. GPX, however, do they continue to limit their gold laners? Because as of yet, no Harif, no Melissa, but do they take away the Brody as well? Because as of yet, it feels like GPX, if they go for a Brody, it's pretty much a safe pickup because it is a way to deal with a potential Fanny when he goes for the dive. Benedetta, could he be banned off from GPX? Ooh, I like this here. We haven't seen too much Benedetta for so far, but recently, Benedetta XP is just ridiculously strong.
This is going to be it feels like a claw angle for GPX also, right? We have like what, maybe the carry left, the Beatrix. I do feel like the claw is probably the safer one if GPX are looking for it. When you are dealing with a Fanny, a Ruby, and a Kadita, you gotta have, you kind of need a way to get out of these dives. GPX now having priority. I do wonder if that claw is gonna eventually come true.
Yeah, it's funny enough as well. You can see smiles coming from GPX. They know for a fact that either what they pick, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
For Esports, they're not going for the Kufra. Grok also a solution for the Fanny with the wall charge. Instantly comes in with cable. Wall charge will instantly one-shot the Fanny. But the question here is, carry is going to be played from Euphoria Esports. Based on what GPX is seeing, they've got 3 very, very tanky compositions. That means they need a good matchup that can deal with both the Fanny as well as carry. In this case, I feel like GPX has one of the best options to go for. Considering that Brody has been banned, Leslie is pretty much a good alternative to actually deal with the Fanny. Maybe even the Moskov as well, if you think about it.
Well, we actually haven't seen much Moskov.
Exactly.
Right?
Moskov kind of surprising.
Has fallen off so hard. Lapu Lapu final pick for Euphoria Esports, basically setting a tone that they have so much ways to get ahead and really give Shizo that space that he needs on his carry. GPX responds with the Beatrix.
Okay. I wasn't expecting this, considering that they might have got fighter for Leslie, Clint, maybe even a Moskov to deal with the Fanny aggression, but they're not respecting the Fanny. They're not picking the Kufra. They straight up pick up Beatrix. This is interesting. You know, I don't know where the confidence is coming from GPX, but I want to see how it goes because as of yet, you know, Euphoria Esports has got a composition where GPX is going to get one shot in every turn. But at the same time, Euphoria, they're playing this Kadita as a mid lane mage rather than a roaming Kadita.
I mean, if you beat MHRLK Esports like 16-1, I'm pretty sure you are very confident. But I want you to quickly walk me through. When you look at GPS composition, what are they looking to achieve?
They're looking for a late game composition to try and stall things out and then potentially win their matchup against their opponents. But Euphoria Esports, they've just got so much early aggression with this Fanny. And all things considered, that's pretty much their win condition. But without further ado, a glimpse into the upper brackets on how it's gonna look like. We have Euphoria Esports on the blue side representing from the Philippines and GPX on the red side representing from Indonesia. This is game 1 of the upper brackets.
Eyes on the goal laner of both teams. Both Watt and Shizo has had an amazing run in the upper bracket so far. It was the same focus that we put on the earlier best of 3 and that came down to the Romans, but in this case, because Shizo got hitting that level 2 first, he was able to put on that early pressure. Kribo actually, his early rotations down bot, they are already putting so much emphasis on that lane, on that gold lane. Fredo QT actually trying to go for the orange buff steals. They didn't get it.
Oh, it's interesting enough. You can see GPX, they're heavily having Fredo protecting the gold lane, expecting that Venogod is going to go for the dive because once he hits those 4s, he is going to try and go in for the contest. But at the same time, interesting enough, they started Raid to clear off the top side of the jungle, knowing that Venogod might be stealing it. So that is going to be a little bit of a denial coming in from GPX. Meanwhile, Veno looking for a kill down middle, but GPX is just dodging it.
Just such good read from GPX as well. Like you said, they start on the other side of the jungle to get the clear, and they just completely freed the timing of Euphoria. Fanny could never reach in time, something that you don't get to see more often. But then again, GPX was the team that ran the Fanny in those earlier series. So Euphoria Esports, you are really challenging GPX in what they're good at. And God, trying to get that gold crab, loses it to Ray, and they did force the flicker from Ziri.
Yep, Ziri now almost hitting the score. Once the split comes in, he just got it as well. Euphoria needs to be a little bit more careful. Vanogard just losing out his purple buff. They have about 20 seconds before this purple buff gets conceded, and Euphoria is looking for the fight, and they're trying to stall this.
Turtle secured by GPX. Very easy. 3-man knockout. Oh, Real Jin straight to the back line. Can he at least find Creepo though? Well, does have the Fanny to come right in. Vanogard with the cables will do so. Both teams trading 1-for-1. Ziri with the split gets away.
Oh, Ryujin got what a catch as well. He needed to buy time. They know for a fact that they're not going to get a purple buff if GPX play those kind of early timings where the moment the purple buff goes down, it is window for them. But as of yet, Ziri not going to be able to survive this as Vanogard. They may have lost the turtle. They are going to trade kills for this. And GPX now going to be finally pushed back here. But as of now, Yoshi God is going to be in an awkward position.
Locked off by FredoQT. The Decimate will come right through Ray, finding an easy kill. And GPX invading that bottom jungle. Vanogard will secure the orange buff, but actually gets bonked by the wall charge. No follow-up though from the rest of GPX. FredoQT is gonna get assaulted. Vanogard chunking his health down. Ray coming in. Flicker used by FredoQT to get away. And what? Just snipes him from afar.
What? How do you hit that kind of shot? What? He knew for a fact that he was gonna go there. Pre-aims, he connects on the Fanny, takes the kill. What an outplay from both FredoQT and what? What was that?
Just incredible. But what, Yoshi? Not really sure if that's gonna work out. What? Pretty much safe under the turret. Ryujin is lurking around, but you see on the map, Kribu, he's reading this pretty well. Ryujin will be there to save Yoshi, but all things considered, GPX still reading the movements of Euphoria pretty well.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a downhill south coming from Euphoria Esports. However, Vanogard now is going to get threatened by FredoQT once again, forces another retribution out of him. And just right before the first turtle spike, and this is where he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He gets cancelled with a recall. That's going to buy even more time for GPX to start the turtle. But they are not in position to do so. They are trying to set up for this Fanny gang once again coming from GPX. And here he comes. Do they want to start the turtle? Because as of yet, they're not in position and they're going to focus on top side.
Looking at Ziri, forcing the split, the wall charge, knocking Yoshi God up into the air. Ryujin God missing the knockup, gets displaced. And Ray just goes for the Decimate. Yoshi is gone. No more Ruby for Euphoria. His God also spotted by Ziri and Kribu. GPX slowly working on the turtle, and Euphoria can't really contest it.
Oh, so much patience coming from GPX as well. They're wasting Vanogard's cables very good as well. They're keeping tabs on him, and now Vanogard dropping so low down bottom, doesn't have energy for those cables. He's gonna be in trouble, but as you can see, Fredo, he's just buying time once again. The confidence from GPX. And Euphoria, they're losing a lot of time from all these engagements here, and this is gonna allow GPX to scale even harder.
And with Vanogard recalling, he has to rejoin the fight as fast as possible. The tide from GPS coming right through the flicker watch out. Doesn't connect with the Shizo God. Reboot does drop low, but Yoshi is taking massive damage from what? Vanogard not able to get much damage in as FredoQT is an absolute of a fortress. Ziri actually sticking onto Vanogard and able to push back this Fanny and flickers the safety as well. GPX putting constant pressure on this bot lane.
Oh my god, beautiful stuff coming from GPX. And while this is actually happening, Ray actually cut off the top side of the lane all the way back to this tier 3, and Euphoria Esports are panicking whether or not should they contest this. And now Ray is going to threaten Vanogard once again, and Euphoria can't seem to get the lead in the hand because as of yet, GPX is just having so much control in the entire fight. And now the conceal play is coming for Euphoria.
Might be a bait. Fredo is right there, looking for a timing, looking for the angle. Kribu now joins. And Euphoria, they just cannot execute any plan. Ray and FredoQT in the jungle, looking for the orange buff. Ray is going to start contesting this one. It's going to be 3 versus 4. Euphoria have the numbers, but it doesn't seem like they can do too much. Orange buff goes over to Ray. And Vanogard again knocked away from his cables. Kribu dropping low, but it's Ray getting the Decimate. Oh, and Kribu gets away. Ray finds a double, looking for hit cost, a triple kill for this Martis. And GPX having full control. Ryujin God is next. Ray looking for the Maniac, and he finds it.
What an outplay coming from Ray. He timed it, they baited. It looked like they were gonna get completely destroyed. At the last moment, his Ashura was able to knock up the Fanny, completely stopping them in his play. And even in this instant replay, you can see GPX, they were in a very, very awkward position, but as soon as they go in for the fight, look at this play coming from Kribu as well as the Ray here. They were able to chain stun, stopping Venogod with those cables, allowing them to get those decimation, allowing Ray to pop off. So that was a huge outplay coming from both Kribu as well as Ray.
All started, with the help of FredoQT as well, just being able to really zone out Euphoria. And Venogod hit by the wall charge. FredoQT is unstoppable on this Grok.
What a play coming from GPX, taking advantage of the situation set up by WONG. A random snipe connects with Venogod, immediately being intercepted from Fredo. And now with the plays continuing, Godlike coming in from Ray as they continue to snowball Euphoria Esports.
Wow. I mean, there's nothing that Euphoria could do in this situation. 4 dead already. GPX, full control of game 1, 8 minutes in. Venogod, he just wants to cut the wave. Ziri almost catching him. But GPX right now have basically secured the entire map for themselves.
Oh my goodness, look at Ray's gold net worth as well, 6.9k, what is 6.6k, and you can see in the items as well, they're just so far ahead. And it's ridiculous considering the amount of farm they have. And as of yet, this feels like a repeat from the first series where, Red side has a huge margin of lead, but the problem here is, can Euphoria even make a comeback? Fanny doesn't necessarily feels the strongest in the later stage of the game, and as of yet, he's only got the Blade of Disease and a Blade. He doesn't even have armor. He just got his Malefic Roar. And this feels like a feels bad moment for Venogod, who's only 4.5k gold as compared to Ray, who's 7.4k ahead of it.
And he only has that basic boost as well. Probably working towards the tough boots, but overall, this explains why GPX are not worried about what Euphoria Esports go for. They already prepped for this, and Venogod, you can't even show yourself on the map. Jiri trying to catch him, doesn't find him, but you're forcing this Fanny out of the map. 24/7, Ziri again finding this Fanny in the own side of the map. GPX ready to fight. Ryujin God can't even stay, and he's GPX are slaying gods right now.
Oh my goodness, what a catch coming from GPX as well. What, just setting up one of the biggest snipes every single time he snipes somebody. The rest of the teams are ready to interject in Euphoria Esports. They seem to be crumbling as well. You can see Venogod going for plan B, going for those kind of split push, and every single time he goes for a split push, there is going to be somebody to try and slow down his aggression. And as you can see, FredoQT, a roamer for GPX, is level 10, almost catching up with Venogod, and he is going to continue to apply pressure with his lead in Euphoria. They can't seem to find anyone in this pickoffs at all.
Just, man, FredoQT is making life so tough for Euphoria. And there's no one for Euphoria that can stop it. We were looking at Shizo God, he has to be the guy that does it. So far, clean game, no deaths yet on this carry. Not that it matters if your front line just gets melted. GPX now with Lord spawning down mid will start putting pressure on their bottom tier 2, and Euphoria cannot defend this.
Oh my goodness, they need the big wombo combo, and Ryujin God can't seem to actually get those one-shots in. And now with the Athena shield up on FredoQT, killing a Grot doesn't necessarily become the best target, because as of yet, they need to find a way to punish Watt or even Kribu in this regards. But Euphoria, they can't seem to dive this, but they are going to start things off with Lapu Lapu. They pop the Chieftain's Rage to try and slow down the Lord. But from behind!
Down, trying to go for a flank. GPX caught out, but doesn't matter. Kribu once more survives the ambush. And GPX, they just strike right back. Absolute dominance. 3 kills already. Ray in the base, and he's still going. Finally drops to the crystal itself. Venogod left to his own devices to defend against the full range of GPX. Can Venogod save his team? Can Venogod keep this game 1 in the bag? So far, so good. The base stays alive, but GPX has completely put a massive dent in Euphoria Esports.
What a clutch coming from Fredo QT to save the day, because if he did not get the wall charge onto his Raging God, stopping that Ocean's breath, things would have went south for GPX real quick. But because of this, Euphoria Esports, they struggle. They will be able to hang on for a little bit more, but the lead still favoring GPX even further here. But based on items right here, right now as well, GPX still continuing to lead. We do see the Divine Glaive already up on this Valentina, and eventually this Valentina is going to threaten every single one from the side of Euphoria Esports if nothing is done. We don't see any Radiant Armor, but bottom side, a snipe coming from what? Kills our Venom God. How did that even happen?
Fredo QT once more surviving, flickers out. The rest of GPX have shown up. Yoshi got on the run, but watch out because Watt is here. Ray as well, getting the kill onto Yoshi God. The snipe from Watt this time misses. Euphoria having 3 men to defend the base, and he's gonna be whittled down to 2. He's got the next to go as the rest of GPX now throw their full weight on Euphoria Esports base. Can the last 2 men hold on? Shizo God dropping low, Kribu in his face. GPX looking for game 1, and they will find it. 21-3 is going to be the kill score, and GPX didn't even break a sweat.
What a complete one-sided massacre coming from GPX, representing from the Indonesia, and they are a force to be reckoned with. It seems like they're all up and ready. You can see they're already standing up, showing dominance, asserting dominance for game number 1. And so far, based on highlights as well, you can see the way they play, having Fredo QT constantly applying pressure on Venom God and making sure that the steel cables wall spams is not going to connect is one of the biggest winning factor coming from GPX. And every single time they make a play like this, they are always ready to interject, and it's crazy considering how these things should not have allowed them to do so. And giving the early Maniac for Ray to have the initial level lead in Venom God just completely destroys Venom God's chance to actually make a comeback.
And you see GPX just getting all these incredible team fight, early pressure from Fredo QT, the invades from Ray, and the fact that Euphoria Esports they're forced to rotate so much members to stop this one lone Grok in their jungle. Really gave GPX so much more room to work with, and despite their best efforts from Euphoria putting off these kind of team fights, the desperation to get some sort of lead, GPX gave them no space at all, not even a single trade.
Yeah, it's interesting enough as well, considering how GPX has itemized this against Venom God, right? And considering that his first item was pretty much the Dreadnought armor and then the Steel Leg leggings, gives him so much value for armor to just continually stop the Fanny, ignoring magic resist against a potential Kadita, which arguably is a one-hit wonder. Even with armor or not, you are not going to be able to do too much. And GPX, they're just making sure that they itemize accordingly and play accordingly to their draft, and GPX just came up on top with that.
And it felt like Euphoria Esports could not put any contest, right? We look at the first 3 picks, it was what, a Ling, a Fanny, a Kadita, and I believe we also saw the what was it again? The Ruby?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they couldn't really get that draft to work at all.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like I think the biggest threat here to actually stop the early momentum from GPX was pretty much the Kadita forcing the rotate, right? But Kadita's skills doesn't necessarily go in for those kind of spamming kind of situations like how a Valentina, a Eve, or maybe a Livia kind of does in this situation. And having the Kadita not roaming in, and seeing how Fredo QT was taking advantage of this situation, Red, hey, Kadita's not around, I don't need a lot of magic resist. Just go for Antikyras, go for Steel Leg leggings, and I'm good, because there's no way Fanny's going to be able to kill me. And even if he tries to kill me, I am going to be able to contribute in lowering out the damage output for Fanny, allowing some of my other teammates to survive. And in this case, that person is Ray to turn the tides. And for that play, it's just beautiful coming from GPX.
And you just look at the Hall of Fame. Every single title claimed by GPX, Watt, Ray, Fredo QT, overall, it was just a dominant GPS game. And again, we came into the series expecting GPS to put up a very dominant show, but for it to be this crushing, this is definitely a show of strength.
Yeah, and it's scary just how, based on your items as well, how you play the game, how you dictate the tempo of the game, decides on how you actually play, focus on your team fights, right? And I feel like GPX is just one step ahead in terms of their roamer. They identified that this is a way to deal with the Fanny, right? Normally, early game Fanny, we gotta dodge this fight. We don't really try to threaten this, but based on how GPX played that game, they understand that the pre-4 engagements, it's very, very important that you do not die at all. Not giving any level of advantage is going to help them win the pre-4 fights. And the moment they got the first hurdle in the first 30 seconds, they started to find opportunities to scale their way through. And this is really smart because based on what I'm seeing right now here on the screen, Fredo QT, anti-Cuirass, steel leg leggings, and a potential dominance ice coming out. And once those things comes up, there was no way Fanny can actually dish out the damage he needs to be do when Grok is pretty much melee, and Fanny is technically a flying melee hero.
Yeah, and it just makes it so hard for Euphoria to get any headways in Game 1. But there's still more to come for Euphoria Esports. We wouldn't be able to witness all these amazing games without our sponsors and partners, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And we've talked about this so many times. They gave us a great platform to witness the best plays of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and we just got to witness a complete dumpstering of GPX over Euphoria Esports. But Snapdragon Elite Gaming provides us with the best chipsets for our phones. We also need the best phones to handle it. We have just the perfect one for it. Samsung Galaxy with the latest product, the S23 Ultra, to allow everyone to share the epic and level up their game.
Yep, this is all about sharing your epic moments here and leveling up your gameplay. If you guys want to have a good Mobile Legends Bang Bang experience, you gotta check out this phone because it is gonna give you that amazing experience that you are gonna be looking forward as well. Even if you're not a gamer, you're just here having a fun time, just enjoying some Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You know what? Get a phone, because why? Taking amazing pictures and flexing it on Instagram posts or Facebook posts or flexing to your friends, very, very important, you know? It's all about those looking beautiful, filter-worthy shots. Yeah. Flex, you know?
I have something to flex as well. I have this. I want to flex this thing.
Oh.
One of our partners as well with us, Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. Make sure you get juiced up, start bleeding green, and make sure that you're always energized for your future games. I'm going to take a swig of this right now.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be real tasty. But at the same time, of course, now we're celebrating a little bit of a fasting season here for all the Muslim friends here. Of course, you know, keep guys hydrated and energized after a long day of fasting. It's gonna be very, very important for you to keep your energy up. But at the same time, if you're looking for good deals and game top-ups and diamonds, you can always head down to Kachi's shop for some amazing diamond experience. I know that the recent Jujutsu Kaisen event is pretty much over. Guess what? Transformers is back, baby.
Oh yeah, we got so much more collaborations coming up, and for anyone who is great fans of music or idol groups, there's one that has been announced. So if you haven't seen it yet, better check out social media. But with that being said, there is still time to prep to collect your favorite cosmetics. But for these teams, at least for one of these teams, there's not much time left. Euphoria Esports, the upper bracket life, hangs in the balance.
Yep, it seems like Euphoria Esports, they need to rethink their drafts a little bit more. Opening up the Fanny, who pretty much led to a lot of counter plays coming from GPX. I wouldn't say that most of the heroes coming from GPX was a hard counter, but they found a solution. The Grok was good, the Martyrs as well was a great way to deal with it, and they somehow figured out on how to take down this Fanny play. So it's back to the drawing board coming from Euphoria Esports for game number 2. Should they have shown the Fanny? Because as of yet, GPX obviously very confident that they can deal with a Fanny play. Let it go, it's okay. I don't really care about the Fanny. There were just so many solutions, and even the Kufra was completely ignored from GPX. So it feels like, based on this draft, Euphoria, they need to switch it up here for game number 1. But here, a little bit of a recap on how things looked like in the previous game. That is pretty much the early starting bans coming from game number 1. Joy gonna be a priority. Arlord also gonna be a priority as well. Game 2 needs to be changed coming in from Euphoria.
Well, GPX answered the question, what if you see a Fanny first pick while you have an entire draft that shut the Fanny down? And you see Euphoria Esports once more staying on the blue side and GPX on red, so not much difference right here. And obviously this was the draft from game number 1, so don't be alarmed. We are in for a fresh one. And I think if you are Euphoria, we are looking for a change. Game 1 strat didn't work out. I think it's time to play a more classic game of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit difficult for the teams to actually adapt, right? Like, yeah, the Fanny was a little bit cheesy as well. We saw a couple of Fanny games winning over the week as well. Fanny has been in the situation where it was nerfed, it was buff, it was nerfed, it was buff. But it has reached to a stage where a lot of things can actually deal with the Fanny now, and players are getting smarter over the years on how to deal with the Fanny. So in this case, itemizations will be very, very good to actually deal with Fanny. Dominance of Ice has been buffed up a little bit here to reduce attack speed. Doesn't really affect the Fanny too much, but it is a way to deal with it. I feel like Dreadnought Armor is still one of the strongest defensive items out there, which is one of the reasons why tank meta is so relevant compared to any other heroes or item choices, just because of how bang for buck it is. 850 gold gets you reduced attack power of your opponent every time they cast a physical skill.
Oh yeah.
As compared to a Radiant Armor, which doesn't have a lower counterpart.
Oh yeah, and I think it's just the efficiency that GPX has been able to really bring out. On that ban side, we see Euphoria now taking out both the Valentina and the Martis. A lot of respect for both Kribu and Ray, but it still doesn't really solve the problem. Maybe you open up the Fanny once more, though I don't think it's going to be what they're looking for. Kaja banned out last by GPX, so Fredrin this time will be let through.
Well, do they prioritize on that? Because as of yet, Faramis was banned in the previous game. This time, Euphoria Esports will prioritize that as a first pick coming from Euphoria Esports. No Fanny, no problem. GPX, however, do they want to bring in the Fanny themselves? Because as of yet, we haven't seen too much coming in from him. But at the same time, like you said as well, with the Fredrin up for grabs, GPX, do they want to place textbook Fredrin for themselves and also the Valentina as an opening? But with the Valentina banned this time means there is options for a potential 1, Kadita, 2, Yves in the pool for GPX. But it seems like they don't care about the Yves. They are going to go for the Farsa instead to deal with the Cult Altar. This reminds me of the previous series draft. But they don't go for the Fredrin. They go for the Grok instead. Okay.
Well, you have basically a brick wall to defend this Farsa. You prevent any sort of dive from Euphoria Esports. So GPX just directly addressing the Faramis without compromising this Farsa. They basically, multiple layers of defense of GPX, so well thought through in this first 2 picks. And for Euphoria, now you look at the rest of the draft and you think to yourself, how are you going to deal with the Grok? So they're going to start playing Classic again, go back to the Fredrin, go back to the Beatrix, something that is very common and you don't really have to worry about too many nuances.
Yeah, I'm surprised GPX, they completely let the Fredrin, right? Considering that Martis is pretty much banned, there are not a lot of jungle S tier picks left for GPX. And based on this situation, they picked up the Grok, they picked up Farsa. There is an opportunity for them to actually pick the Fanny right here, right now, and start banning off all the counterparts. And in this case, it feels like they should. But besides that, what's a good matchup against Fredrin in the jungle? Because as of yet, I think Barat is pretty okay, but it doesn't have the mobility that they have. He does have the tankiness a Fredrin provides, but it feels like it's weird. It's weird that GPX just letting it off on the hook in the air right now.
It could be a link angle also, right, for GPX. So when you look at Assassins.
Yeah, it could be land slot, tank slot coming from GPX. So that's something that I guess they want to waste bans from Euphoria Esports just to commit for this. But no, this is smart. They ban off the Archive, which is something that GPX has been known to use for as well. Heavy Spin completely disrupts the Cult Altar and the Fredrin at the same time. I like this smart ban coming from Euphoria.
Yeah, definitely did their homework. No, for GPX, they take out the glue, focusing on that XP lane a bit more. And I guess for GPX, they are, again, like game 1, not too worried about what Euphoria has so far. The fact that they picked the Melissa in as response to the Beatrix just shows how much emphasis they're putting on what for this game too.
Yeah, at the same, I think they should just go, okay, Atlas being banned. I was expecting maybe they would let that slide as well. I don't think Atlas was a big threat coming from Euphoria Esports. They need some more wombo combos to actually deal with it. So I guess they don't really want to force pick the Digi towards their draft for GPX. But I'm curious here. Jungler-wise, it feels like Paquito jungle is pretty good. I want to see whether or not GPX brings in the Freya jungle. But oh, interesting. Euphoria Esports, they ban off the Hanzo. And interesting enough, we've seen roaming Hanzo before in the other MPL regions in the early weeks of MPL, but so far not many teams or players can play it because it is a very risky, unique playstyle where you're forced to dive back line. So jungle or roaming Hanzo with a tank slot is pretty scary, but I don't think GPX was thinking about that direction. But Euphoria definitely overthinking for this draft.
And now you see the Yuzhong, just another great front line, and this time GPX having Frost to deal with the Cow Altar. Now you have this Black Dragon who is just going to infiltrate that backline and really make the life of Shizo incredibly hard, especially when he's on this Beatrix. And with that Yuzhong pick, you basically keep that jungle hidden for GPX. He gets to see what Euphoria has to offer before making that choice.
Oh, I like this. I like this. But they do get the Benedetta up for Euphoria Esports. They do have a very, very solid draft. But GPX now, final jungle. Is it going to be the Fanny? Because as of yet, if he goes for a Fanny pickup, only the Fredrin and Faramis can stop him. And so far, it's not too bad for him to actually go for the Fredrin right here, right now. Yes, you are going to lose out a lot of tankiness sustainability, but you're not going to lose out in terms of snowball potential. And this game, if GPX gets the early snowball, they will be able to win. But the question is, what if Fanny doesn't go well in their favor? Because if they were to fall back in plan B, Yuzhong doesn't necessarily is the tankiest hero, nor is the Grok. But looks like it is going to be a high risk, high reward gamble coming from GPX, going for the final Fanny pickup.
And saving that for last, I suppose. Seeing
this is how you draw for Fanny, man. You don't first pick it.
GPX showing how it's done. You know, see the full draft of your enemies, then you decide whether Fanny is a good fit.
I like it. I like that GPX is playing really, really smart this game. But can they execute it is going to be a completely different story. Because GPX, they showed they don't need hard counters. They will still have a way to deal with the Fanny. Meanwhile, Euphoria Esports, do they have the tools to deal with this Fanny? Because as of yet, based on this draft, GPX seems to be the stronger opponent in game number 2.
I feel like strong is an understatement. They are overwhelming after game 1. And actually, that was a question I wanted to ask as well, right? Does Euphoria have the necessary tools to stop this Fanny? You know, as compared to game 1, GPX have plenty of ways to prevent this Fanny from functioning, but Euphoria seems like they don't have as much.
It's scary. Compared to game 1, GPX definitely had a little bit more room to work with. But with this game, hopefully it is going to be a little bit better, because game 2 in the upper brackets, Euphoria Esports going up against GPX, with GPX taking the first game, and now into game number 2, Euphoria Esports risking being eliminated.
revoluQT again, just forcing out those retributions from Vanguard, and just playing a lot of that harassment, this Grok. Just complete madness. Keeping Ray safe. Euphoria can't really give the same treatment over to the Fanny.
Oh boy, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well. Euphoria Esports, do they mirror what GPX is doing? Do they completely dodge this Fanny is going to be the question. But interesting now, GPX, they started things off for the orange buff first. There is going to be a little bit more room for him once he gets the second purple buff. Is where when he tries to go for a contest on Turtle, and if Euphoria tries to take that early 20-second window, they are going to get punished for this. But as of yet, revoluQT is going to get a little bit more of a harassment. But for now, it seems like if GPX, they're hoping to punish the XP lane this time. But this is a Benedetta we're talking about with the Petrify, so it's going to be difficult to do so.
And revoluQT again, just running interference, trying to find out where the Fredrin is. There is an attempt from Vanguard to go into the jungle of GPX, but it's not able to do much. So Ray is going to hit that level 4, ready to make a splash in the top side. Shizogod knows that this Fanny might be coming, so he's going to be really far back. He's going to wait for the first turtle. Ray, he just goes for it! Shizogod brought down low.
Oh my goodness, that was huge as well. But at the same time, he's got to force the recall back, because bottom turtle is going to be up for grabs, and Ray doesn't have the purple buff to do so. Euphoria dropping everything, and this is going to be the turtle's guaranteed secure for Euphoria. And this is the 20-second window I'm talking about. And GPX, they know for a fact that they cannot contest this.
And just Euphoria making the right call as well, taking advantage of the fact that this Fanny is not dead. There's a flicker into war charge. My goodness! revoluQT almost getting the kill onto Ryujin God, even forcing the Cold Altar out.
Oh boy, he had no choice but to pop the Cold Altar, knowing that the residue shots coming from Yuzhong might have killed him. So that was a good app play coming from Euphoria Esports, but as of yet, they're doing surprisingly so much better compared to game number 1. And you can see the confidence is coming in because eventually, as long as they don't give unnecessary kills to Ray, they are going to be ALVA because eventually Fanny is going to fall off. But with that being said, Headsguard is going to back off and he's going to bait the Fanny at the Electro final blow to get out of safety. But so far, GPX not getting the snowball that they are looking for.
And Kribu actually clears out the mid wave. So all things considered, this is an even game so far. Vanguard making sure that he is keeping track with Ray. In fact, ahead in experience thanks to the earlier turtle take. Euphoria Esports having 4 men on the top side. Fredo QT is going to check. That is the target that Euphoria don't want to jump on.
Oh, this is very, very scary here coming from GPX. They need to find a way to get more kills because as of yet, Euphoria is just playing into their hands. And all Euphoria does is need right now is just buy time. We don't really care about winning the early game. We just need to stall. And that's exactly what they're getting at. GPX, however, starting to get a little bit desperate looking for kills because as of yet, Ray, he's going to get caught out and he's dead. That's going to be first blood for Euphoria Esports. Oh my goodness, you hate to see moments like this. Oh, you hate to see it. Ah, it hurts.
A bit of overconfidence from Ray also. I mean, Headsguard having the Petrify, so that's making life so much easier. Way better start for Euphoria, being able to stop this Fanny. And now Ray forced to try to secure the purple buff. This turtle most likely would go over to Euphoria. Fertile QT trying his best to run interference, but I don't think GPX can get this. No way that's going to happen.
Oh my goodness. Imagine if Fredo QT had the wall charge, cancels the timing, gets the last swipe at the last moment, and actually steals it away. That would be a great denial from GPX. However, Euphoria, with that 1 kill, is going to give them the confidence to start to get objectives across the map. But now, we're about to hit the 5-minute mark. This is where gold plating is going to be irrelevant to defend against his tier 1s. Meanwhile, GPX has yet to make a play yet.
Yeah, GPX, while Euphoria so far able to hold GPX back. Now, send in that Lolita. Ziri coming right in. Black Dragon form use as well. The codes are completely busted by Kribu. GPX pouncing on Euphoria Esports. Ray with the cable just creating so much interference to get the kill onto Yoshi. But Shizo's able to strike back to get rid of Fredo QT. Ziri not able to do much. Euphoria and GPX trade 1 for 1.
Oh, great connection coming from GPX as well. But the question here is, even though they're getting all this kind of damage, you can see that Euphoria Esports, they have the damage to threaten GPX just because they have this Count Altar, which gives them a lot of temp HP. Meanwhile, GPX, yes, they have the damage to shred through it, but then what? Can they tank the sustainabilities of what Euphoria Esports brings to the table? You've got Freddy so tanky, but look at this. Ray, he was able to chip down Vendetta, but then what? Because top side is going to be engagement coming in, and they're split apart. They were able to get a trade. That's huge.
And then Ray just able to buy time, distract 2 members of Euphoria also. Ziri able to spot Venogod. They want to get rid of the purple buff, but GPX have a full squad here, so Venogod now in a very bad spot. The wall blocks him off. Venogod losing help. The call-outs are coming in just in time and pulling the members of GPX back, and that's what the Benedetta has been looking for. Hits God with a double kill to stop GPX.
Oh, huge play coming from Eugene God, and now he's gonna go for more, and Fredo QT is dead, and that's gonna be Venogod with a huge outplay against GPX. And GPX just completely shattered with that play. They thought they had Venogod, but it was the Count Altar to set things apart to help them save the day. GPX, oh, the desperation starting to kick in, and the thirstiness coming in as well. But now Yoshi God popping the Numenon Blast out top. One, he does have to go away, and there's no way they're gonna kill him off. And now Yoshi God, he's stuck.
Locked off into a wall charge. Ray ends up going down. Shizogo just destroys him with 2 shots. GPX feeling the wrath of Euphoria this time. Still want to go for more. Euphoria forcing GPX away, and they'll give them tier 1.
Oh my goodness, Euphoria just keeping things alive from the Philippines side. In this case, 5k net worth advantage to GPX. They need to find a way to actually stop them, and as of yet, face checking that, not necessarily a good idea. But with this Frederick coming in, it is going to be huge. Bottom side hits, just doing a fantastic job cutting the creep wave and zoning GPX.
And Ray's given the same treatment from game 1, like what they did to Venogod. The airstrike used again. Warchas, knockout, backline, compromise. Hit able to just get away on this Benedetta. GPX protecting this tier 2. And the call Alta also keeping the rest of Euphoria alive. The fact that no one went down is good news for Euphoria.
Oh my goodness, this is good for GPX, right? They're able to bait out a count Altar, but at the same time, Black Dragon is one of the longest cooldowns of ultimates here. That means it's also good for Euphoria Esports, so it doesn't actually do anything. Whereas as we are GPX, what they need to do is buy raising space, but Euphoria is, like you said as well, doing the exact same thing of how they were treated in Game 1, and because of this, GPX is in a backseat where they need to play catch-up. But for how long and to when? Because as of yet, I don't think they can actually make a comeback, especially when they need some way to kill off Renegade, one of the strongest, most tankiest heroes in the current meta.
Yeah, and I don't think they have the items just yet. Not enough damage. Orange buff taken away. Preempt Numenon Blast to keep GPX out of that jungle. You can see the damage starting to build up for Shito God as well. So GPX feeling a bit more pressure. Wall charge. Feather airstrike, forcing the flicker out of Ryujin. Ziri can't really follow up with Black Dragon.
Oh my goodness, this is huge for Euphoria Esports right now. With no Black Dragon means they can go run and rampant. Bottom side, Ray, with the cables coming in without purple buff, he's trying his best, but there's only so much he can do. And the Lord already in the hands of Euphoria Esports. GPX, no intention to contest that at all. And his problem, another purple buff, bending denied for this Fanny. Euphoria just completely starving Ray this game.
6,000 goal advantage for Euphoria Esports. 9.5 minutes in. In a complete lead. All top 3 network belong to Euphoria Esports. The Lord pushing down bottom, and that's where Vanguard is as well. Ray will be waiting to cut to intercept the Lord, but Euphoria Esports, they should be able to get this mid tier 2 creep, losing just majority of his health bar to that one snipe. Now, get into a safe spot. Better airstrike cancel early thanks to Euphoria Esports pushing forward.
Oh, so hard. The comeback mechanic coming in from GPX is gotta be the Melissa from WOD, but with the shields coming in from this Lolita, it's gonna be even harder for them to make a comeback. And for Esports, they've just got all fronts covered, and so far, it comes down to whether or not Yuzhong gets the perfect catch, but as you can see on the bottom side,
onto Veno.
Oh my god!
Just saving it again in the last second! And that's going to allow him to get the ton off. The wall charge is dead. And get rid of Ray. Ziri is in front. They get the knockout. Wombo combo is around. Finally, GPX finds an answer. A response that they've been longing to find. 2 kills for Ziri. Keeping that base alive. But all things considered, Euphoria still got the top inhibitor.
Oh my goodness. Vano, god. 0 to nothing. Dropping Ray from 100 to 1 HP with 1 Appraisal's Wrath. Turn things around. Just not making it easy for Ray. But as I said as well, GPX's comeback is going to be up to Ziri, and as of yet, he's doing a fantastic job and dishing out damage. But eventually, the question here is, if he goes damage, who is going to be the front liner? Because as of yet, there's only so much Fredo he can do. He's only got the the Hunter Strike and the Dominance Eyes up on GPX. That means there's not a lot of damage coming from Ziri, but eventually he's pretty much the only one that can actually peel through the defense of Euphoria Esports. And that's a big problem because with a Yuzhong only, without the assist of this Melissa, things are not going to look the way GPX is.
And we also see GPX really trying to make this Fanny work. Ray was able to at least push out that bottom wave. But you just look at the level differential. Vanguard is 2 levels ahead of Ray. He's about to hit 15 also. And Euphoria so far has been in full control. More up in 30 seconds. GPX positioning on the top side, but they are not able to contest with Euphoria.
Oh boy, this is very, very scary. You can see that Ray, he has the purple buff this time. Fortunately, he lost a lot so far, but he's so bottom in the pack in terms of net worth. He needs to find a way to make space, and Euphoria, every single time, they know that Ray is off the other side of the map. Headscott is going to be in a position where, hey, I'm going to clear the minions, but this time they're calling in Ray to actually go for a solo kill, and this time with the Pro Bomber, he was able to outplay Headscott, and this is huge, because this is going to allow GPX a little bit room to go in for the split push, but Euphoria Esports, they're debating, do they force a Lord fight, or do they go down to defense, because as of yet, GPX, they haven't shown where the Fanny is.
And Gurgudis is gonna flicker in! to get the wall charge, forcing Ryujin God to get out. Ziri popping the Black Dragon. They get Luminon Blast, not hitting onto anyone. Yoshi God even flickering for that. Euphoria forcing GPX out of that Lord pit. And now they're back on that Lord. His got up in 3 seconds.
Oh, so smart coming from GPX. This is so smart. This is exactly what they need as well. Using out all those ultimates, they have the numbers advantage, but at the same time, they need to buy time. And because as of yet, Ray hasn't shown his hands and they don't really know how much the HP is. He comes for the steal, but no! Euphoria secures it instead. Oh, so close. So close.
Barely keeping themselves in this game. GPX with heroics from Ray. And you know, he did so much to shut down this Benedetta, but at the end, Euphoria just mounted a very, very impenetrable defense. Lord coming in top side as well. And GPX, can they stop any more inhibitors from falling to Euphoria?
Oh, this is the problem about having a triple tank composition, right? Pay attention to items as well. Because Euphoria Esports, 3 heroes playing tank items, GPX only has 2. And Yu Jong Grok, not necessarily the strongest players to open up the map. You've got Frederick, you've got Lolita to deal with. It's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But bottom side, oh, Ray getting a bit cheeky with the catch on Shizu. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do that enough. But is it enough to scare him off?
Trying to defend the bottom inhibitor, but there's just enough damage for Euphoria to get the job done. Lord will be taken out by what? So GPX still keeps that mid inhibitor alive, but they need to do a bit more. Ray just going in. Forcing a bit of that flicker out. Fredo QT already expanding their wall charge. They need to keep this mid inhibitor alive, but Euphoria will get rid of it nonetheless. Looking for a potential game 3. Ziri popping that Black Dragon. They're going for the engage, trying to just push Euphoria out of the way. Ziri doing his absolute best, but Euphoria, I think they will stay for a bit longer, and all the ways have been cleared out by GPX.
You can see Ziri, he could have went straight into hands of Shizuka and tried to get the punish, but because of the fact of how Shizu is doing so much damage, he was just so afraid of getting shot by those snipers. He's always dodging side by side, and because of that, he's not able to get in range to actually catch off Shizu God, and this is a big problem because Shizu needs to die first for Euphoria to actually lose a potential fight. And as of yet, GPX, they're getting forced in.
Luminon Blast, use Feather Airstrike, also cancelled. They got the flicker out of Kribo, but Fredo QT, he's not the brick wall that he thought he was in game 1. This is not a game that he can just stand there and soak up all the damage. Ray finally hitting 15 after so long. But the next Lord is going to be the be-all end-all, and Euphoria just needs to wait out the time and keep GPX in their base.
It's tough, it's tough. Shizu God, he just got his Has Claw as well. As you can see, based on his items here, he's full max slotted. Same can be said for the Melissa, but eventually it needs a little bit more room to work with because as of yet, Yu Jong nowhere close to his next item as well. He just got his steel leggings for himself. Grok is nowhere near full slotted to actually contest when it comes to face-checking bushes against Venogod, against maybe even the Lolita as well. So this is going to be a problem for GPX, and eventually it all comes down to buying even more time. And it all comes down to Ray. Whether or not can he get the outplay once again. He's going to try!
Better airstrike use! Hit God, just get away! Backup coming though. Fredo QT is around. They also have Watt playing in that brush. That's going to spot out Venogod at least. Euphoria not losing his God this time is huge because Lord has just spawned.
Yeah, great game sense coming from GPX, but this time they need to secure the purple buff, but it will be denied. But they do Frost Retribution from Euphoria Esports.
Fellow QT using the wall charge, trying to flicker away, but he's gonna get picked up by Ryujin God. Huge isolation for Euphoria, and Ray cannot stay in his jungle. He needs to be able to cut the waves as much as possible. GPX, they need to buy time, but it's 23 seconds and Euphoria have more than enough time to get this Lord.
This is tough. Venogod, he's got about 6 seconds before his Retribution comes in, so the timing needs to be crucial, but Ray, nowhere to be found, so it is going to be a lot easily taken from the side of Euphoria Esports. So GPX plays a little bit slow, but it all comes down to split pushing once again. But as of yet, GPX, they're sending Ray to shove down bottom lane, but Euphoria says, we don't care about a Fanny. What can a Fanny do? Because as of now, Euphoria is looking to close out this game with the Lord pushing down in the middle lane. It's going to be a tough defense. GPX, they have to throw bodies for this in order to defend against this, and it is going to be close.
Wave not really synchronized, so GPS can clear out the mid wave first. Ziri gone on to leap away. The Grok wall is going to delay this Lord, but that's going to allow the top wave to crash in. Watt losing half of his health, and there it is. Euphoria throwing the full weight on GPX. Creepo flickering away. Euphoria going straight for the Crystal. GPX, do you have damage to stop them though? The Crystal dropping very low. The Lord doing a lot of work, but look at Ray. Straight down the middle lane. They get rid of the farmers. They get rid of the Lord. GPX holding the fort. 3 kills over to GPX. Euphoria cannot end the game just yet.
Oh my goodness, they have to throw bodies. In this case, GPX, they threw their bodies at Euphoria Esports. Chicken out at the last moment. They completely backed out just because of a big petrified catch coming from Ziri. And instead of going for the crystal, they backed out. And this is going to buy GPX a little bit more time to come back into this game. Oh my goodness, you hate to see moments like this. But it is moments like this that makes or break people. In this case, GPX giving a little bit room to make a comeback. Hopefully, with this small room, they are able to even the score.
Finally, taking the mid-tier 1. 15 minutes, big sigh of relief, more space to move around on the map. 80 seconds until the next Lord. And they've just cashed in, I believe, a 4,000 to 5,000 goal swing for GPX. They're not in the lead just yet, but they've definitely diminished the advantage that Euphoria got.
Yeah, it does give a little bit more room for both the Yujong and Fredo QT to open up the map a little bit more. And this is very important, especially when Ziri, the Yujong, needs to be able to buy enough time for both Kribu and Watt to do his own thing. And that's exactly why Euphoria Esports is starting to respect the Yujong. And as of yet, Divine Glaive Upper Ruging God is huge for him. But as long as GPX doesn't clump up as 5, it is going to be hard for Euphoria to clean out the game, whereas GPX, they have to just kill either Ryujin or Shizu and the game will be in the bag, because as of yet, with the top tier 2 up for grabs, Euphoria Esports, they're losing even more map control now.
And that's all a cascading effect from that mid-tier 1 getting taken away. And just props to Ray. He was 0-4 at the start of the game, and now still 2-4. Doesn't have a positive KD, but he's keeping this Fanny relevant. He's able to find these space around the map, just making sure that Euphoria Esports have to constantly deal with him. GPX, now we have to contest this Lord. Euphoria going for big wraparound.
Oh boy, this is going to be huge as well. Ray, he's not going for a tank build, so he's going to be easy to be kicked off as well, because Euphoria driving the back lines
and
to kill Kribu.
Kribu going down. This is going to be huge. GPX, can he do the damage? What is going ham? Still holding to the Inspire. Ziri already using the Black Dragon. Euphoria being able to keep Yoshi God alive is massive. Now, with Kribu out for 35 seconds, Euphoria have a huge window to go on the Lord.
Oh, this is huge for This is huge for Euphoria Esports here. No Fasa, no problem. But the problem here is they bait out the Black Dragon, but they don't have Count Alta to actually risk this as well, because Ray so extremely annoying, threatening purple buff. That means they will have to secure both sides of purple buff, but top side,
he missed the cable.
Oh no, Ray,
can't go
might
down
be
like
dead.
this. His God looking for him. Ray doesn't have the energy.
Oh!
That's away in the last second, Ray.
Oh no, Ray.
Is this how it is? The Lord is already gone. Ray needs to survive this. Backup coming in. Fredo QT can't reach him in time. Euphoria now have a chance to close out the game.
Oh my goodness, baiting out the Retribution, baiting out his life, and his God finally clutches a dub against him. And with 40 seconds down on the sidelines and the Lord pushing in, the lanes also shoved in. Euphoria Esports, they are going to look to threaten this as well. Ziri still has the Black Dragon, and once again, they have to throw bodies for this defense. And Euphoria Esports, they know they have to, and they've got immortalities to do so, and they will potentially clash into them.
GPX have defended their base once. Can they do it again? Ray is 20 seconds out. There's too much time. Ziri, Black Dragon now. Lord crashing in. They gotta keep the Lord away. What? Going ham with the Inspire. His God in the back line. What? Getting gone on. Petrify. Numenon Blast. He is out of this one. Euphoria looking for a game tree, and I think they've got it. This series goes the distance in the upper bracket. Exactly what we asked for. Euphoria delivered what we wanted.
Oh boy, this is just them pouring their hearts and soul in this game. But Euphoria definitely came up clutch in this game so far. Fanny not having the time of their lives from both games so far. But definitely from the side, GPX played a much, much better game, despite losing game number 2. But all in all, a dub is still a dub, and Euphoria keeps things alive for the Filipino teams and the fans as they hope to continue their domination in the upper brackets. But in case you missed out the match as well, this is pretty much the highlights of how game 2 went. Euphoria Esports just completely shutting down Ray in every single front in terms of contesting the purple bar, but eventually it came down to final moments where Euphoria Esports finally finds a little bit mistakes, especially coming from Ray, and Hate Gods comes in clutch, denying the potential kill threat of GPX Esports, allowing them to finally close out this game.
And this is the first loss that GPX has experienced throughout the entirety of the challenge stage. in the hands of Euphoria Esports. We're looking for a team that can leave a mark on GPX, and we have found one right here in the upper bracket semi-finals. This series is not done just yet, and GPX finally have met their match.
Yep, 21 minutes in towards game number 2, and so far today's matches has been extremely long and intense between all the teams when the bragging rights are on the line, the fight for the highest prize pool on the line as well. And so far upper brackets first finals is going to be wider all both of these teams here, Euphoria Esports or GPX. Euphoria keeps things alive. But now let's talk a little bit shop here on how things went down as well, because as of yet, you can see based on itemizations as well, Euphoria Esports has 3 heroes with triple tank compositions, whereas GPX, they only had 2 tank compositions, which is pretty much the Yujong and the Grok, whereas Fanny forced them to go for a full damage item, which is an old school Fanny build, which eventually needs to have to add a very, very early snowball, which in this case, Ray hasn't been able to do so. And oftentimes we do see Fanny kind of transition in towards a tank build in towards later stage of game. But this game, they know for a fact from GPX that they needed somebody to threaten the back lines. And even then, Euphoria understood that you take out the Fanny, it's over. Back lines are secure.
And you really have to give props to Euphoria with that last rotation from that top side of the map, right? Catching Kribu in front of the base and really giving them the room to take on the Lord. And overall, this was the adjustment that Euphoria needed to show, and they did. It's fair to say that Fanny just is not having a good time in the series. First pick Fanny didn't work out. Last pick Fanny didn't work out. And I do wonder if the teams will now, go off of the Fanny and go on something else.
Yeah, Fanny. Yeah, it's just not in the meta for a reason. There's just too many heroes to actually deal with the Fanny now. In this case, Fredrin, one of the biggest threats so far. We've seen time and time again, Venom God, pretty much unkillable on this Fredrin. Yes, damage has been reduced on the Fredrin, but the tankiness still untouched so far. And you can see, based on these damage taken per minute, he is going to be the highest coming from Euphoria Esports. And it is going to be difficult to actually make a comeback from this, considering that Fredrin is a reason why he is S tier. But for now, the MVP for this second match is going to be none other than Shizu God on this Beatrix with a 204 KDA, just completely destroying players from the side of Euphoria Esports.
Yeah, Shizu God untouched in this game. They did dive him a few times, but Shizu God has always been able to get out. Props to having the Farmist on the team as well. Just those clutch call ultras really messing with the game plan of GPX. But all things considered, we needed Euphoria to push GPX to the limit. Now we get a game 3. It's anyone's game. One last half an hour in this upper bracket for one of them.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very difficult moment for them, because as of yet, with that being said, Euphoria Esports now keeping things alive for the Filipino side. So far in today's series, Philippines has won the first one, and this time, can they continue their win streak? Because we started the day with 5 Indonesian teams against 3 Philippine teams coming in from Snapdragon Pro Series, and now 1 Indonesian team is out, so it's 3-4. If, and only if, they kick them out, it's still going to be 3-4 though.
It's going to be 4 because we're going to be losing an Indonesian team at the end of the evening anyways. But after that intense first 2 games, we're going to go take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 3 of this upper bracket between Euphoria Esports and GPX. You don't want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work today. Work today. Work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do.
And here we are at the final stretch of this upper bracket series. Euphoria Esports against GPX, both teams sitting at 1 point apiece. Winner makes it to challenge finals, which means they secure top 4. Loser goes down to lower bracket.
Well, all things considered, it is a very, very difficult game for either of these teams because SPL, of course, when it comes to bragging rights for their country, this is a match that they have to be fighting for because one of these teams is going to be representing the country, either Indonesia or the Philippines. First team to make it to the upper bracket finals is going to be a huge statement for the entire region and all the fans that is watching this stream so far. And currently, game number 3. Whew. GPX taking game 1, Euphoria bites back for game 2. Game 3 is going to be all about adaptations. So far, both games, Fanny pickups didn't exactly do too well for both teams.
Yeah, Fanny pickups, whether it's first pick or last pick, both resulted in a loss. But one thing that we can take away from game 2 is that it is so much closer than game 1. It wasn't a complete walkover. GPX put up a good fight despite how much Euphoria was punishing them in that early game. And that brings us to game 3. What can we expect in terms of the draft? Will there be any changes?
Don't ban Fanny, ignore it. Whoever picks it is going to completely lose the game because 0% win rate in the series for Fanny. And so far, both teams have adapted in a draft where they know how to play around the Fanny because I thought about it as well because game number 2 in the draft, I talked about how Euphoria Esports, if they find a way to slow the bleeding from the Fanny, they are going to be all good. And GPX, even though Fanny was so good in the early stage of the game, he wasn't able to get that snowball coming from Ray to completely destroy Euphoria Esports compared to how game 1 when he was given this huge lead on that Martis, which completely went out of control. So adaptations definitely needs to be made. Euphoria Esports, they are going to respect the Martis, ban it off. They are going to respect maybe the Valentina, yes, it is going to be taken out away from GPX. These are the two crucial heroes that completely destroyed Euphoria Esports in game number 1. This time not giving into them. GPX also going to be sticking the Faramis here. Game 1, Faramis was banned. Game 2, there is a reason why Faramis needs to be banned at this stage. But GPX, this time, they're not going to get the Fredrin for themselves, and Euphoria is going to stick it down for themselves, and GPX is back towards the drawing board as well. Game 2, they didn't care about the Fredrin. They didn't prioritize that. This time, do they find a way to deal with it? Because the question here is, if they still go for the Fanny again, chances are they need to figure out on how to deal with the adaptations coming from Euphoria Esports.
And game 2, they did ban the Kaja. This time Kaja was led through as well, so maybe that's a priority that GPX is looking for. When we look at the Fredrin, Eve seems to be one of the few options that you can directly pick as a response thanks to the real-world manipulation. GPX have a big decision to make. Kaja and Glue to open things up. There's great front line, a lot of pick potential. And you know, GPX definitely kicking the draft off with a slightly different approach, but the fact that they got the Kaja gives them a lot of value.
I feel like Benedetta is something that they did not respect a little bit too much. We know for a fact that Glue is really, really strong. Glue was pretty much banned in the previous game, but GPX, they know for the fact they needed somebody to zone the lane, right? They picked the Yujong to deal with the Faramis in game number 2, but at the expense where Yujong doesn't necessarily have the tankiness like other XP laners do, like Lapu, like Glue, maybe even to a certain degree, I think it was the Edith. No, not Edith. What was the right here? Benedetta. Sorry, yeah. Benedetta is great for zoning the back lines here. So in this case, GPX, they have a Glue is better, but Euphoria, they are going to stick with the Benedetta so far. We've seen in multiple MPL regions here that Benedetta has started to make a little bit more comeback for the XP lane, and it is very frustrating to deal with. It's so mobile, it's tanky, it threatens kill threat potential as well compared to any other XP laners. GPX now has a big problem. They have catch potential, but do they have the damage to one-shot either the Freddy or Benedetta? Because time and time again, in Game 1, Game 2, we've seen a lot of conditions where Fredrin, a chunk down towards the last tick at the moment, cannot be finished off. And a lot of teams can't seem to figure it out. And especially for marksmen as well, there are not a lot of marksmen that can chunk through tanky compositions, except for carry, or maybe pure damage compositions. But the problem here is, there has been changes for the Halberd in the recent patch. But that change is not necessarily enough.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I was wondering, is this a time where we see GPX whip out the Leslie again? We're talking about tank shredders, right? So it's a very, very niche option. It's an option that I personally wouldn't go down. But if you want kind of a direct answer, maybe that's what GPX were looking for. So far, they have long-range artillery, decent long-range artillery with the Farsa. Into Eve, it's very, very common. But again, you don't have the same ways to stop this Benedetta like you did in Game 2 with the Grok. This time it's just a Kaja, and that Divine Judgment can only do so much. And it is a spell that Benedetta can actually deal with if you get the timing right.
Well, before we get into that timing here, I think you talked about potentially the Leslie pickup. It feels like, based on the win rate coming from both teams, Beatrix pretty much had a 100% win rate from both games. Yeah. So technically, they are going to try and prioritize on the Beatrix a little bit more. GPX still hovering, giving a little bit of an illusion that they are still hovering towards the Fanny pickup. So they are going to ban off the Brody, potentially burning off the Leslie as well. One of the very few heroes actually deal with the Fanny. But what's really surprising is that Euphoria Esports, despite having a Beatrix, had no issues dealing with the Fannies coming from GPX. So I like that they were going for this, but they are bailing the Kufra, doubling down and saying that, hey, I'm playing the Fanny again. Euphoria Esports, do they... they faked the ban. Nicely done, because this is where it opens things up a little bit more for the Beatrix secure for GPX.
And you can see GPX just all smiles. The moment the Fanny ban comes out, they instantly snatch the Beatrix. Euphoria right now, again, not knowing what GPX wants to go for. They've eliminated the threat of the Fanny, but I don't think that was ever the plan for GPX. Now they get to see once more what Euphoria wants to go with for the last 2 picks before they decide on the jungler. And honestly now, all cards are on the board. You don't have a Kufra. You've already wasted Euphoria's ban on that Fanny. GPX have full reign of what they want for the jungle.
I like how GPX is playing this here. They intentionally let it off so that they can open up the hero pool for this final moment. Game 1, Game 2, no Kufra bans, no Kufra picked as well. So this is something that GPX is saving up as well. Could this be the potential Freya jungle? But as of now, Euphoria Esports, they bring in the Cho tank coming from Euphoria Esports and the Moskov to deal with the Beatrix. So I'm curious here, what jungler is so good that GPX has to play like this? Because as of yet, I don't know. Do they want to go for Paquito? It might be a case as well, Paquito jungle. It might be, maybe... I want to... Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the Archive.
Alright, fine. Archive was completely... Okay, Archive was banned in the second phase of game number 2. So with this fake, they secure the Archive for themselves. So
it feels like an either or, right? Like if you don't ban Archive, we probably will get the Fanny anyways. We talk about kind of the lack of tanks. Or like
I think the intention of that final ban was that we don't want to play the Fanny. We sucked at Fanny in game number 2.
We never wanted the Fanny.
We wanted the Archive. We bait out the Kufra to force you to ban the Fanny and then pick the Archive. This is so smart coming from GPX.
And it was a pick that I think Euphoria, you know, they actually did their homework. When we look at the head-to-head, Archive was a huge thing for GPX. It's a hero that we haven't seen for a long, long time. You know, we see it a bit in the open finals and afterwards it's just weaned off. Right now, back in the draft, in the most important game of this upper bracket series. If GPX wins this, or if whoever wins this, goes in the top 4.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult one, but question is, even though they got the fake out with the Fanny, this Archive, is it going to be enough to help GPX secure the W, being the first team in the upper bracket finals? You gotta stick around to find out, because this is a very important match for the prize of the nation. This is game number 3 for Euphoria Esports versus GPX. Philippines versus Indonesia.
Well, Euphoria Esports have drawn blood once. Now the question is, can they do it again? Off to a great start to get that flicker out of Fredo QT. Just Yoshi got... They've kind of adapted throughout the entire series. They're getting the movement read so right. And Fredo QT not on the Grockies this time, so it means that you won't see as much pressure as, you know, the first 2 games. And you can also look at the bot side, right? Headscott just cutting that wave, being so much more mobile than this Glue, giving himself so much more room, just making these early rotations and making sure that Euphoria is not threatened.
Oh my goodness, Euphoria now taking a little bit more aggression. You can see GPX feeling a little bit more confident compared to game number 1. And the question here is, they needed some people to zone out. At this time, GPX sticking with the triple tank composition, it is going to give them a little bit more room to open up the map. Because if you think about it, in contrast to Euphoria Esports, Benedetta not as tanky as a Glue. Cho not necessarily as tanky as a Akai nor a Glue. So in this case, in terms of overall tankiness, GPX has a slight upper edge in terms of overall tankiness, whereas a Kaja is pretty much mirrored to a Cho.
And Benedetta, well, you are more mobile than the Glue, you can cut waves, but you can't really kill the Glue alone. Yoshi got not having the ultimate, so you can't really kick Fredo QT away, but it does create pressure around this turtle pit. Euphoria Esports having 4 members around. GPX, do you want to contest this? So far it seems like that's the intention, but they found Ray in the jungle, and that's a lot of pressure. Heavy's being forced out, he's moving towards the turtle, they pin him down, but it's actually going to be Fredo QT that takes the turtle out of everyone. Even find the first round to Ryujin, they use the stick onto this Fredrin. Venogod goes down. Euphoria Esports botching this attempt. GPX walks away with all men alive.
Oh my goodness, that should not have happened coming from Euphoria Esports here. They started off with Ryujin God kind of stunning and shoving Ray here, and both of them didn't kind of messed up the retribution timing, but little did they know that Ray didn't exactly have the retribution, and while that's actually happening, they just forced the fight, and Euphoria just panic fight all the way through. Having Fredo QT stealing the turtle bar means GPX will have a little bit more lead to actually contest this fight. So I'd say it was pretty much GPX just, you know, playing something that Euphoria kind of overthink.
It's a bit of a disaster for Euphoria. Didn't get any kills in return, and they were doing a pretty decent job in forcing Ray away. He even used that heavy spin preemptively, couldn't get close to the turtle, and Euphoria still couldn't secure it. Now GPX putting pressure up top, using the Feather Airstrike. Yoshi got threatening it, so they canceled that ultimate, but they have no way to get on top of what, and as long as Fredo QT is around, he always had that Divine Judgment.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because now we can see the Glue is starting to actually cut the free wave, and logically speaking, we expect Headscott to kind of mirror this up, but considering that having this Glue, having a 2-kill advantage and a level advantage, it's hard for him to mirror because if he does that, he is going to risk giving even more XP to this Glue, which eventually Glue is going to have a huge lead to completely cut the backlines of Euphoria Esports. So he is going to try and threaten him, deny as much as possible, and then eventually trying to wrap around and play comeback for Euphoria Esports.
And the fact that both kills went to this Glue means that he got such a big head start. You see the net worth chart also, he is basically 400 gold, not too much ahead of this Benedetta, but for the Glue, it's worth so much. Now he can hold the lane on his own, he's demanding more attention from Euphoria. They're trying to get onto him. Ziri still has the split to work with. He's trying to buy time for his jungler to arrive. They use the real manipulation. Ziri is still getting out. They use the Petrify. Ziri just flickers away. They cannot get it. The Electro Final Blow even used. And Ziri sticks on the His God. Now he's going to get his health back. His God in no man's land. GPX, the cavalry has arrived. They're just going to go for a turtle. Benno God pinned to the wall, pushed away. Still couldn't get the turtle, but this time it's actually Yoshi God that gets it for his team. Both teams' aromas have stolen the turtle.
What? Is that both junglers pretty much out-timing their Way of the Dragons, and now with the Divine Judgment coming in on Yoshi God? Oh my goodness, that's not the right target. Both junglers pretty much overthinking a little bit more, but it is as close as it gets, and seeing how this every single engagement, you can see both teams just going all in. Ziri once again, the point of interest. Got a little bit of an awkward position. Is he
No way.
No way. He's not dead. No way. He survives.
His God didn't commit to the kill also. He had the Electro Final Blow, clears the way with it, thinking that Venom God got the kill, but in fact that was not the case. They should be able to get this bot tier 1, but the fact that Ziri survived 2 times in a row, it's a big deal for GPX.
Oh, mistakes were made from Euphoria Esports, right? Like, it all came down to that decision. They needed a kill on Ziri, but the turtle was being contested as well. They need to make a decision. Commit to turtle or commit to Ziri. In this case, the moment they split up the fight, things went perfectly south for them, and GPX just continuing with their lead as of now. And you can see Yoshi God, he's got to set up those amazing kicks, and so far, he doesn't have Flicker. He may have to wave the dragon, but GPX has ways to deal with it as of now, and the crash comes in.
There we go, the kidnap is there. He's onto Yoshi God. Couldn't get a kick out, but one was actually assassinated by his God. He went straight to the back line. Get the taunt onto Ray. GPS can't really follow up, and Ray also forced to leap away. Venogod still pretty healthy. Both teams trading, but Euphoria Esports got the better end of it.
Very awkward appraiser's draft coming from Venogod. Not sure where he was aiming. But GPX, they get out scot-free. Easy takedown as well. And it was desperate of Yoshi God to actually going for the kick, but in the hands of Akaja, that is a potential hard Divine Judgment lockdown. And it is going to be very hard to time those Shunpo to dodge that interaction. So that is pretty much a guaranteed pull coming in. However, third turtle coming in contrast as well. Finally, the kick comes in.
Forcing Creepo to get away. Electro Final Blow. His God in a dangerous position, was able to get away, and Creepo almost goes down. Now Ray pops the heavy spin. Can he secure the turtle this time? It's Venogod. Good on the retribution. Ray couldn't get it.
Oh, it's going to be tough as well, but great outplay coming from Euphoria Esports as well. Baits out the Feathered Airstrike, completely takes out the Q threat coming from GPX, and because of this, this gives Euphoria Esports the room that they finally need, despite the countless lead coming from GPX. And now, you can see Hezgard, he's finally getting that respect coming in from Ziri now. And even though we've got Glue, who has been in the lead, with Hezgard currently in a little bit more level advantage, he is going to have a little bit more room to continue pressuring the side lanes, where GPX, they are going to have a little bit more of a problem, because every single time they force a fight, there is a risk it is going to be a 5v4 instead of a 5v5, because of the fact that Glue doesn't have the mobility as quickly as Benedetta. Meanwhile, bottom lane,
Watt knows that they're coming for him. Only has fellow QT with him. Can Watt outplay this one? Yoshi God just going to flicker into a kick, securing the kill for himself, not giving Watt a single chance to get away. Fellow QT now also forced to run. Electro Final Blow onto him. Petrify not used by his God. Not confident that he can secure that one. But the fact that they got Watt is good enough.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge for Euphoria Esports. And at the same time as well, this is what I'm talking about, right? They had the whole team on from the side of Euphoria Esports, and as soon as that fight was pretty much over, Glue just got here and it became a 4v5. And this is a problem that GPX is starting to face here, because eventually Euphoria Esports is going to be able to outmaneuver this. They need to find an opportunity where they can group up as 5, get a pick off, around Fredo QT, and it's gonna be even hard to do so because as of yet, Euphoria, they're just so fast.
GPX have not been able to keep up with Euphoria much, and you can see Euphoria actually got the goalie in their favor this time. Mere 1,200. And GPS can't even camp the brush.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Even the Spear scouts out the rotation. Means Euphoria know perfectly well what the heck they're doing. And now they show themselves all grouped up as Spy in the middle. That means top lane is going to get shoved from the side of Euphoria Esports. And GPX, they have no contrast for this, but they force a Divine Judgment.
Flicker used as well, but the kick comes through in time for the QT. Is it going to be worth it? They trade both roamers. GPX at least getting something in return, but Euphoria right now taking control. The Lord Pit Venom God goes in. Two-man taunt. Ziri in danger. They're gonna do a lot of damage to hit God. Completely shredded by what? Euphoria Esports overestimating underestimating what GPS could do. Ryujin God also forced away Venom God. You don't really want to be in the Lord Pit. Not when Ziri is around. He's gonna go on forward, get the taunt off what onto him as well. Backup is not really dead. Venom God just fully commits. That Prison's Grab so close. One flicker still goes down. Venom God, an absolute beast of his own. The force of nature from Euphoria, able to get out of it. Ray working on the Lord is dropping low. Meanwhile, top tier 2 goes down. Venom God still alive. Can Ray get the turtle? This is important for GPX, and yes, he does. Wow, it's the Lord actually that goes over to GPX. Euphoria somehow keeping Venom God alive, but they did lose the Lord.
Oh, what a clutch as well. GPX, they know they lost out the lane advantage, and in the split-second decision, they forcify Euphoria, threatened them, forcing them to back out just because they did not have the HP, and because of this, they secured the Lord. And meanwhile, Venom God, he was able to trade a kill on wall, but it doesn't matter. Objective is key, but now with the Divine Judgment in play.
Pulling Venom God back again, but he is just unkillable, unbreakable on the side of Euphoria. If Fredo QT ends up going down, didn't have the flicker early on. GPX with the Lord, they need to break that mid-tier 1, but they could not do it.
Appraisal's draft, just a force to be reckoned with, and this is the problem here. GPX, they do have a little bit of problem in terms of damage, but eventually now, they are looking for Headsguard. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get it because they do force the heavy spin. But the question here coming from GPX is, do they have the damage to shred through Venom God's armor? Because as of yet, pay attention to the damage output here. Ryujin God and his God is pretty much top of the network. But what? Let's look at his items real quick as well. He's got the Fury Hammer, he's got the Blade Reserve, and the Malefic Raw. None of this are tank shredder itemizations, and he needs those DHS in order to try and chunk through Venom God. And this is going to be a problem. Even with DHS, is it enough to actually kill the Fredrin? And even then, do you go for more damage or do you go for more sustainability? Because either or, you are going to be easily one-shotted by a potential Eve or maybe even Venativa.
Yeah, there's no damage to honestly take out the Fredrin effectively. Not in a short period of time. Bot tier 2 will go down thanks to Venom God. He is basically kind of the bulwark for Euphoria. 3,000 goal advantage. GPX keeping this mid-tier 1 alive. What has to be really careful with Euphoria. They have multiple ways to get on top of him. Yoshi God opening up the map, just making sure he pushed GPX out of those brushes. So far, it's still a gridlock in this mid lane.
Oh, it's all about the waiting game. It's all about the waiting game. And Venom God, he just got his Twilight Armor. That is a huge item pickup. We have a little bit buff onto his Twilight Armor because we talked about how Fredrin has to do most of the damage, but it is recompensated with this Twilight Armor. So it is going to contribute a little bit more. But as of yet, Ziri got a little bit of awkward position, but it's the wrong target still.
Oh, and the Moskov also spotting out where GPX are. Actually connecting onto Ray with that ulti. And GPX forced to recall what as well to deal with that top wave, which early on was set up by Shizo when the Lord fight was happening. So GPX right now, they have a lot to consider. And you gotta start with taking control of that Lord Pit 10 seconds before the next Lord spawns.
No, it's tough. It's tough. You can see GPX every single time they need to go in for those lane checks, knowing that Headsguard is always shoving the lane. And because of this, it's putting them in awkward situations where they have to go on instinct to go for a dive. In this case, Euphoria Esports, they just... all they gotta do is just bait this out, let him do his own thing, but eventually they are going to focus fire for the Lord.
And they see what showed up in the bot side. It means it's full Lord commitment. Ray goes in, heavy spin, can't get the Lord. But can they at least get a couple of trades onto Euphoria? Ziri is already doing a really good job. They get the Divine Judgment, take out Shizo, take out Yoshi. Shizo dropping low. Ziri, one it away, finds the Moskov. GPX gets no Lord, but finds 2 kills.
Oh, huge. They took down a Moskov, but it's not over yet.
Venogod still surviving, able to keep the rest of GPX away. Silver lining for Euphoria to get the Lord, so GPX will now need to defend once more. Venogod going forward, fighting Kribo. That is a very big target. He's trying to fly away, but Venogod just right on the money, sticking on him, taking down the Farsa. Ziri forced to use the split again, but Ray, he also finds himself in danger. Doesn't have the heavy spin. Venogod, so great on this Fredrin. Basically unkillable.
Oh, so smart coming from Euphoria Esports. As soon as they see Watt showing himself down in the bottom, and Venogod, he understands that the only person that can actually truly kill him is the Beatrix. And as soon as Watt shows himself down bottom, so far away from the rest of his teammates from GPX, forces fight, get a couple kills, and this is huge because now it is going to transition and tally out for potential more map control. And while all this is happening, it is going to have Shizugot have so much space on the top side to get the farm necessary to scale into this game. And this is where Moskov will shine the brightest in the later stage game compared to a Beatrix.
So far, if you're looking for an MVP from Euphoria Esports, it is 100% Venogod. This Fredrin, we doubted it a bit. Lowest win rate, even though with the highest pick rate, and here it is, Venogod making him work like a charm.
Interesting enough. Wait, what? Huh? What? Not even going for a DHS at all. Not even going for a helper to actually deal with the HP thickness of Venogod. And this is a problem because eventually they don't have the damage chunking through, and this is actually helping Venogod look even stronger.
Used to conceal. Yoshi-God is the target. Slowing him down. Yoshi-God taking the initiative. You want to drag me? Well, how about I kick you first to get rid of the Fredo QT. No more Divine Judgment. Ziri in the thick of things, taking onto the members of Euphoria. Drag underneath the tier 2. He's given no quarter at all. 2 members down from GPX. They were not ready to fight that.
Oh, wrong target coming from Ziri, and all the targets you catch, it had to be Headsguard who can completely bait you out of the combo after the split. And because of this, Euphoria Esports in a comfortable position to threaten end game, because with 5 seconds on the sidelines from Fredo QT, Ziri 18 seconds as well is going to be a tough one as well. Imperials are going to fall. Euphoria, they are going to throw bodies for this wave clear, and they might be able to get away with it, but it seems like they will respect it and back out.
2 inhibitors down. GPX on the back foot. This is the first ever time we see GPX as a team being put so far behind. Lord had just spawned. The members of GPX just respawned. Fredo QT got their Winter Trunkin. That is going to be very important if he gets kicked away by Yoshi-God once more. But GPX needs to find a way to get to the Lord. They need this Lord for themselves. Yoshi-God's not going to make it easy. Ray looking for a heroic moment. He's not going to find it. This Lord done and dusted for Euphoria. Ziri getting kicked. Split used. GPX in the back foot. Ziri forced to run away. No opening for GPX to even fight Euphoria.
Oh, it's tough. It is indeed tough here coming from GPX, but Euphoria Esports doing a fantastic job and isolating the fight. They know for a fact that as long as this Arkai doesn't get in the pit, they will eventually come up on top, and they've got so many tools to keep it in play even with the heavy spin. Yujin got preemptively dropping the Revolution to try and zone him out, and as soon as they got the job done, Euphoria Esports, they know that, hey, even if Ray comes in, it's not really a big threat because it is still a setup for his teammates to actually go in for the fight. And in this case, who's the setup for? It's going to be for Kribu, it's going to be for what? And so far, none of these players can actually kill Venogod. So this is huge for Euphoria Esports.
And Kribu almost gets taunt. Forced to use the Purify. Euphoria Esports, one last attempt to get onto the base. Venogod almost gets knocked into the fountain, but that Crystal is dropping so low. Lord doing well. Euphoria, gods for a reason. So far, still not able to take down GPX. GPX keeping the base alive. Ziri very far back. He has done the best of his capabilities, but it's not sufficient. Euphoria now having the man advantage. 40 seconds before the glue comes back. One final push from Euphoria. Getting the kick. Fredo QT not able to get a drag back. The Crystal so low. Euphoria just taking their time, waiting for the opportunity. Better airstrike used as well. Headsguard able to get away. Shizo God also keeping himself safe. Real world manipulation used as well. Euphoria going for the end game. And the gods reign supreme. The first team to take down GPX, to gift them the very first loss. And Euphoria deserves this celebration. First team to make it to top 4.
Oh, Panda buffs coming from Euphoria Esports as they fight for the Filipino pride, the Pinoy pride. In this case, they are the strongest ones so far. And as of yet, Euphoria Philippines wins again for 2 series in a row. And Euphoria Esports will be your first team for the upper bracket finals. What a game to watch. What a reverse 2-0 sweep. Because in case you missed out in game number 3, you can see both teams adapted a little bit more and they were able to understand their win condition. And so far, Euphoria Esports just understood what they needed to do at the right time, whereas GPX is just so much struggle to actually close up the game. And every single time they try to set out a play, it is so difficult for Fredo QT to catch the right targets.
And I mean, this series, you have to really give it to Venogod. This Fredrin, completely built different. The front line that GPS could not break through. So many individual plays, so many good decision makings from Euphoria. Every one of them spearheaded by Venogod himself. Of course, this Cho pick also has done wonders, but the fact that GPX just felt so disconnected as the game progressed, they have no way to deal with Euphoria, no way to get to the front line, and like you pointed out, the lack of tank shred from Watt just made life infinitely harder.
Oh, it was so difficult as well from GPX, right? You can see all these fights as well. Euphoria Esports, they're always trying to find opportunities to dive the back lines, whereas GPX, they can't exactly do that. And that's the thing about the difference between a Eve and a Farsa.
Oh, yeah.
Eve, obviously, you know, once you drop Revolution, you have some sort of protection as well. Nobody can actually cancel you off, whereas a Farsa, if you get dived on, you are gonna completely lose your opportunity to go in for those kind of ganks. In this case, having a Cho, especially a Yoshi God, who's always so nimble and can bait out Feather Airstrike animations, it is actually helping Euphoria Esports so much more. But now, based on itemization as well, obviously Euphoria Esports takes a huge margin of goal lead, but the question still remains for GPX. How will they kill Venogod? And so far, I don't see any tank shred items. But going for Malefic Raw is great. It's armor reduction, etc. But it doesn't scale off the insanely thick max HP of Venogod. It is a good itemization coming from what to potentially kill off the squishy targets. But every single time he tries to dive the back lines, you can see everyone for Euphoria says, like, you know what? I'm just gonna kill you. It's either you or Kribu. And both of you can't necessarily be in the front lines.
Yeah, and we saw just Euphoria. Every time a fight starts, they use the real world manipulation. They stop GPX from engaging onto the backline, and they send the Benedetta, they send the Fredrin straight at GPX. It was just so tough for them to find any room.
Yeah, even here, based on the damage output as well, you can see Ryujin, he's definitely the highest tap DPH because of the fact that, you know, Yves is almost able to spam all his skills regardless on everyone compared to a Farsa. Once you get cancelled, that's pretty much a main majority of damage output pretty much taken out. And while this is actually happening as well, paying attention to items on the Moskov as well just now, he does have the DHS. So that's something that he is going to be able to dish out more damage against the tanks. But without further ado, the MVP for game number 3, it is going to be none other than Venogod on this Fredrin.
Game 3 MVP, Series MVP, just an army, a one-man army on the side of Euphoria Esports. You cannot have asked more from this man. Starting with the Fanny in game 1, didn't work out, but you put him on that Fredrin, suddenly he is one of the most feared men in the entire series. Not only giving Philippines the second dub of the day, but becoming the first team to take down GPX. We wondered, well, they left a mark on GPX, they drew blood from GPX. Can they win a series? Well, Euphoria just answered that question.
Yeah, GG, well played coming from Euphoria Esports, because as of yet, they are going to be very happy, especially when the train for the Filipino side is going to be very strong. 2 series Philippines has won, and of course they are known to be the strongest region so far internationally, and even here in SBS they have demonstrated for today that Philippines are strong.
Yeah,
Philippine pride. Yeah,
Philippine
Lakas la Malakas, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, Labas Pinas. I think that's something around that line. We still have one more series coming up though. This one, lower bracket, a heartbreaker for Indonesian fans because both teams are from Indonesia. PB and Strike against 8-8. But it's also a very great series for us to find out who is going to win in terms of prediction today. Because you are up. You just won the second one. Euphoria winning 2-1. So we are tied.
Oh.
But this one, by the end of the night, one Indonesian team is guaranteed to be eliminated.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because as of yet, it seems to be pretty much a complete lose so far. Is it going to be a complete losing streak? Yes, it is going to be a complete losing streak for the Indonesian side. But all things considered, we hope you guys enjoyed the first two series. Now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll figure out who will continue to advance in the lower brackets between both those teams. See you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game.
We're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage Season 1. Back to the lower brackets we go. One last best of 3 to determine who is the final team to get eliminated today and who will make it to top 6. My name is Husky, and alongside me again, it's going to be a Terrence Icy Baby 1-2.
Yes, it is going to be a very, very exciting game for this final series as well. And so far, one Indonesian team has been eliminated. And by the end of the series, pretty much 2 Indonesian team is going to be eliminated by the end of today. But that's the thing, right? You know, having more numbers doesn't necessarily guarantee your win. We started things off with 5 Indonesian teams versus 3 Philippine teams. And so far, after this series, we are going to be down to 3 to 3?
Yeah, 3 to 3.
Yeah, 3 to 3. So it is going to be even Stevens between the 2 strongest regions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And currently, this upcoming match, PBN Strike going up against A8 Esports. This is where things get a little bit spicy because all things considered, both teams have shown themselves towards their match here. And so far, this is pretty much the only Indo versus Indo team that is happening today.
And when you look at these 2 teams, right, because it's the only Indonesian against Indonesia series that we have today, and then you look at the 2 teams going up against each other, PBN Strike, they're just not looking too great when you look at the rest of the teams left in the bracket. But that was also something, you know, everyone thought when we look at the Sway Esports against PBN Strike, and PBN Strike beat Sway Esports 2-0.
You know, okay, you know what, to be honest here, I was trying to phrase myself as much as well, but yeah, PBN Strike, they looked absolutely very, very bad over the previous weeks after they made it in the Open Finals. And so far, like you said as well, making a surprise comeback against Swag Esports was one of the biggest factors. And truth be told, Yuji Chenko has been making wonders and miracle plays with his Forza and along his side is Valentina. And multiple times now, he is a court-winning player to actually be watching out for. Meanwhile, A8 Esports has been strong in all their matches previously until they faced off against GameLab in the upper brackets. And the tournament's Alpha and Omega, whose mastery of the game is unrivaled and unchallenged. The question here is, will they be able to climb out of the lower brackets and earn their placements in the Challenge Finals to get their revenge on GameLab? Because as of yet, it is going to be a very, very long uphill battle for A8 Esports.
Yeah, and you know, A8 Esports, when they faced off against GameLab, they were not able to do anything. GameLab completely crushed them. It was kind of a difference in skills and mastery overall. GameLab just displaying raw macro knowledge over A8. But with that aside, when you look at the teams that both PBN Strike and A8 have went up against, PBN Strike had a slightly easier route, and A8 is going to be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, it is going to be them going up against PBN Strike again from the qualifiers, and I believe it was pretty much A8 Esports that actually kicked PBN Strike in towards the Open Finals for the qualifying round. So this is where things get a little bit interesting. Has PBN Strike gathered enough experience, gathered enough knowledge and skill to actually face off against A8 Esports? This seems to be a little bit of a rematch from the Indonesian regions in themselves, but all things considered, anything can happen. A8 Esports, they may look strong now, but they adapted to the SPS meta. That's something that a lot of us are curious to see because we don't see a lot of A8 Esports compared to the rest of the team so far on screen.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what the draft is going to be as well, because both PBN Strike and A8 have very unique ways in approaching that draft. A8, I believe, one of the few teams left that has picked the Edith. They did it against GameLab, even though they lost. And PBN Strike is a team that actively runs that Moscow. We see it very, very often in the Open Finals, so there is something that PBN Strike can always rely on, and I wonder if that will be the case in this game.
It might be the case as well, but so far we've seen a lot of Edith during the Open Finals, but this time completely sacked in the playoffs itself. But without further ado, the final 2 Indonesian teams here. Introducing the first team, we have A8 Esports. We have Fondir, Ozu, Richie, Arfi, and Keizu to start things off for A8 Esports.
I just want to highlight Fondir. This is a guy that does not care at all. Plays without a care in the world. Just this raw bravado to take on these fights. All the games that we see Fondir play in, he is just relentless. It doesn't matter what the state of the game was, you can always rely on Fondia to make big plays on his own for his team. And that's what has been giving AA Esports so much of that initiative when they go up against other teams. Even against GameLab, Fondia has shown so much will to just start these fights that honestly he himself is scary enough.
Yeah, and based on these fights as well, you can see that A8 Esports, it's really disgusting to watch how Arlie actually positions himself in all this fight, right? And every single time as a marksman layer, we always talk about, hey, the junglers are very flashy, the roamers are really flashy, but Arlie has always been a defensive backbone for the team to be able to clutch out in awkward situations. Pay attention even this final defense coming in as well. A8 Esports, even though GameLab was pretty much the victors of the team, he makes sure as a marksman, he does his role really importantly, which is not dying, not overextending too much, do enough damage to threaten kill threshold and shove them back. And if they're diving back, it's all about backing out, push and pull. It's all about waiting for the right moment to strike.
Yeah, and today we have seen a lot of Beatrix players, right? Series 1 and 2, we have the Beatrix devotees, and for this time, for A8 Esports at least, it's going to be Arfi who likes to play that Beatrix as a fallback plan. But we gotta introduce also their opponents, PB and Strike, team from the Open qualifiers who has survived trials and tribulations. Nanami, Raizo, Anzai, Yojichenko, Bloods Anzai, and Lioni.
Now, this is a team we have seen so much during the Open Finals, and now they're here towards the top 6 moments, top 8 actually. And one of these teams is going to be bowing out. In this case, PB and Strike, Yujichenko, a very staple player for the team itself, clutched multiple instances for his team alongside with Bloods Anzai, who's known to be a core when it comes to the gold laners here. PB and Strike, they know how to play around their mid lane as well as their gold laner, where if Yujichenko is not doing the right thing, you always have Bloods Anzai to actually fall back on, whereas Raizo is always there to provide the supporting role for the team. And even here, Raizo is one of the very few junglers that plays the Karina. He's always looking for opportunities whenever Yujichenko sets up the play for him to get kills.
And when they went up against Sway Esports again, right, we thought Sway Esports is a team that is going to come out on top, but PB and Strike is completely flipping that narrative, and they have so many interesting ways to approach the draft. We see this 1-1, we see the Karina, and we see the Edith, the Esmeralda. Not much teams run Esmeralda and Edith at this stage of the league. PB and Strike is one of them, so maybe that itself is going to give them an edge against A8.
You know, it's interesting enough. I think Esmeralda XP is still kind of viable-ish. It's not exactly as strong as before. But what's really surprising for me was that PB and Strike, they were able to get a Edith jungle, pulled it off, take the win against Sway Esports. That was something that I think none of us had kind of expected that, if you think about it. I totally did not expect that was a possibility, but it made it work. And surprising enough, I was expecting that Edith not going to be able to jungle as quickly as well. That match, it was extremely fast, was able to get the tempo in need, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not that could be a possibility of the new meta. So far, no teams in the pro scene has been delivering it yet, and I'm still looking forward to see more Edith gameplay so far. But up on screen, this is going to be the mid lane matchup. Yujichenko going up against Richie.
It's going to be very interesting because Yujichenko has been one of the more highlighted mid laners in the entire league from the Open Finals up to the Challenge Group stage. He has done so many miraculous plays, one of the most solid mid laners that we have. Richie also in the same boat. When you look at the numbers, Richie is just leaps and miles ahead of Yujichenko.
Yeah, based on how many games that A8 Esports has pretty much played, and considering that they have been dominating their way through, it makes a lot of sense why their stats is a little bit higher. However, all things considered, A8 Esports might be able to deliver on that promise and completely 2-0 PB and Strike. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be able to do that, because as of yet, PB and Strike, we've seen Yujichenko, we love him.
Yes.
But for A8 Esports, they are one of the very few that made it all the way in the ticket. You know, they may have lost their slot, but from their region, they were #1 during the qualifiers.
Absolutely, and they also have shown us some interesting picks. I don't think we'll see it today, but just for a quick throwback, they are the only team. AA is the only team that has played the Yin on the XP lane, courtesy of Fondia. That was against Arrow 404. But overall, I think we're in for a very exciting best of 3, just because both teams have so unique drafts.
Yeah, it all comes down to whether or not uniqueness helps them win the game. Because as of now, meta is pretty much set in stone when it comes to the most strongest S-tier hero pickups. But eventually, even if you're the strongest heroes, if you cannot play the hero or it doesn't suit your team's composition, it's not going to work out. So in this case, playing to your own comforts is going to be very, very important. But so far, PBN's trying both AAD Esports to one of the most unique teams out here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, where they're not afraid to try new meta in order to win the game.
And PBN Strike is a team that has also played an incredible amount of games. Not as much as Tiger WONG Esports. They've been put in very bad situations that they were able to recover from. So this is going to be a big test for them. And I want to know if you guys agree with that as well. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Unfortunately, we will have to eliminate an Indonesian team by the end of the series, but I still want to see your predictions. Is it going to be a 8 Esport that comes out on top, or will PBN Strike once more overcome the odds?
Oh boy, you know, I hate to be put in this spot, you know. Obviously, I have a soft spot team, but at the same time, you know, stats don't lie as well. So it's gonna be tough. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what I have voted. I'm pretty sure we are gonna be split right in the middle.
Yeah.
But for these guys voting at home here, please comment down as much as you can. Let us know who do you guys think is gonna come out with this match, because this is gonna be the final time one of these teams will be appearing up on screen in this best of 3 series. And I'm genuinely curious here. Who is it going to be? Who are you guys voting? But for now, our predictions is going to be up on screen as well. Who have we voted to give you guys a little bit of ease here on who we are expecting to win the series? But before that, of course, we haven't exactly put our predictions if you think about it. Oh boy. There you have it. That's the team that I'm voting for. You know, Yujichenko, I have a soft spot for him. You know, not going to lie, they suck to a certain degree. But Yujichenko has been a guy that really stood out for me throughout the entire journey here so far.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Yujichenko, as a player himself, has really had so many individual moments that put him as one of the best. Of course, when you look at the head-to-head comparison, he is so far behind Richie. However, PBN Strike, they've overcame very, very poor odds before, multiple times throughout the Open Finals. They survived so long in the lower bracket. This is one final test. Can they knock out one of the first seed of their own region?
Oh, it's going to be tough. But so far, predictions-wise, we are split down the middle. And Husky is looking to get his ass whooped by the end of the day in terms of prediction-wise. But at the same time, I get where he's coming from as well. Stats don't lie, you know? Stats don't lie. There is a reason why AAD Esports is one of the top teams back then. But now in the lower brackets, not anymore.
Yeah, they did get knocked down by GameLab, right? So that's also
technically true. Yeah, one of the strongest teams.
One of the strongest teams that we have from the Philippines. So I think we'll definitely be in for a ride. If it goes 3 games, it's well deserved. We also want to thank one of our sponsors and partners for this entire tournament, Samsung Galaxy, with the latest Galaxy S23 Ultra, allowing everyone to share the epic and level up their game. Do check it out though, because I was able to lay my hands on one last weekend, and it was indeed as what they proclaimed, this amazing device.
You know what we need to do? Even though it's so good, we gotta get Samsung giving each and every one of us a single device to use permanently for good. That would be the best dream here for every single casters. And guess what? You know, if and only if they gave it to us, and then we were like, hey, you know what? Here, you have one, we have one, everybody has one. And that is only possible for next season if you guys keep on supporting the SPS Reno, and of course follow all the Twitch chats here and be sure to call your friends to support. The more people, the better, because the more people means more opportunities for us to give you guys some more MLBB games, and maybe in the future, I'm just speculating. I hope producers are hearing. We are gonna give you guys more maybe potential giveaways in the future.
I mean, don't worry, it's just the first season, you know, with more to come. This is just the first season of Mobile Legends.
You see, season 2 is not confirmed, we're already...
Yeah, you're already... now we have to make it happen. You know, by hook or by crook, it has to happen. But of course, final series of today, this lower bracket. Again, PBN Strike against AA Esports. Very, very, very crucial, especially for PBN Strike. So far, you can kind of consider them the underdog out of all the teams remaining in this tournament.
Yeah, and as of yet, all things considered, I'm curious to see what kind of compositions they are going to go. PBN Strike going on the blue side as well. I know for a fact that Yujichenko is extremely comfortable in the Farsa, the Eve, as well as Valentina. That is going to be comfort picks coming from him. Richie, however, has also near similar compositions. But the difference here is we haven't seen Kadita plays coming from both sides. So that is something that I think a lot of teams are a little bit afraid because of the fact that Kadita playing mage can one-shot the backlines very easily. But so far, we haven't seen mid-lane mage Kadita having a lot of success in this entire tournament so far. But we do see huge success on a roaming Kadita. So that's something that I think teams need to be a little bit more worried of. But so far, we haven't seen too much as well. It's more of a cheese strategy, I guess.
It is. I like AA Esports giving a lot of respect to the 1-1 because I think Gus Anzai does play the 1-1, but he also loves the Moskov a lot, which I don't think is going to be a priority for AA in this first phase anyways. PBN Strike with the Martis Kajab and Joy taken up by AA Esports as well. We still are left with what, Valentina, Farmis, perhaps the glue on the table for these teams.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit problematic as well. Frederick is completely ignored. Fanny also completely ignored so far. And so far, Fanny, 0% win rate for today's games in general. So I guess we might see a lot of tank slot coming in from both sides, right? We haven't seen too much coming from Raijo Anzai, but I know for a fact that in the MPL Indonesia, especially in their region as well, we do see a lot, and I mean a lot, of tank slot all the way through. And they were one of the very few teams, in Indonesia region, where they actually brought in Hanzo Rogue to actually annoy the heck out of opponents. In this case, there is a reason why Euphoria Esports was very worried about that against GPX. So it's something that it is going to be a signature coming in from the Indonesia region. So I'm curious to see whether or not is any team from the Indonesian team region going to be bringing a Hanzo Roam to annoy the backlines.
Yeah, PBN Strike banning the R-Lot. So far, teams still not comfortable letting the R-Lot through. I think last week we saw a couple of picks for that hero, and it worked out well, especially when you build him as a tank R-Lot. 8-8 with the last ban. Farm is still on the table, and no Farmers has been finding a lot of success today. That one is going to be let through. Valentina gets banned out.
Oh boy, okay. You know, Yuji Jingo, he's very comfortable with the Eve plays. He's very comfortable with the potential Lilia as well. So as of that, PBN Strike, they're gonna prioritize on that glue, leaving options for AA Esports to pick up the Fredrin. So I was expecting Fredrin as a priority, but knowing Raijo Anzai, he does have open possibilities to actually play the Karina. So it's something that I think not many teams actually play tank Karina. It's all gonna be magic all the way through. So if PBN Strike decides to go for a triple, maybe quad magic composition again, AA Esports is going to have a happy time, and PBN Strike has been known to pull this kind of compositions, which honestly I'm not a big fan of, just because of the fact that they are comfortable playing the Edith, right?
Oh yeah.
And Edith is technically magic damage and not physical.
That is if PBN Strike still wants to pick the Edith with that glue in hand. And if they do, we are going to see the Edith in the jungle. Oh, there it is, the Fanny Kufra opening, so you completely eliminate any sort of options, or direct options at least from PBN Strike to deal with the Fanny. We have seen Grog as the answer earlier on, so that's something the PBN Strike can consider.
I think this is something that I think AA Esports knows for a fact that because the Martis has pretty much been banned, Fredrin isn't exactly a good matchup in the early stage against a Fanny compared to a Martis, compared to a Paquito. So this forces PBN Strike to think, do they really want to pick the Fredrin? Because once they pick this down, that means...
Oh, there it is.
That means the Fanny is going to get free early kills all the way across, and now forcing this Karina means it's going to buy a little bit more time. But like I said, I'm not a big fan of this. Fredrin completely ignored from both sides. Interesting enough, but there is still an option for them to pick the Fredrin XP lane. Not necessarily the greatest, but AA Esports, they will pick the Farsa themselves. That means Yuji Chenko's heroes are going to be targeted next, coming in from AA Esports. Kadita, maybe even the Lilia, maybe even the Lunox as well. But I don't think they should be going for more mages coming from PBN Strike. Glue, mage. Karina, mage. Even triple mage means that Kufra is going to have the greatest time to go for standard builds.
Even, I think, you know, for A ban out the Farmers, that's one of the picks that is going to really help PBN Strike. But at the same time, I think if we don't look at the Eve, there is still the Xavier, potential Xavier, as we head down the list for PBN Strike.
Not a big fan of Xavier.
Let's put them in a rough spot, right? Especially when you have a Kufra and a Fanny. Xavier is kind of a sitting duck also.
Yeah. Not a big fan of Xavier just because of how slow it progresses in early stage game. Okay, I like the Lapu Lapu ban coming from BBN Strike. This pretty much secures the backlines not getting completely one-shot. So BBN Strike still leaning on the potential Eve pickup, which is completely ignored. A8 Esports, final ban here. Most likely is going to be the Eve ban. And once that happens, that pretty much guarantees BBN Strike's composition for the Eve. Unless they force him to go for a Lilia or Lunos, because as of yet, what are they afraid of? Because for now, Eve pretty much mirrors against the Farsa. Lunox completely ignores the Farsa's backlines, and no, they bat the Hilda instead.
Okay.
And, oh, smart! They need a roamer from PBN Strike, and Hilda is one of the most annoying heroes to attack junglers.
Yeah, and it does, it does make the life of Fanny very, very hard as well. I suppose AEs were really protecting this Fanny pick. Better Deta getting banned out by PBN Strike. So both teams having a very different focus in terms of what they want to achieve. In this case, A Esports having a case study from the previous series, wanting to protect this Fanny as much as possible. It is the first pick Fanny after all, and they have seen what happened early on, between Euphoria and GPX. With that being said, Eve most likely going to go through to PBN Strike. Now you wonder what does A Esports want to go for?
I think Eve is very, very unlikely just because of how the Fanny is going to be able to cut the backlines, right? So PBN Strike, the biggest focus is going to be the roamers right now. And so far, what are the good roamers to actually deal with the Fanny? You've got the Ruby, you've got Cho as well, which is a good alternative. You've got Archive Roam, which is also a way to deal with it, but Archive Roam is a little bit fallen off of meta. But A8 Esports, they double down on the Fredrin.
Okay.
So, there is a possibility that this is a jungle Fredrin, but I'm not keeping my hopes up.
It is an XP Fredrin, right?
Most likely it is going to be an XP Fredrin. So A8 Esports just keeping names open, but I like that they have an alternative because as of now, whatever PBN Strike decides to do, A8 Esports has the option to say, you know what, before we jump into the game, we are going to mix things up. This might be a Fanny XP. It might be a Fanny tank.
Honestly, because it's A8 Esports and because it's Fondia, I wouldn't be surprised if they play anything
it's
in XP.
funny to think about it, right? We haven't seen Fanny roam before, but I have seen teams actually win with a Fanny roam. It is a very, very cheesy composition, but A8 Esports draft is very, very unique. Absolutely not a fan of it, but PBN Strike, they will double down with the Eve and pick up the Ruby themselves to deal with this Fanny. So that means A8 Esports is pretty much going to guarantee this jungle Fanny and Fredrin XP instead. So, okay, I like it. But final gold laner from A8 Esports, do they follow the trend and go for the Beatrix, or do they go for the Moscow? Because as of yet, a lot of heroes from inside PBN Strike can dive the back line. So this is something that they need to think about this. How and what is going to be a good synergy with this composition from A8 Esports?
Arfi has been playing a lot of
They go
that
for Natan. I
Beatrix.
think Natan's not that bad. Because they've got a decent amount of physical... Nah. Maybe not. They gotta go for Claude, right?
Yeah, it's not that bad also, right? Because you are not really bothered about Melissa anyways. Just go in, you get the Blazing Duet off. Some decent options for A8 Esports to really cut through PBN Strike. And no Glue and Ruby, not exactly the best at catching up to super mobile heroes from A8. Again, PBN Strike are considered the underdogs in the series. I want to see if they can at least pull off a win against A8. They've already brought out the Karina, which we have seen before against A8. Very assassin-based junglers from both teams.
Well, the draft has been set as well. A8 Esports doubling down, making sure that this Fanny gets absolutely out of control. And guess what? Ruby, one of the great ways to stop a Kufra combo, but Kufra also one of the great ways to stop a Ruby. So this is a mirror matchup between the Romas, both countering each other on different fronts. And I'm looking forward to see how this lower brackets is going to go, because one of this team is going to be eliminated by the end of today. PBN Strike on the blue side and A8 Esports on the red side, both representing Indonesia.
One of the teams definitely has, is considered the fan favorites. Again, look at the head-to-head, Richie is so much higher in terms of this numbers compared to Yojichenko. And we say that, but Yojichenko has shown that he can hold his own as a mid laner so much early. Trey Lioni gets brought in as well. And we already see that that mid-contest in both teams. Kesu is there, getting the bait off onto Yojichenko. Should be able to walk out of this with his life, but so much aggression early on from in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're just mid-lane priority coming from both sides, and that is gonna be not looking good for PB and Stripe because A Esports uncontested for Ozil on this Fanny, completely left, completely unchecked. So that's gonna be a problem. And yeah, with this XP Frederick down bottom, we are gonna see a little bit of a trade-offs with the glue. I don't think Frederick is gonna win the matchup yet, but over time, once Frederick hits those level 8, level 10 timings, that is where Frederick is gonna be pretty much unkillable, and that's gonna be something that PB and Strike needs to be a little bit wary of. So far, they're trying to scale and punish Richie as much as possible, but as soon as I say this,
Ozil doing a lot of damage to Leone. Yojichenko, you don't really want to be there. First blood going over to Ozil, and now back out as a right blood. Ozil, the cable, gonna get away. Ryzo wants to catch up on him, but Castle blocks the Karina, getting this Benny out of the way. Ryzo wants to get a trade back, finds the kill, able to get out of turret range.
oh my goodness, you hate to see it. PB and Strike, they needed one kill on Ozil. Fortunate for Ryjo, he's paced with his life for this trade-off, but it's going to be extremely risky. Ozil, he knows he's going to greet this out, and he knows Ryjo doesn't have the help to challenge this, and Ozil taking a gamble to try and force this fight, and because of this, they're calling it Yujichenko to force the fight, and this is going to be the purple buff completely contested, and Ozil will get away with it scot-free.
It's perfect steal, and their own purple buff is going to spawn also. And AA Esports should be able to defend that against PB and Strike. Turtle just spawned. No contest just yet. AA Esports basically hovering on the top side, but they are also bringing RF down bot. And with Kesu arriving, checking that brush, gonna spot the members of PB and Strike. Better airstrike use, Lioni dropping low, trying to get away. RV on top of it, they use the real one manipulation. But it's gonna be the double kill going over to RV. Purple buff secured by Ozil, AA Esports on the turtle.
Oh, I don't know what PB and Strike was thinking from that as well. Ryjo had no purple buff, they're losing advantage as well. They forced a fight, and AA Esports was able to just get it for absolutely free. And on top of it all, Ozil was greeting it out by securing his own size purple buff before actually contesting, knowing for the fact that they have the upper hand in momentum, and this is going to give them a little bit of a goal lead. And PB and Strike, they cannot afford to give more kills like this, because over time they need to buy time, and so far they haven't been able to do so. And AA Esports now going for the aggression.
Ryzo is getting pinned to the wall, and instantly the flick of better airstrike, making sure that Richie doesn't have his ult cancelled. They get Lioni, Ryzo Anzai getting away.
Oh my goodness, PB and Strike just completely losing the momentum here as AA Esports continues to cut them off and starve them out. 1.2k lead, but based on their rotations here, AA Esports, they're just controlling everything, and they know for a fact that PB and Strike can't do much, and now they're gonna get dived.
Right underneath the tier 1, real manipulation is out from Yojichenko. They cannot stop it. Castle flicker to safety. Fondia also dipping low. Can't use the ultimate as he gets destroyed by Ryzo Anzai. A double for the Karina. Arfi will great blazing to wet. Needs a bit more damage. And Richie actually sniping Blaz Anzai from afar. PB and Strike getting 2.
Oh my goodness, AR Lee, they needed him to actually die to this fight, and RP is just so strong with this Claude. He's got 2-on-2 on this Claude, and PB and Strike, they're slowly losing it more, and Ozil now, he's going for the challenge! Oh my goodness!
It's a 1v4 Ozil! Don't tell me he's gonna get out of this.
No way!
He actually does. They cannot kill him.
Ah, you hate to see moments like this, and PB and Strike, they lose a jungler for absolutely no trade-off. Ozil, this is the snowball that we have been talking about, and AA Esports just completely snowballing their way through. Nanami just keeping in check and saying hello to Fawn here, but top side.
Saying hello to Blaz Anzai. AA Esports finding their time, giving it over to Arfi. Needs the execution. Meanwhile, they've just lost to Karina. Ozil is absolutely dominating in the jungle right now.
Yeah, this is insane plays coming from AA Esports. They're just so much better, even though they've got an awkward draft. But based on the goal graph right now, AA Esports is 2k advantage, and this is not the number you want to be at the top here. RP 4.3k at the top, Richie as well, compared to Blatanzai, as well as I think Yujichenko is all the way in the bottom in terms of net worth, and that's going to be a problem for Yujichenko, because eventually they need these G to pop off, and so far it's going to be extremely difficult. And no, the purple buff gets stolen by Ozil.
Didn't even use the retribution.
The frustration of PBN Strike.
He didn't even use the retribution. I believe Rise once I use it, missed the timing of all things. Top tier 1 goes down. PBN Strike getting the pinch right now. And I think Richie just got that camp away.
Oh no, we just saw 2 Radiant Armor purchase on Fondir and Kezu. That's gonna completely deny Yuji Chenko his capabilities of getting kills after kills. Raijo and Nanami completely countered in this itemization pool, whereas PBN Strike is gonna be full physical, and who's the physical damage leader? It's gonna be Bladzanza, and look at this. He's struggling to dish out damage in the early stage of the game, and he's gonna get countered here as Oizo is just toying with him right now.
Yeah, he does have the
No,
purple
go for
buff.
it.
Also,
Go for it. Go for it. No. Okay. Relax.
not that greedy. Not yet. But the amount of pressure that he's been putting. You look at the levels. RP is 2 levels ahead of Blood Anzai. Orange buff. Fondia trying to contest it in PBN's jungle. Surely it won't be stolen. Kesu also charging out the Timer's Revenge. Doesn't unleash it, but Fondia trying to get that orange buff away. It actually finds it. There's nothing left for this Karina, and now for the S round to Lioni. Blowing up this Ruby as well.
Oh my goodness, PBN Strike just left completely unchecked here as 80s will continue with this aggression here. Ozio 27k level, but they finally dropped the real manipulation.
No way.
But it doesn't matter!
He just dives the tier 1 and kills off his jungle counterpart. Kesu in with a Tyrant's Revenge into a blazing duet. RP finds the mega kill. Same for Richie. AA Esports in full control of game 1. And Ozio straight underneath the tier 2. Sucked right back. Finally punished with that. Can he outrun the turret shot? No way, Ozio. No way. Actually gets out with his life. And the mid tier 1 goes to AA.
Oh my god, they needed that kill, but Ozil survives right out of the tower range effect. But now another snipe down coming in from AA and Esports. Plus Anzai completely shut down. Raijo gets a kill trade-off, but it is going to be Ozil that comes in, saves the day, destroys them. And now with the fights continuing here, PBN Strike, they need to fight back, but where's the damage? They just don't have any. Fourth here. First item, Radiant Armor. Second item, Molten Essence. What can he do? It's like, oh my god.
He just completed the Cursed Helmet also. And when you look at the levels of both teams, AA Esports, the Kufra is the same level as the Eve.
Oh,
big problem for PBN Strike.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. With the first Lord coming in play, PBN Strike just doesn't have any sort of damage to deal with them at all. And considering that this is a full counter of the Fredrid, Curse Helmet, and also the Radiant Armor, there is going to be a little bit of a problem because Ozil just left completely unchecked throughout the entire game. PBN Strike, they need Blood's Anzai to pull it big for the team because Blood's Anzai is pretty much the only damage dealer.
Again, Kesu finds the pin. That was the glue that you just witnessed getting shredded by AA Esports. I just want to say all 4 kills from PBN Strike came from the Karina. No one else on the side of PBN Strike has been able to dish out damage to get kill on A8. And you can see Richie is just a bit more confident than he was, recalling, spamming those recall in front of PBN Strike. Mid and top tier 2 going down. Bottom one also taken out by the Lord. AA Esports crashing all 3 lanes at once.
Yep, Arfi having the very early Golden Staff, Corrosion Scythe, and the DHS. It makes no much sense why Nanami just get completely shut down. And now Yuji Chenko gets dived behind tier 3s. They trade Ozil for this fight, but eventually it is going to be a 4v4 down bottom.
Ioni barely surviving with his life. Definitely want to take down the Lord Bondi. Actually getting a good taunt. No follow-up from AA so far. Kesu going in, they trade places. But there's no enough damage from PBN Strike. They want to chase Kesu. But they go into the hands of Richie. Richie walks out with his life, and that's the setup for RP. Hitting the blazing duet. Lioni cannot get on top of him. RP is just doing everything on his own. Getting a monster kill streak, shutting down his Karina at the same time, a double for the Claude. And AA Esports have basically crushed PBN Strike.
Oh my goodness, RP just completely waits the right moment as well. You can see PBN Strike, their only main damage dealer is going to be Blood Zanzai. And you can see because of how AA Esports itemized the damage for match to resist, he was able to shred his way through. But because it applies so much pressure for Blood Zanzai to commit into all these fights, RP was just able to get free blazing duets in the backline, just getting kills after kills. And just like that, AD Esports, they take all the inhibitors away from PB and Strike. And with that being said, it's going to be even harder to make a comeback right now.
And Richie just walks up with that ultimate also. Let's get cancelled by PB and Strike. AA Esports, you can wait for the next Lord. 45 seconds until that spawns. Again, PB and Strike, 7 kills to 20, but all 7 kills are in one man's hand. And that's the Karina. That's not the guy that you can rely on in that late game.
Oh boy. Look, RP currently 10k net worth as compared to Blood's Unsigned is only 6.4k, and this is quite problematic because PB and Strike, the only way they make a comeback is they find ways for Blood's Unsigned to make some sort of farm or get some sort of net worth. But how can you do that? Every single time you go out, there's a potential threat from the Fanny. There's a potential one-shot Farsa coming in from Richie. There's a potential Blazing Duet as well. And you even see, even though the minions are right at the edge of the bottom side, even then, they're so afraid to push out.
And Kesu has taken up space also. PB and Strike, they cannot even walk up to the river. Someone needs to open the map, Rise on side. Uh-oh. The worst person to get caught right now. They cancel the Feather Airstrike, but they still lose the Karina, and that's where Ozu, he's going to show up. Purple buff in hand, looking for the backline. We're able to stop him for now, but at the cost of the Melissa ultimate, and Fondia just gonna flicker in! 3-man taunt, RP follow up, they're gonna just dance on the graves of PB and Strike. 2 members down, and AA Esports crashing that mid wave. PB and Strike mounting their defense with the conceal. They will clear up this wave, but Lord is up and AA Esports are going for it.
Oh, they thought they were safe at the moment they least expected. AA Esports comes in with a wombo combo. And AA Esports just completely understanding that they have this in the bag. And as of yet, they cannot afford to make any mistakes. The snowball lead coming from the Fanny is starting to take effect here. And PB and Strike, the only way they make a comeback here is they need one good, solid team fight. And so far, it hasn't been good at all. Any opportunity coming from PB and Strike just getting completely shut down. Meanwhile, ADs was just dominating every single lane. Even the jungles, they're not even shoving the creep waves just because of the fact that, 1, they want to sing the lanes. 2, they don't want to give any cheap value goal in the hands of PB and Strike that may or may not make a break for them to make a comeback.
Also, just got the BOD, and Arfi got his Malefic Roll. So huge core items for AA Esports. If Nanami was shredded early on, I think this time he would just evaporate when RP jumps onto him. And I like the point you brought up. PB and Strike, they can't show themselves on the map. Ozu is going to take care of them in the side lanes. All 3 waves are going to slowly shove in. The Lord will arrive first.
The Conceal plays up top.
Kesu, they're charging up, going straight in. The flicker straight to the back line with the Feather Airstrike onto Yoji Chanko. He is out of here. AA Esports, they did lose both Kesu and Richie. PB and Strike having the numbers advantage. Fondia also into deep underneath. The Crystal taken out by Blood's Onside. And Ozu will trade Raizo back. But AA Esports, it is not their time yet. They cannot end the game. Nanami surviving against RP, but RP is slowly pumping on the damage with the stacks on this cloud. RP not getting the kill though. PB and Strike holding on.
Finally, PB and Strike, they were waiting for this right moment. ADs was just gave it to them an opportunity to make a comeback, dive towards back lines, but at the same time, getting a kill onto his Raizo isn't exactly the most important target right now because PB and Strike, the biggest core is going to be on this Melissa, and with that fight coming in, Blood's Unzai was able to get his Golden Staff, able to get his DHS, and on top of it all, his Corrosion Scythe to actually scale into this game, but it's still very, very far off compared to what RP is in terms of itemization. So as of yet, he's got the Rose Gold Meteor up for RP. That is going to be a little bit of a good way to deal with the Magic Burst coming from PB and Strike. It's newly reworked and buffed up for the Rose Gold Meteor, and I'm liking it because of the fact that a majority of the damage output coming from PB and Strike is going to be magic output, so it gives you a little bit more value, as back then, Athena Shield is just so much better than Rose Gold Meteor.
Oh yeah. That's you don't compromise damage also with that item. PB and Strike putting a lot of attention up top. Fanny is Kesu thinking about it, but his team wasn't around to follow up. 15 seconds until the next Lord. PB and Strike feeling more comfortable pushing on the wave.
This is going to be a tough match, but as of yet, AA Esports they still have a early level advantage and also 1 item level lead. So based on this condition here, they cannot afford to throw again, because one more throw means PB and Strike pretty much equalize all net worth, economy, and items from both sides, excluding power potions here, of course. But with that being said, Fanny's power spike is gonna slowly whittle off, and PB and Strike, they're finally having the room that they need to farm their way through. But for now, with the Lord coming play, the conceals as well. Is it the right time? No, they made the mistake. They lose the Lord, and Leone needs to run away.
Fondia just gonna flicker on top of him, get the taunt, better airstrike to follow up. Leone going down, Ozu able to split the back line and isolate PB and Strike. They find Nanami in the midst of things as well. He has that immortality, but it's not for long. Flicker, split, trying to get out of this. Kesu charging up, connects onto Nanami right on the edge. AA Esports going in for the dive. Arfi blazing the web. Ozu straight to the back line with the iron cables. AA Esports looking for game number 1. The Melissa finds the kill to get rid of the Claude. Maybe there's the chance, but the damage from the Lord is just too much as he takes out the Crystal. AA Esports with the first dub in this lower bracket.
We thought for a second it might be a troll. A little bit of glimmer of hope for Blood's Anzai, but it is going to be AA Esports that comes up on top, finds the right opportunity, and does not let go of the lead. And they finally take game 1 in this lower bracket, 1 game away from advancing further. But for now, too close to be comfort. A little bit of trolls here and there, but PB and Strike just trying their best to find opportunities, but it's just so very difficult. And this is the reason why Fanny needs to be respected, because in the right hands, it is a force to be reckoned with. And as we had, PB and Strike could not and does not have an answer for Ozil at all from the start to the end of the game.
And honestly, if this was a more even game, I think PB and Strike would have a good chance of winning, because when you look at the base hold, they actually have the damage from this Melissa and the Eve, but the fact that they were so far behind made it impossible for PB and Strike to hold on. All in all, AA Esports took a bit longer than I expected for them to end this game 1, but the lead was insurmountable.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult game as well. And even here, the catches coming for AA Esports, they were able to tally up their combos and chain CCs in order to punish PB and Strike multiple times. Kufra is still a very, very strong S-tier role, despite what people think he is. In the right hands, it is still great for catching up some of the more combos. The Kufra pickup, even though it was second pick, I'm surprised PB and Strike picked heroes that completely gets countered by a Kufra. This puts PB and Strike in a very, very awkward position. So GG well played towards AA Esports, because they were able to come on top with those itemizations, their smart catch potential, and their decisions on when to choose their fight. And that's where they put AA Esports in a very, very comfortable position. PB and Strike, however, in a very, very awkward spot. But now, let's talk about items real quick as well. Of course, RP, very, very early DH that Corrosion side and Golden Staff, completely destroying Nanami, which arguably is pretty much the zoner from the side of DH, right? That's 1. 2. Fontier and also Keizo pretty much itemized first item Radiant Armor to deal with the initial early aggression coming from PB and Strike, which is Raicho, Anzai, Yuji, Chenko, and also Nanami. Pretty much counters off all their early aggression to try and slow down to catch Fanny. That's number 2. Number 3, while this is all happening, where's the physical damage coming from PB and Strike? That's pretty much Blood Sanzai. And for him to dish out the damage it requires, means at least 3 to 4 items. That's pretty much 14 minutes in the game, which we saw a slight hope from the side of PB and Strike, but that pretty much gives away all early aggression in the hands of the Esports. So, can I say how smart IAL Esports is? Yes. Can I say, do they have mastery of the game and knowledge of the game? Yes. Do they have understanding? Absolutely. That sets them so much more apart in this game 1 compared to what PB and Strike was trying to deliver.
And look at the Hall of Fame. All of them AA except for damage taken per minute. That's gonna go to Nanami as this glue. And when you look back at the scoreboard just now, there were 17 purple buffs taken the entire game. 16 of them went over to AA. We had 16 orange buff, 13 went to AA. Across the match MVP for game 1 is Arfi. You can say it's Arfi, you can say it's Ozu. Both of them had a fantastic game.
Ozil was the one who took the lead, and Arfi was the one who finished the job.
Yeah, well done coming in from AAD Esports. They were able to funnel so much economy for Arfi, especially a Claude as well. One of the fastest, earliest triple item power fight in 8 minutes in the game so far we've seen. And based on the KDA stats, we had the comparison early on between Richie as well as Yujichenko. It makes no surprise that AAD Esports still one of the top contenders to make it into the grand finals despite their loss against GameLab.
And I think to a certain extent, this is not too big of a surprise. We came into this with A8 as the stronger team, with PB and Strike, you know, being the underdog and being the team that is facing a huge challenge in front of them. Game 1 really showed us that AA Esports, sure, they got smacked by GameLab, but right now with how dominant they were in Game 1, they still are a very, very formidable team.
You know, I genuinely feel bad. I have a very, very soft spot for Yujichenko, but how that game went was just completely AAD Esports making sure that Yujichenko does not play the game.
Oh yeah.
And the funniest part is that as long as they know Yujichenko cannot play the game, there's nothing his teammates can actually do. Because if you think about it, the draft didn't exactly work in their favor to actually make space for Yujichenko to do his own thing as a Yi.
Yeah, when you look at the first 7 kills, all of them was on the Karina, and that's not the guy you were looking for to carry that late game. So a lot of issues piled up, but it's not the end yet. PBS Strike still has a lifeline in this lower bracket series. We wouldn't have been able to witness all these amazing games without our partners and sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming as our primary partner when winning matters. They gave us this platform to commentate one of the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang games, gave these players a stage to show what they're made of. So we're really grateful for them. But with great microchip, you need a great phone, and that's exactly what we have. Samsung Galaxy, the latest S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game.
Yep, exactly. And of course, with more games to play as well, Galaxy S23 Ultra can give you the Ultra experience that you guys have been looking for to power through with the best FPS, with the best motion, with the best smooth touching access here as well. And of course, with a little bit of powder, it's going to be the fastest here as well. And of course, while to top it off and give you guys the energy to play more Mobile Legends game, Bang Bang, you can unleash the beast with Monster Energy to give you guys hydrated and energized through your fasting months. And of course, through the wee nights of playing more Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Because, you know, I know some people, they like to fast. They will fast, but at the same time, they try to not sleep until the next morning, you know, eat and then sleep the next morning.
Monster Energy can get you through that. Definitely something that we're checking out. And also, we have so many collaborations coming up for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and if you want to stock up on your diamonds to get those limited edition cosmetics, Kachi Shop is the place to go to. With great deals and game top-ups, check them out at www.kachishop.com.
Yep, and of course, all things considered, this is going to be a very, very exciting best of 3 series. And so far, PB and Strike, they seem to have fumbled a little bit in their drafts. You know, they're leading on towards comfort meta big heroes, and so far, AAD Esports is completely destroying them. And this is something that I think AAD Esports, PB and Strike, if they really want any chance of making a comeback, they really need to step up in terms of adapting their drafts, because first picking Glue is one thing, but allowing the Fredrin through is another, because I know for a fact that Fredrin is going to lose the matchup against the Fanny in early stage game, but look how strong Fondir was on the XP lane. Even as long as you don't lose too hard, drag this game long enough, you are going to be pretty much an unstoppable force. PB and Strike did almost absolutely no damage on this Fredrin.
Oh yeah, and also, you know, AA Esports, you know, it's a good time to mention, one of the only teams, I believe, remaining in this tournament that runs the Fredrin XP. They are very, very happy to flex this hero in both the jungle and XP, and he actually has more appearance in the XP lane for this team than he has in the jungle.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising as well, but without further ado, now we are going to go into his game number 2, and yeah, we are going to be seeing A8 Esports up on screen. No, sorry, it's going to be PB and Strike actually up on screen as they try to make a comeback on what they need to do in this upcoming match. Because as of now, it is going to be a stressful moment. One more game risks being eliminated from PB and Strike, while A8 Esports one game away from being dominated as they advance further in the lower brackets.
Yep, starting off with the Valentina ban again, just very, very common ban. PB and Strike showing respect to Ozil. Instant elimination on that Fanny. probably going to be expecting the Farmers ban, but that has to come from PBN Strike though. As a Esports now, having that first pick is going to give them so much priority. And once more, Fredrin isn't a hero that they bothered too much picking up first, but if the Farmers is available, I think AE Esports would rather go for that. They did ban the Kaja in the previous game. They did ban the Joy also alongside the 1-1. So a couple of options for him, AA to consider.
You know, I think the best option right here for PBN Strike is pretty much open up all the pools and get 2 S tier picks in their hands. Because on the red side, you're pretty much guaranteed that in that favor. AA Esports, they chose to choose both the Kufra and Fanny just because of the fact they want to double down that the Fanny pretty much wins their matchup, right? There's just not a lot of heroes that actually wins against a Fanny in terms of certain composition, excluding of that early match between Euphoria Esports. Of course, there was an exception that Kufra wasn't needed, but of course, it all comes down to teamwork, communication, and execution. Marta is also going to be a hero where a lot of teams use it just because it can kind of disrupt the Fanny cables midway. So I guess Fredrin is also another alternative as well. Which I think PBN Strike needs to realize that, hey, maybe they should have prioritized this a little bit more. I'm pretty confident that if Fredrin is not banned, AAD is going to straight up take it first pick and let the glue slide. But PBN Strike, they have to pick the poison. If that were the case, do they ban it? No. Kaja being banned instead.
And just a very safe approach from AE Esports. We have seen a replacement for the Kaja, right? Except for the Franco, Cho has also been a hero that's been popping up more often in the challenge group stage. PBN Strike for the last ban. They still have a couple on the table though.
So many.
Joy, 1-1. I feel like it has to be the Joy for PBN Strike.
Yeah, it has to be the Joy. But at the same time, if they go for the Joy, if they let the Joys through for AAD Esports, PBN Strike can instantly counter with a Kufra Fredrin, which is something to actually deal with it. But no, they give away, they ban the Fredrin, they give away the they banned the Joy to give away the Fredrin for AAD Esports.
Big flex hero for AA.
No,
1-1
they don't care about the Fredrin.
And Fredrin has always been secondary for AA, which is something that most teams haven't really been, been comfortable going for. But this 1-1 heading over to AA means that even if Fredrin goes to PBN Strike, AA is like, sure, we have a 1-1, we are not too worried about it. And they have that Farsa, which is a decent response to snipe this 1-1.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case coming from PBN Strike, but they do need a solution as well. We've seen teams adapt with the Phobias, but it is going to be very risky. Phobia is not necessarily the best solution to do a 1-1. We've seen teams playing Lolita to deal with it, which is a great way to deal with a 1-1. We've seen teams play Saber as well as a one-shot potential to deal with 1-1, but I don't think they would go for it. But PBN Strike, once again, ignoring the Fredrin, double downing on the Karina once again, means that AAD Esports is in a position to pick the Kufra once again to deal with the mobility coming in from the Karina. Or they can still opt to go for the Ruby and the Cho to potentially shut down this Farsa. So as of now, AAD Esports, do they pick him up or do they go for the Fredrin?
They can even go for the Fredrin and the Cho, and it would be a decent answer as well, right? You have so much threat on the Farsa and the Karina. AE Esports kind of spoiled for options in this scenario. And I think that the Fredrin is, again, a pick that they have been flexing between the jungle and the XP, so there's so much more value normally. But they got the for the Cho and the Hayabusa. Another way to just dive the Farsa.
Okay, completely ignoring the Fredrin. You know, these are 3 heroes that completely very strong in diving back lines, means that PBN Strike, they are in a situation where they need to find a way to just protect Yujichenko. And so far, Yujichenko, biggest threat for PBN Strike, has been the core winning to actually win the early games. And with this catch coming from BAB and Esports, I really don't know how Yujichenko is going to survive this with this Farsa.
They have the Brody, which is a decent response. One that lane bully against 1-1. Brody is a good option early game, considering the fact that 1-1 not as mobile as before. Early on, we see the example, 1-1 still not opting for the boots, but I think in this case, you definitely have to. G being banned out by PBN Strike.
I don't know. I mean, I'm curious to see how AAD Esports plays this as well. So far, not many teams has kind of played boots yet. Everyone is still adapting to no boot strategy. 1-1 personally is still not a big fan of it, especially in this recent change of the patches and itself. But I like how PBN Strike, they're banning of Lydia. They're banning of Eve. most likely they are going to be banning off another mage that is good against the Farsa, right? Lydia's decent. I think Kadita and Lunox is something that they have to worry about as well. So I guess they might consider banning off either. Oh, this is tough. I think Kadita. Nah, no way. Forcing the Kadita on AA Esports is tough, but they banned the Lapu Lapu. All right, okay.
So AA might consider a Grok ban also, right? Because
yeah, they should actually go for the Grok ban. I was a little bit surprised with this.
Kufra very understandable, but they actually take again. They ban the Hilda. They just want to give as much breathing room as possible to the higher booster early on.
I think Franco isn't too bad from PBN Strike. If they want to try and deny the higher boosters farm a little bit much, Franco isn't too bad. Mincitar, even though it's not allowed in this for 2-week bans for tournament's sake, it's not allowed. But I know Tigro is a little bit too far-fetched, right? If you really want to annoy the heck out of people in early stage game, banging on a Tigro, just shoving the purple buff time and time again, it's going to be nice, but it's going to be tough. Because as we had PBN Strike, they have no choice but to pick the Lolita to deal with the 1-1. And I guess that is something that they have to actually deal with it. Because eventually, this higher moves are going to be left completely uncontested. While PBN Strike, there's so many options to go for.
There it is.
But now, a tanky XP laner, Terisla, very, very difficult to deal against in terms of matchup. Whereas PBN Strike still has the option to go for the glue. Problem is the glue going to get slid off? Or do they just deny it from EADs? What says, you know what, it's okay. No.
Right? That's what you were worried about, right? Early on for AA. Wow, finally went through. It's going to be a Kadita.
I really hate how AD Esports is just drafting heroes just to deal with Yuji Chenko. This first game, same thing happened. Second game, same thing happened. You know for a fact that I have a soft spot for Yuji Chenko, but based on this draft, there's no way Yuji Chenko is able to play this game at all. Because, look at this. Petrify combo, one shot from Ocean. Rev coming in from AD Esports. The Rough Waves, you've got Terisla goes good for one shot combo. Hayabusa, okay, Shadow just one shots you. Cho also kicks you and completely shuts you down on Farsa. You've got to pull the big W for PBN Strike. But last but not least, pocket strategy from PBN Strike. Once again, going for a triple mage setup. This time, they're bringing in the Edith on the XP lane. And I'm curious to see how this works out for PBN Strike.
Well, PBN Strike showing two of the picks that they have been very comfortable with. Saw the Edith, see the the Karina. It's time for them to fight for the tournament lives. Cross A Esports. This is, hold on. This is not a okay. I got scared for a while. I saw Kesu on the Terisla. I'm like, is he gonna run a roam Terisla? Thank goodness he's not. I know he's crazy, but not that crazy. So roaming Cho, bonded Terisla. A draft that we don't see often on AA, but if you call out certain picks, especially the Kadita, and now we finally see it on Richie. One last chance for PBN Strike to keep themselves in the tournament.
Well, seems like AAD Esports, they have a composition where they're going all in to punish the back lines, but at the same time, they're not as tanky of how Game 1 is going to be before. So PBN Strike has a little bit better zoning tactics, even with the triple mage composition coming in from them. Hopefully it is going to be enough, because as of yet, AAD Esports one game away from eliminating PBN Strike, while PBN Strike is going to be fighting for their tournament lives. Because as of yet, PBN Strike, they may have a triple tank composition, a triple mage composition. AAD Esports doesn't have that zoning capabilities from how Game 1 is. First item, Radiant Armor, is not going to do as much impact in the sense where Kezu is not the tankiest hero. Fondier, not necessarily a tankiest as well. At this time, Ozil doesn't have the kill threat potential that Fanny has from Game 1. So hopefully, it is going to be having a little bit more time. However, with the aggression coming in, anything can happen.
And this is mission protect Yojichenko for sure. Fondier showing up. Ione, really careful. Man, much damage from the Terisla. Richie will be forced away. Fondier also flickers. They follow up with Nanami getting the first blood onto Richie.
Oh my goodness, they did not expect Nanami at all, and it's not over yet. And Leone is gonna get punished for this as well. Terisla comes in. Meanwhile, this is happening. Kezu also losing his life. PBN Strike finally has the aggression that they have been looking forward to. And just like that, BBN Strike, they will have the huge lead. And this is, might be a potential Game 3 here if this goes out, because AAD Esports, they're disrespecting the draft. But with that being said, Yujichenko, he knows he is the point of interest coming from A8 Esports, but we are calling in pass coming from PBN's right.
It's going to be a minor room to breathe. A8 Esports actually kind of overcommitting early on. PBN Strike able to punish that. So much value, the fact that they got the first blood onto Richie of all things. That is one of the heroes that you want to start snowballing, get that for, start roaming, kind of blowing up the side lanes. One thing that we did see on the map was how the 1-1 was actually doing so much better than expected. Not getting bullied out by the Brody early on.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because based on what I'm seeing as well, 1-1 opting to go for an early steal leggings as well, transitioning to a potential magic defense in case any sort of a gang potential coming from PBN Strike. But at the same time, yes, as a 1-1, you pretty much just want to stay in lane, soak up your farm. Getting defensive gives you a little bit more upper hand instead of trying to go for kills, which doesn't give you enough value. You need those levels, you need those items before you can kind of scale their way through. But I think that is not the main question coming from RP. The biggest question here is that how can AE Esports open up the map?
Oh yes.
This is the biggest problem I've been bringing up today as well. Fredrin is just so annoyingly tanky, very hard to kill him off. Not many marksmen can actually chunk his HP, max HP percentage, blah blah, yada yada yada. AE Esports has a composition where they have tanks that is not super tanky. The only ultra tanky one is going to be the Terisla, which oftentimes as an XP laner needs some time before he gets that initial grind here. In this case, Nanami as a matchup means Nanami is going to be able to 1v1 his matchup against Terisla and come out on top. And that's the scary part about an Edith, which a lot of people kind of think that, hey, it's a tank, it's not going to hurt. Hello, it is a marksman / tank, and there's a reason why Edith is one of the very, very underrated XP laners or tank in this game.
Yeah, one of the more unique heroes also. Those sounds like hitting 4, chunking RP down to health. The half force spawn is to show up. Penalty zone plus Anzai RP. Can you follow up with damage? It was a bait all along. Ryzo getting the kill. Trying to get out of the Kesu actually flickering on top, getting the kill on the Karina. Fawn just sidestepping all of the feather airstrike. Kesu getting a kickoff as they hit that level 4. Gets a double kill. Looking for a triple. Lione gets the shield back up. Barely surviving. AE Esports at least gets some trade back, and Ozil gets the turtle.
Oh, what a play coming from both sides as well. Well done coming from Kesu for getting those trades here. Leone almost losing his life. Had to expect almost everything to make sure that he doesn't lose that 1v1. So with that being said, AE Esports, they finally make a little bit space for the team. However, losing RP rather early on, this is going to put a dent in their aggression here. As of yet, Ozil completely left unchecked. Needs a little bit more time to find farm. Turtle still going to be in the hands of AE Esports, but based on the goal earned right now, Yujichenko and Raijo having a fantastic lead compared for game 1, but this time, here comes the kick.
Early kick right back. RP just proccing all of the vitals. Looking for that ultimate, not enough to take on Leonido, and now Feather Airstrike chunking him down. And the torn apart memory also helping in that case. RP going down for a second time.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this as well. The way of the the crossbow attacks was able to pop off. Not enough attack speed, not enough range nor movement speed to actually back off. And that's the problem with it as of yet. It's no longer the same crossbow attacks back in the days. It's no longer the same range on top of it all. It's a hard nerf, but in the right hands, it is going to be possible. But bottom side, oh! Yuck! Yuck! Yuck!
Just complete destruction on the Brody. Just Kadita stuff. All things considered, Yujichenko finally getting a more comfortable game. There's a jump on him. Sidestep the knockup. Also not securing the kill. And again, they lost RP for the 3rd time. PBN Strike.
No way.
Is focusing on that bottom lane.
Okay, he doesn't have the flicker to extend this, but at the same time, he's got to back out a little bit more. Nanami's here to save the day. He does have the Primal Wrap, but he's not going to pop it yet. But it seems like there is going to be Numenon Blast coming in, and just like that, it is going to be Rigel that finishes the mob, and AE Esports now in their backseat. Wave the Dragon from Leone set up for the KO, and that is going to be the turret that takes him out. But nope, it is going to be Ozil that gets the kill for the jungler for AE Esports. Meanwhile, Nanami now looking for the setup to extend his fight. He pops the Primal Frap, and immediately, once that's up, AE Esports just completely runs for their dear lives. They know they cannot challenge it, and they will respect it. Yujichenko shows his face on the side, but it is going to be a slight disengagement here. Skirmish comes in, the Federation comes in, but no, it almost clips Ozil. And the return from Richie getting absolutely nothing. Both teams just playing it safe, trading 50-50s across this entire fight.
Next was to get a kick onto Nanami. Richie is there by his side, but they just don't have the damage to get rid of this Eden. PBN Strike will secure this turtle. Raizo Anzai doing the job. 4-1 on the Karina so far in this game.
Oh my goodness, that is so hard to actually play this here. AD Esports, they're trying their best, and Nami looking for the setup, and Fondier looking to force a couple of penalties zone. He gets the kill! He loses his life, but he gets the job done on Nami before losing his life, and now Yuji Chenko trying to threaten Ozil down to his 10 HP, but they will both disengage, and so far another attempt down bottom side here is all out bros across the lanes, and Arfi looking to threaten his way through. The Torn Apart Memories comes in, Kezo will survive, but PB and Strike, they're not pulling out their fangs as well. It's not over yet.
PB and Strike actually having the lead as well. This is such a much closer game compared to game 1, not letting a Esport get away with the snowball. So far this Hayabusa 1-0. Look at the net worth lead here. Is very behind Raizo Anzai. Richie's gonna try and help. Nami get knocked up. Damage not enough. Petrify use. They're gonna try and break the Nami, but he flickers out in time.
Oh, Fondier was just barely at the edge to actually chunk him down, and because of this, he gets out, but Ozil, he gets dived into the middle lane from PBN Strike. Immediate reactions, and they are going to continue with the assault as A&E Esports. They are going to lose bodies for this play. Meanwhile, A&E Esports, Kezu, doing a little bit of persistence here. But there's only so much this show can do. He's looking for the kid. The angle looks good, but it's a little bit off at the range of the turret. So that is going to be a free kill in the hands of PBN Strike. Meanwhile, Arfi gets a solo kill down bottom for that Farsa. And now in this middle engagement as well, Bloods Anzai going to get finished off by Fondier. Well, Leone going to be picked apart by Richie as they try to swing away from Fondier to get the kill. But he knows Fondier does have the shortest legs in this game. But AD Esports, they will be able to equalize the economy a little bit more.
Yeah, with all the lead that PBN Strike has, now that has completely been flushed away. Arfi solo killing Yojichenko down bottom shouldn't happen. PBN Strike getting picked off left, right, and center. Bloods Ansai going down for a third time. Leone as well. It's the same scenario from game 1 where this Karina is the one that is holding majority of the net worth. And everyone else on PBN Strike just relying on this Karina to get things done. Penalty zone, Raizo Anzai already with the Trunken, avoiding some of that damage, and the OG Shadow Q as well, but the rest of AE Esports, they're gonna show up. And PBS Strike, Torn Apart Memory, Fondier dropping low, he's gonna go. AE Esports cannot fight this.
Oh my goodness, nicely done coming from PBN Strike, because based on what we're seeing here, PBN Strike, they do have the stronger zoning capabilities, but they need to play around Bloods Anzai joining this fight, and that's the strength about what Brody was built. Every single time, if they take a split fight, it allows opportunities for AE Esports to completely outplay it. But if they group up together, PBN Strike has a fairly decent chance against AE Esports, whereas Ozil has been struggling to cut the backlines. And every single time he does that, Yuji Chenko, the point of interest, is going to be tough on as well, because right now they know exactly where he is. They saw that rotation. They know they're aiming for Yuji Chenko, but it does not matter. Now the crossbow tank already expended. Arfi needs to back out, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to get out to safety.
And Leone just eats all of that crossbow attack with the bulwark as well. AD Esports, you cannot kind of perform those game 1 shenanigans where you just dive on the PBN Strike. Doesn't work that way. Both goal laners having a rough time in this game too so far.
Yeah, that's the problem with RP, right? Like, the thing about 1-1, without shoes, it is going to put you in a huge deficit to actually set up for those crossbow attacks. And even then, you've got problems such as the Bulwark to deal with. But there is going to be a godlike coming from PBN Strike where they actually get a kill for Richie, and Raijo Anzai now currently top in the net worth, just completely decimating, saying that it's not over yet. We are fighting for our lives. And Ozil, oh my god, getting one-shot comboed.
Kesu might give up his life for it. It's gonna flicker, getting the way of the dragon, but doesn't matter. Raizo just unscathed. The net worth lead from PBN Strike all is in the hands of this Karina. Better Air tries to flush Fondy and Arfi away from that mid-tier 2. PBN Strike looking for an opening. The Nami is there. Arfi, really careful. Don't want to get dive on again. And Richie.
Oh my
using that ultimate, getting away in time. Winter Trunken keeping Raizo alive enough. The Nami stopping Fondy from getting in. The flicker penalty zone is right there. And they dive straight onto Leone. Brojichenko also goes down, also finds an opening in the cross vertex, coming right through for Arfi. PB and Strike have overstayed their welcome.
Oh my goodness, wombo combo coming from A8 Esports. One sick penalty zone is all they need, and that's exactly what they get. PB and Strike completely caught off guard, and now it is going to be a wipeout. Oh, they caught everyone. This is exactly what A8 Esports need. The comeback mechanics, the mistakes from PB and Strike, and they finally found a crack in the defense. And now with the Lord up for grabs, this is go time for A8 Esports.
Once more, PB and Strike, you get the snowball, but you can't. But they were not able to kind of further that lead. Kesu, not as easy to take down as he was previously. I gotta say, Fondia has been instrumental in getting these engages off. Oh, Kesu looking again, like only stunning him. Not even gonna kick this yet, but Fondia is right there. Kesu,
oh my god!
Penalty zone once more in the tree. No follow-up from A8.
Oh my god, PB and Strike, they have to respect Fondian because he's getting free penalty zones time and time again, and because of this, it is going to be a little bit of a problem. Richie almost one-shotting Raijo from that play. And PB and Strike, they've got to be shaking their heads here. What went wrong? We were having the time of our lives, and now we're getting picked off bit by bit, and A8 Esports finally having the confidence they have been deprived of for so very long. And you can see Kizu also looking for the setups as well to try and punish Brojichenko. PB and Strike now has control bodies for this defense, and it might be an easy one, but it is going to be a tough one.
Inhibitors getting pressured in all three lanes. PB and Strike taking care of the Lord, top wave shoved up as well. Remember the net worth that was all in the hands of Raizo? That has now completely been depleted. A8 Esports have the lead. Good news for PB and Strike. Inhibitor turrets all safe.
You know, it just shows you how a wipeout can just completely change the dynamic of whole swing, right? Getting a kill on every single one means pretty much it gives you the bounty compensation from the highest net worth players and also those lower ones as well. So that's going to be a huge gold swing. And with that being said, Arfi was able to get double kills in that prior fight just like that. He was able to top the net worth right now, taking away from Raijo. But now here comes the first engagement.
Wow.
They catch Richie in a combo. Absolutely nothing he could have done. Ozil looking to try and retaliate this fight, but there's nothing they can do. Penalties over the backline, no follow-up coming in, and PB and Strike was able to bait this out. And A8 Esports, they've overextended their stay, but Kesu as well as Arfi just completely picking them one by one, as the crossbow attacks from Arfi is gonna do so much work, but eventually it is gonna run out of bullets, and it is gonna be go time for Bloods Anzai as they pick them all bit by bit. And now Keizu, last man standing, can they get the wipeout? No, they cannot.
A8 Esports, I'm surprised they committed in that manner. Fondia just flicker with the penalty zone. They barely had enough damage. It was still a 3 for 4. If you are a PB and Strike, you're very happy. Uh-oh, better airstrike, cancel, Richie.
Okay, he's fine. He's got a purify, so it's gonna be all good for now. But meanwhile, we do see the Bloodwings purchase up on Brojichenko, so he's gonna scale a little bit more in terms of overall damage. That's a little bit scary as well, because there has been reworks on Bloodwings, super underrated item for mage items. But Nanami, once again, he wants to focus on Richie, because right now, the person that completely one-shot the back lines is pretty much Richie. But little did they know, the biggest threat is still gonna be up on this 1-1. And currently, Arfi, he just got himself a magic blade. So that's gonna be something that keeps him a little bit more sustainable against Raicho's burst as well as the Farsas better there strike. Meanwhile, there's a couple of trades here for the Lord fight, but eventually they will force reactions here, especially when Ozil is always trying to poke the back lines to force Brojichenko's better there strike.
He already used the OG Shadow Q early on. Looking for Nami up top. That is not the target that they can kill. They did get a bit of info for A8. Lord is up. PB and Strike looking for a wraparound with Raizo's playing in that brush as well. So if you get another execution like he did, and his execution has been what allowed PB and Strike to win most of these fights. A8 dangerously close. They had an inkling where Raizo would be. Now forcing Karina out of the shadows means that A8 Esports can confidently start on the Lord. Roscoe video also purchased by Arfi. PB and Strike looking to find an opening in.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult spot to be in. Lord's going to be baited out, but little did they know, you can see AD Esports, they're trying to bait reaction from BBS, right? The Lord gets resetted, but the top side, the Ozil is going to be looking for a rat, and BBS, right, they immediately going for the pounce.
And there it is, penalty zone only onto Lioni though, not the target they were looking for. Raizo Ansai getting completely isolated from his team. Winter Trunken trying to stay alive. RP is going to easily get that kill. Meanwhile, Richie is in the back line and blowing up Yojichenko, forcing the Winter Trunken. Now Kenzu again with the Kundo and the flicker. There's 4 dead on the side of PBN Strike. AA Esports finding a massive lead, looking for the end.
Oh, they made their first mistake. They got desperate as soon as they saw Ozil on the top side. They forced the fight, but at the same time, Bloodless side completely bailed on it. And in the midst of all this skirmish, AA Esports was able to pick them part by part. And finally, BBN Strike, they won't lose their lives. And now AA Esports will close out 2-0 in a very, very nail-biting series. And just like that, AA Esports comes up on top, and they will eliminate PBN Strike from the tournament itself. GG, well played.
Top 6 guarantee to AA. Another lower bracket run continues. I guess PBN Strike, last time they couldn't overcome AA. Couldn't do it this time either.
What a game coming in from AA Esports. The patience, the outplays, the macro game aspect coming from AA Esports is what kept them going through this entire series here. But in case you're wondering how things went through in the highlights here, PBN Strike, they were dominating in the early stage of the game, but eventually this overextension, a big clutch coming from Fondier, is what turned things around for AA Esports to make the comeback and finally equalize the score to try and force a fight. But eventually, PBN Strike, despite the early leads here, Raisha was just popping off time and time again with this Karina plays. But eventually it came down to split-second miscommunication, which pretty much draws the line in this all-out brawl.
And remember, PBN Strike, they had such a great lead, they completely shut down RP. And AA Esports, they responded by shutting up both Ansai. Both goal laners having a miserable game. But RP was the one who was able to recover. And off the back of just great setups by Kesu and Fondia. These two have been so important in making sure that AA Esports win these fights. And this one, Raizo Ansai, just overextends. Got so greedy trying to look for RP. Gets separated from his team. His backline completely ambushed by Richie. And while that was happening, Bless Ansai wasn't even in the fight.
Yeah, and on top of it all, PBN Strike, they were committing to this fight where there was a split-second decision where the moment they started the fight and they realized that Ozai was all the way at the top, the entire team was split into its 3 ways to a point that they should have made the decisive play, but eventually didn't happen. In the midst of this confusion, AD Esports came up on top, took advantage of it all, and took the 2-0. So congratulations to AA Esports for advancing further. But of course, let's talk about the itemizations real quick as well before we go into the progression here. Of course, Arfi not going for the shoes here, put him in a very, very awkward position. Even though he's getting kills here, he's only 5, 5, and 9. He's got the Rose Gold meter to do with all this burst coming from PBN Strike. But all in all, Ozil, he was pretty much the armor shredder for the team. As long as he's there, chucking up his skills, allowing Arfi to do his job, he will be able to get kills after kills. And time and time again, he was able to find a lot of important kills in the final fight.
2 games in a row, Raizo Ansai played a phenomenal jungle with this Karina, but it just was not enough. Him on his own, in AA Esports, just understanding we can weather out Storm that early to mid game when Karina is trying to snowball. If we just hold on long enough, eventually we will catch up. Look at the Hall of Fame. Most of the numbers going over to the side of PBN Strike. Most damage per minute, most damage taken per minute, most assists. But it didn't matter. RV got the game that he wanted, even though it took a while. But in the end, this 1-1 was able to really kind of show up huge and be that force that PBN Strike could not stop.
Yeah, it is just so hard to play. And based on the damage output as well, Raizo, he may be the top 1. But I feel like overall, coming from PBN Strike, they definitely should have had this in the game. And even in the damage output department, they are leading in terms of that game. But I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is coming from AA Esports. It is going to be Keizu with the Cho, with the Jikun, the Way of the Dragon to set things up for the entire team here. 2 games in a row, he was just popping off and popping off. He he did. And in this case, the biggest catch here to slow down PB and Strike and completely isolate the fight individually for the team. He was able to make things happen for it all. And A&E was just an absolute monster.
Game 1 on Kufra, Game 2 on the Cho. Great catches overall. And just the opportunistic nature of this man, unparalleled. So very, very important. It went through. You look at the updated bracket after all has transpired.
Now, all things considered, 3 games pretty much played for today in this week. And so far, we pretty much have to say goodbye to PB and Strike. But all things considered, we have finally reached a stage where we pretty much have our 6 teams remaining for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Euphoria Esports, the first team to be in the upper bracket finals, whereas ALVA 8 and GameLab hasn't played their match yet. One of these teams will be advancing if after the series to face off Euphoria Esports. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they are going to be waiting for their opponents here, with MHRLK Esports waiting for the top side to go down, and of course, AD Esports is going to be fighting off against GPX. Meanwhile, this is going to be tomorrow's schedule.
Tomorrow's going to be GameLab against AES to start it off for the second spot in that top 4. And of course, losers of that series will take on MHRLK in the lower bracket. Semi-finals. To end the day, we have GPX against AA, another Indonesia against Indonesia face-off. Tomorrow, we will go down from 6 teams to just the top 4, so we have to wave goodbye to 2 more squads. And honestly, I don't know which team is going to get eliminated because all of these are so good at what they do, but the nature of competition means that 2 more have to go.
Yeah, it is going to be a long journey for all these teams, and so far it is going to be a tough one, especially for tomorrow's match. But all things considered, if you guys enjoyed it here, be sure to mark down your calendars for tomorrow to see how the upper brackets are going to look like and how the journey of all of these teams, where they are going to be fighting for the #1 spot of $20,000 on the line. So there is so much we can actually talk about when it comes to their overall playstyle. But seeing today here, it has been a fresh breath of how things could have gone either ways. A lot of indecisiveness, a lot of close matches throughout all this series, but eventually it will come down to whether who takes the series and who doesn't. And so far, today's games has not disappointed me.
Absolutely. We have 3 Indonesian teams and 3 Filipino teams remaining in the tournament. Tomorrow, we'll be left with just 4. But for now, all of these teams get to take good rest. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Mobile Legends action and to find out which 4 teams make it to Challenge Finals. I'm Muskie, is ICBaby12. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for more action in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a Letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for